damn it. Hello, hello. There we go. My bad. My bad. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Home Along. Hello. Oh, man. You know, I'm sitting there playing music and nobody heard a damn thing. Oh, my God. I'm thinking everything is fine and it was not. Oh, my God. I am so sorry. I am so sorry about that. Y'all been listening to just nothing. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Hum Along. What is up, my man? Foxware Fox. Great to see you. I see you sneaking in. Mars Champ, how you doing, man? No, for some odd reason, there was an issue with my Steel series where everything was gone. Like I had to reset it all and I thought it was fine. I thought I fixed it. It was like, oh, okay, everything's running, so I ought to be good. And that was not the case. Great. What's up, Ross? No, that's definitely on me. So that means this isn't right either. That means I need to fix this as well because it's not going to be working. Congratulations, Steel Series, for the win and fucking up. Why am I not surprised? Well, welcome to the life of a streamer, y'all. I'm just joking. That's all right. It's a quick fix. Now that I know what it is, there won't be any shutting the stream down to get it back up and running again. So, that's cool. It's cool. It's okay. I got it. I hope. Thank you guys. Thank you. I know, unforgivable. Unsubscribe. But we are going to jump back into this. Like I said, Dwight may be joining us. I'm not sure if he is. If not, I won't be able to do much commentary as far as what they're talking about because wrestling is not my forte and I know very little. So I am sorry about that in advance. So that part will be a little droll coming from me. What's up, Medusa? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right today. But nah, not nervous. Just was trying to figure out why my Steel series had crapped out on me today. It crapped out while I was at work. So I came home to my system not running right. But it could be anything. You know, it's a computer. Anything happens. You just fix it and keep on going. But let's get back into this. So as we left off with... Damn, we only got 25 minutes into the video. Son of a bitch. Anyway, as we left off, Cultaholic here was asking DSP 2 questions. Or it's really one question, but a 3-parter. What are your most memorable matches in wrestling? And for some odd reason, DSP is giving the usual DSP diatribe of his 3 matches and just instead of saying, hey, I like this fight, and this fight. Unfortunately, DSP can never do things quickly.
You know, especially in my school years. A lot of people don't know this, but it just came out recently in a big 4-hour documentary about me. I was the valedictorian of my high school.
It's funny, like people didn't know this about me, but anybody that watched your streams over the years knew this about you because you, well, told us. This is something you've said. That's how people knew. So this isn't something that, oh, people didn't know this about me. No, you pretty much told everybody, but okay.
And so like my prospects were kind of open in what I wanted to do, but I just didn't know what I wanted to do at all. Like I thought about, at one point I wanted to do computer programming because in the late 90s, that was like the big thing to do. You go to school for computer programming, you're going to go out with a tech job, you're going to make a lot of money. So I worked my ass off.
Funny, I actually went to college for computer science.
All through high school thinking that's what I was going to do. I go to college and I'm in my first year in college and the tech bubble bursts. And now all those jobs that were out there are going away. I'm like, oh shit, what am I going to do now? Right. So I ended up changing around a few different times and kind of flubbed around. You know, I ended up being a business major for finance. And
yeah, and you really did fuck all with that. I mean, you're just a beggar on the internet, but you know what? You won, Phil. You won.
Didn't really do anything with it. I don't think I've ever done a job in my life where that degree has come in any use whatsoever.
Actually, if you want to be technical, what you're doing right now, your whole YouTube career, streaming career, you could be applying your college degree to it.
So that
You have finances, you have expenditures, you have money that goes into the business and money that comes out of the business. So there you go. That's a business. So that would be your major in action.
that was where you were looking to do, but then obviously the streaming world came calling at just the right time, it seems, because then that's been you for 16 years now, doing
Right.
this. In the earlier days, this was
You guys can hear me fine, right? No, I should have asked that earlier, but you know what I mean.
a thing, so you very much had the market cornered. With those early days,
No, well, he didn't have the market cornered. Like I said, it was the Homefront, the Revolution was the worst game I've ever played, is what really jump-started his career. I forget the gentleman's name that used that video in a video, and that's what gave Phil the blow up, per se. That's also when he decided to go on his staycation with Leanna. Oh, good, awesome, thank you.
when you were starting out, what did you think where did you think this would go?
Oh man, I didn't, honestly, to be completely honest with you, I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. You know, when I started, I had a 9-to-5 job. I was working an office job at a helicopter company, and I would come home, and my way to unwind after a day of stressful work was to turn on a game, put a camera on a tripod in front of me, point it at the TV, hit record, and just talk, you know, just blab, talk shit, say stupid stuff.
And people still do that today. We just stream it now.
And people loved it. People loved that like improv style of commentary. You never knew what I was going to say or do. Half the time I was drinking, so I was slurring and being stupid and playing the game horribly. And that was kind of part of the shtick. It wasn't a
Being drunk was part of the shtick, Phil? Wow, I never heard it put that way before. I didn't know being drunk was part of the shtick. It was a shtick of being drunk. We just drunk playing these games. Nobody cares.
guy who was a serious video game guy making playthroughs or instructional videos. It was just a guy messing around and having fun. And a lot of people had said my original videos, it feels like you're just in a room with your bud and you know he's playing a game and you're having fun hanging out with him while he's playing a video game, and that's the appeal of it. I never in a
People actually, I mean, in the beginning, yes, people were okay with that style because that was pretty much the only thing at the time. However, once capture cards became a thing, you could capture, I think it was a 400p, 440p, something like that. Once that became a thing, a lot of your fan base was wanting you to move to that type of recording, not the camcorder. They wanted you to ditch that and upgrade with the times and what everyone else was doing.
million years thought that I was going to be like monetizing videos, becoming a streamer, making a living doing this. It all just kind of...
Well, actually, that's kind of a lie too, because when you lost your job, you were telling people you lost your job and, PayPal was the best way to help you out and hey, click the ads because maybe I could finally start getting paid on what I'm doing. So you were already, even back then, telling people ways to give you money. Now, of course, you'd be like, hey, you're being unfair. That's back then. That's back in the beginnings. True. That was pretty much the way you could get people to help you out. But it's the fact that he got himself in trouble with AdSense because of it. Like, even then, he was honestly being very greedy about it.
happened out of nowhere. After having that office job for about 4.5, 5 years, I got laid off out of nowhere. They downsized the company, and I had been doing YouTube as this hobby for 2.5 years. And all of a sudden, I was like, what do I do? I just had bought a condo to be closer to that job. I had all this debt. What am I going to do? And it was actually my viewers who egged me on. They said, why don't you try to do YouTube for a living? We like you. You get thousands and thousands of views on all your stuff. And
Now, I can't argue that because I don't know about that. But you're telling me that you're letting your audience, even back then, dictate what you were doing.
It was a rough road getting started, but eventually I found a way to make it work. I was one of the first people monetizing video game playthroughs on YouTube. While everyone else was struggling, they couldn't put ads on them. I partnered with a network that let me do.
You were not the first. You were not the first. Other people were also doing it. What's up, Aqua Saber? How you doing, man? Good to see you. What is this garbage? This is the Cultaholic interview. I'm going over it for the first time. The thing is, when it comes to the wrestling bit, I won't be able to give much commentary on because I know very little about wrestling.
That. And then kind of the rest became history, where I just kept pumping out content as much as I could, and it became my job.
Talk us through in 2024 what a day in the life looks like as a full-time streamer.
Sure. Well, I wake up in the morning and do my thing. Get have some breakfast. Pop open Twitter or gaming news sites. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the gaming world for that day, because every day I do a live podcast. So I try to get topics together. I talk with my moderator. Sometimes they have good ideas of things for me to talk about during a given day. I'm in the office.
What's up, Frost? How you doing?
An hour doing the setup. I'm getting stuff together to play on the podcast, clips or whatever it may be. My first broadcast begins around 11:15 a.m. Pacific time, and I do about an hour to an hour and a half podcast every morning. It's called the Level 1 Podcast, and it could be anything. It could be me talking about a game I just played. It could be gaming news. I could have a guest on the show that I'm interviewing. It could be drama, internet drama, people talking about me, I'm talking about someone. It's always something different.
But wait, you said internet drama is for girls and gay guys. Well, schoolgirls and gay guys were your words exactly. But why would you be talking about drama, Phil? That doesn't sound like something you should be involved with, especially when you speak so very lowly. Like you have a lot of harsh things to say about drama content. But what guest? The very few guests he's had, and then the 20 plus others that ghosted him.
Then after that ends, then I usually play some games for a few hours, and it could be anything. I'm known as like the jack of all trades. I'll play kind of any kind of game.
No, there's a lot of. If you want to talk about jack of all trades, that is not true. If you play 5 horror games, that is still horror. If you play a bunch of RPGs, that is still RPG. Jack of all trades, you are literally playing everything, even the obscure things nobody has heard of or don't know about. Like I play a lot of extraction shooters, but they're just shooters. It doesn't mean it's a variety, because I play Helldivers one day and then switch off and play Darktide another day, or even play Space Marine 2 another. That they're all shooters. That's still one type of game.
So whether it's an RPG, a fighting game, a horror game, Call of Duty,
Call of Duty is first person, but okay.
No, you name it, I play it. I'm not necessarily great at many of them. I would
Any of them?
say probably the best that I'm at is Street Fighter, because I've been playing that my whole life.
You are decent at Street Fighter 2. And I'll give you decent. And that's because it's the only game that you know the tricks in. Other than that, all the other Street Fighters, we have watched you just get bodied repeatedly. And I mean repeatedly. That's nothing new. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? Yeah, won't touch a game with a sexy woman. Exactly.
But I play other stuff too, and I'm actually pretty decent at Call of Duty, I would say. But for the most
No, you're not. You're not decent at Call of Duty at all. That's a fucking joke. You're not decent at Call of Duty.
part, I'm the guy who just kind of like Joe Average, right? I mean, play the game, you get to judge a game by how well did Phil do at it. Well, maybe that would help us guess how well we would do at it if we were to play that game.
Wait, what? Hold up. No, you did not just feed that lie.
But for the most part, I'm the guy who just kind of like Joe Average, right? I mean, play the game, you get to judge a game by how well did Phil do at it. Well, maybe that would help us guess how well we would do at it.
No. No. So we're gonna debunk that. We're gonna debunk that right now. Let me go. So as we all know, and plus I just wanted a reason to fire it up. So he says this. He says this. He says this. So we're gonna do this real quick. All right. Let me see here. We're gonna debunk that right there. There we go. So I've been playing the hell out of this game. So the file I have with you guys is right here. Beat the first dungeon, got my life extended, got some levels in, got some extra little abilities. Here's my offline profile. Has a lot more done in a shorter time span. Got different weapons, upgraded weapons, a different cloak, a bunch of unlocks. And that was a lot better than you, Phil. I watched you get your ass kicked in this game. Like, I'll even... Like, right here. This character is way further along in the game than you ever got. So don't say that, Phil. No, nobody needs you to decide that if a game is good or not. Dude, the hammer is so easy to use. So easy. It takes not even a second to charge up the slam. The fact that he couldn't figure that out is sad. He played Halo and got his ass whooped in Halo multiple times. We've all seen the videos. Nobody is using you as like, oh, we're going to use Phil as the baseline if we're going to be good at the game or not. Nobody's going to do that. Please pull up the Requiem clip. Exactly. The Requiem clip for sure. You know, you're observant, so you died in the elevator. My first one actually is dual daggers. And yeah, you can definitely feel the difference.
If we were to play that game, so I stream for like 3 more hours of gameplay, and then I take a break where I...
No, you stream for about an hour, at this time you were taking a 20 to 30 minute break, and then you would come back and stream for 2 more hours, and then you were done. And honestly, we're getting less time than that now. Where you even admitted yourself, current day DSP, that you even admitted yourself that you only played out of your morning shift, and I say shift, yeah, fuck it, we'll leave it. Your morning shift, you only played 2 hours of Dark Souls 2.
Upload all that content, cut it up, put it in the playlist.
Technically, Santa Monica used Phil as the baseline. Yes, they did. Santa Monica did use Phil as the baseline for God of War. And believe it or not, Aqua Saber can tell you, even I beat Ragnarok. I enjoyed Ragnarok, but I hated the hand holding in Ragnarok. Like, I crashed out a few times because of the handhold. Too much card BS. Yeah, we're getting less time. Way less.
And then I come on for a second stream every night for about another 2-3 hours where I either play another game or sometimes I do reacting content where I'll react to clips that were submitted by my viewers. Or now,
that's true. He considers it a shift.
I've started reacting to my old content. Like I go back 10, 12 years and I watch an old playthrough of mine, the old style I used to do with that camera pointed at the TV. And people like that because now it's different. Everything today is modern. You got a great HD camera and everything's great. But back then things were so different, so guerrilla style almost, making
guerrilla style. Okay, so yes, Phil, when you first did it for the first few years, that was the only way to do it. I'll give you that. But not even 3 years later, direct capture became a thing. Computers were back then beefy enough to actually capture gameplay. You decided you wanted to stick with the camcorder because you didn't want to evolve, because that would also mean you would have to do some work. And then when you finally did it, you brought John Rambo over to your house to set it up for you. He pre-plans ending gameplay early. Exactly. Starts a half hour later, ends half hour earlier nowadays. Exactly, Medusa. Exactly.
Content in to go back and see my origins and the kind of commentary I used to do versus today, it's pretty.
Didn't really change. Dick in the ass, shit everywhere, butt fuck him, make him humble. Sell him off to the slave trade. Touch tits. Sounds about right. I mean, you're pretty much doing that now. It's just all dicks now. So, I mean, you haven't changed. Your gameplay has declined and gotten worse. And your commentary actually just cratered off a cliff.
Fun to do. So, it's a pretty busy day. I mean, I'm working as early as like 8 to 9 a.m. all the way through probably like 10 p.m. on these work days. And then it doesn't end because then I'm doing more content. I'm clipping videos to make highlights for my channel. I'm looking for the next topic.
Which we know at this point is a lie, because I want to say at this point, that Arkham Edits is doing shorts for you, and we knew Darziak was helping you at this time. So again, this is a lie. You are not a one-man show. Which, damn, now that I sit and think about it, this dude called himself a one-man show for years, and then we find out you had Darziak on the back end since 2017. So you hadn't been a one-man show from 2017 up to current.
To talk about, I'm contacting people behind the scenes to try to arrange for more guests on my show. So it's a pretty busy life, to be honest.
It's interesting that you're at a point now where you are reacting to a lot of your older footage.
Yeah, now it's most likely Lummox, exactly.
There'll be a lot. I seem to remember, and I don't know whether this is something that's come up yet with
This was after Archimedes was dropped. Okay.
yours. There was a particular old stream that you had where you had the camera and you were doing your commentary, and you had the window open, and your neighbor very clearly tells you to shut the fuck up.
No, yes.
Has that
was
come
the old
up?
condo
And how are you with the neighbor?
Oh, that was when I lived in Connecticut. I had a condo, and some of the neighbors were very nice. My next door neighbor was a drunk. Like, he literally.
Kinosaga was after he dropped the shorts. Okay. Lies on Maz to give him topics to pre-stream. Exactly. Like, dude, I heard about his rant about the RAM chips and whatnot, and I'm like, are you serious? Fist of the Snort Star, how you doing, man? Big ups. Welcome aboard Dark Descent. Hope you're doing all right today. He literally did nothing himself, Darzak, even sending him drivers he needed. Yes, exactly. This dude has had people in his corner the entire time.
He would drink himself into a stupor every day, go to the back porch, open his cell phone, and have like private conversations.
Did I see the drone footage on Injured Stream? No, I heard about it on Injured Stream, but I was sitting there, I was working, so I didn't see the footage, but I heard her talking about it. Ooh, quick question. Does the auto combo still work for 14? Yes, it does still work. You just got to reactivate it, and they did change the UI for getting it working again, but once you get it working again, just like it was. What's up, Ozzy Game Room? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I always say that Phil is the guy that knows nothing about everything. He doesn't know anything. And it's really insane at how much he speaks, and the longer he speaks, the more you find out he truly knows nothing. Like, if it's not from Wario64 on Twitter, Phil knows nothing.
Yelling into the phone. So I know all about this guy's life because he was just so obnoxious. And yeah, particularly this was one day where I was recording and it was hot, so I had the back door open. And so he's out there drunk and he hears me playing the game and he's yelling at me. We went back and forth, but the funniest story I got about that guy. So it's the middle of winter.
This is the same here, Aqua. Same here.
Okay. It's like 1 a.m. I'm asleep in bed. I start getting a knock on my back porch door. I'm like, what the fuck is knocking on my door at 1 a.m? So I try to ignore it. And then I hear him start hollering. He's yelling, hey, I need your help. Hey. So I get out of bed. I put on bathrobe. You know, I go to the bed. I'm like, what the hell are you doing on my back porch? Oh, I went to check the mail. I locked myself out and it's freezing. Can you let me in? I'm like, oh my God. So that was the kind of neighbor I used to have.
I mean, wait, did you let him in? Did you let him in or no? I mean, your neighbor comes up and was like, hey man, I locked myself out. Can you let me in? Did you? Or did you not? The Ram Rant made it seem like he legit did not know about the US-Iran conflict. Dude, Snort Star, like it was insane listening to that damn Ram Rant. He's like, just build more facilities. What? What? How is that going to solve the issue? Like, they're still going to have to take the time to build the facilities. You're talking at least a couple of years, 2-3 years, if you're lucky. And then on top of that, they need more. So now you need more people. So you got to pay those people. You got to make sure you have the necessary materials to make the RAM chips. It's like, dude, that's just going to drive the cost even further. You could be looking at like $800 to $900 RAM sticks. Poster child of 15-year isolation. Exactly. What's up, Lock On? How you doing, man? You missed the RAM rant? Dude, oh man, it was insane. It was insane. He listened to the same Twitter people either knowing nothing or not enough to get people to get people angry. Yep.
Yeah, well, I don't live there.
Poster child for 15-year isolation. I bet he got under the bed like in Home Alone. Oh no, hid in the closet. No, he hid in his bathroom. He hid in his bathroom in his room. It's like, don't beat me up, I'm alcoholic.
Now, as of the last decade, I now live in Washington State, and it's nowhere near as bad like that.
So you don't stay in touch then? No?
No, not with that guy. I don't think I want to speak with him again. Hell no.
It takes 10 years to build a factory.
Moments through your time, there's been some real bright moments that we've seen. We can't not talk about the event. And I think you know which one we mean. So I will.
The incident. It's called the incident.
The incident, rather. So.
Yeah, that's always going to get brought up because, well, why? Because that's the biggest. Well, at the time, him surviving Beat It Nam was the biggest thing that ever happened to Phil. But honestly, his fuck ups now far exceed Beat It Nam. He's got the piggy purple heart for being a survivor of Beat It Nam. He's got the fucking wrap around his cork cock. He's good. It's a dead thing. Got home from getting blood done. Went from 7:30 this morning until 1:30 p.m. Jeez, I think I would have left knowing me. I'd have been like, fuck this.
I will ask bluntly, because I'm always intrigued to know, Phil, what did go through your mind when you realized that mid-wank that your camera was on?
I mean...
That wasn't mid-wank, my friend. That wank was completed. He was done. He beat that thing like it owed him money. I mean, he really went to town on the hog.
Shit, right? Like, what else can you say? You're like, oh, it was on, huh? Well, that's interesting. Everything goes through your head. Number one, what did they see? Because Lord, please tell me they didn't see anything that's going to get me banned from the internet or whatever. And what else happened? Because luckily for me, like the microphone wasn't on. It was just, in reality, it's funny. And thank God it happened that way, because it could have been much worse.
It was funny.
Fuzzy webcam, no audio. You couldn't see anything. So it was just kind of a really stupid, embarrassing moment.
I still...
you think, hey, this is my job, right?
I wouldn't... Funny is not the word I would use. I think embarrassing is the word that comes to mind. A great blunder, if you will. Unsalubrious, I would even say.
So now how am I going to handle this? You got to handle it right, because if you go about it the wrong way and you react the wrong way, this could be career ending, something like that.
He loves the fake...
the joke forever. And
He loves the fake laugh. Clear sign he's either lying or uncomfortable. Oh, he was very uncomfortable. Because he's honestly tired of getting asked this question.
I got some really good advice from someone. And I said, rather than me deny it or say it was something else.
You did deny it. You lied about it. Said you were scratching your leg. You banned a shit ton of people that talked about it. And you even tried to get on Drama Alert with Keemstar to talk about it.
I'm going to just own up to it. In fact, I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to lean into the meme, you know? And I did. I started tweeting people about it. I changed my avatar on Twitter to like the Adam from He-Man going like this with his face, avatar meme and everything. And people loved it. They loved the fact that I was joking with it and not taking it seriously. And
that's a lie. That's a lie. People know how many graves were filled in those weeks and months with Beat It Nom.
It worked, you know, and I'm glad that I did it that way, you know. Well, I'm not glad that it happened. I'm just glad that I spun it that way and that it wasn't, you know, any worse than it definitely could have been.
I think the big takeaways from that is always to own things like that, and also to wank in a different room. But I think the big takeaway is to learn.
Like I said with the incident, he decided in his infinite wisdom to go into that room, that office right there, activate the stream, then go to Beat It Nom. Just let that sink in the order of operations. Room, stream, cock in hand. And then wipe it off on the love seat. Just keep that in mind. That is the order that he chose to do this.
From it and move on from it in the way that you did. I was always intrigued by the vest stuff, because that is another thing that seemed to take on a life of its own, and it speaks a lot to
the May 1st burst.
Of a lot of your supporters.
Bullshit. Yeah, he banned a shit ton of people. Yes, he did, for a long time. Hell, he was still banning people even up to the Craig interview.
Tell the story of the vest streak.
So this took place, I believe it was 2020. So we're talking, you know, early COVID days, right? And everyone's kind of stuck at home and they want to watch content. And I was there, you know, I was broadcasting throughout COVID normally, double streams a day, and people really appreciated that. And I remember particularly, I think it was like February or March, I was doing what was called like a retrospective marathon, where I was going back and watching clips of my old content and stuff like that. And a clip came up where all of a sudden I'm doing like a vlog from like 10 years ago, and I have a vest on. It's this beige puffy vest. And people are looking, they're watching the video, they're like, Phil, do you have that? Like, when did you wear that? We don't even remember that vest at all. And I said, I actually don't know. Give me a sec. And I ran downstairs and I opened up my closet, and lo and behold, and I swear I didn't know, it was there. I had it for like a decade.
I didn't know. You didn't know. So you mean you brought it with you, you hung it up in the closet, and you forgot its existence? You know what? You know, let's say it's some strange, bizarro world. Sure, it checks out. It checks out. The alternate reality, you know, it's like it phase shifted into the closet.
I just never wore it. It just kind of sat in the closet. So I came back on the stream and I put on this vest, and people loved it. They're like, well, would you do something with it? Or could you do like if you raise a certain amount during the stream, could you put it on as a reward or a silly thing, as a meme? I was like, sure.
His 18-year-old shirts he still wears, but no idea that he still had the vest. Yeah, exactly. That's what doesn't make any sense. That you think he's claiming he had that vest for a decade. So he had the vest before he started streaming, or well, before YouTube, before streaming, moves across the country to Seattle, Washington, hangs the vest up in the downstairs closet, and then forgets that he has it. All right, sure.
Why not? Who cares, right? It's not a big deal. Lo and behold, my supporters did the craziest thing. It was something like 200 plus, 300 plus streams where they would hit this funding goal.
Oh,
of tips that they would tip me on the stream, and I would put the vest on.
You mean the $100 goal, to where you were sitting there begging them to make sure you hit said goal 2 times a day, every day. And you had multiple vests, and you were cycling them out because you got tired of looking like Mr. Potato Head. We all remember the vest streak. You didn't want to wear the platinum vest all the time because, in the words of GCG, it made you look like Mr. Potato Head. And you got tired of people laughing at you, so you wanted to mix it up. We got this vest, that vest, this vest over here. No, they weren't just freely giving you $100 or $200 a day. You were begging for that money every day to hit that goal. Because it was, I want to say the vest streak was, I think that was Save the House. Yeah, that was Save the House. That vest streak was to save your home. Which I want to say he got, in total, it was over $20-some thousand, $30-some thousand for that event.
And let me tell you, it really helped out, because at that point in my life, 4.5 years ago, I was going through really bad financial troubles. And the fact that I got that level of support actually got me through that year without having anything major really happen bad. But it was wild, people did, and then they wanted more vests. So I bought different vests of different colors. I got a big metallic one. I got a neon orange one. Does it really have any significance? No, the vest doesn't mean anything. But if anything. No,
you said the vest was a symbol of your success and commitment. You said that vest meant something. It had a meaning. It had purpose. The shining example. The king with his crown. The vest was the crown. The crown jewel of DSP Gaming. The vest. Showing those damn dirty bastard detractors that the dents and their dented king cannot be beat. And that people would rally under the flag of the vest. Now you're saying it meant nothing. Oof.
Maybe it just goes to show that despite all the vitriol and all the hate against me on the internet, that I really do have a core fan base of really nice people who support me and like what I
do. So Cringeophile, exactly.
I do, and are going to be there for me in those tough times. That's a crazy streak. It was like,
you begged for that money. You begged for it every single day. Guys, let's get that $100. Guys, let's keep the vest streak alive. Guys, we got it. We're there. We're close to the vest streak, guys. Come on. Somebody give that Hail Mary tip, guys. Come on. We can do it. We can keep the vest streak going. And here's OIC with $100. Thanks, OIC. We get to keep the vest going. The detractors are seething. This is the symbol of our willingness to rally, to support me and save my house.
4 months where every stream I was hitting this crazy support goal, which is like crazy unprecedented.
There were some that were right to the wire as well. I remember they were sort of late into the hundreds of them, and you were like, okay, that's the end of the stream. We've not hit the goal. Okay, bye. Right, I'm going now. Bye. Here I go. Leaving now. I'm definitely going. Title card up. Definitely leaving now. Any more for it? Oh, there we go. Oh, we're on. Hey. So there was. It was to the wire at a few points, but it does speak to the support that you've had. But when your name comes up, as well as that support, you do come with infamy, as it was proved when when it was announced that you were joining us. Is there an event that you think really started that dark side Phil detractor movement?
Yeah, this is how you don't play. Or you're saying when Phil started it? Oh, yes, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, in fact, Sons of Liberty. That's what started it.
It's funny. This all came to realization very recently. There was just a documentary made about me on YouTube. It's a 4-hour documentary. It covers my whole history from the beginning of my Street Fighter.
I wouldn't be shilling this, Phil. I wouldn't be shilling something that is basically showing you're just a shitty person. A 4-hour video that is just showing the world that you are a shitty person that is not to be trusted. I don't think I'd be shilling that. I wouldn't be screaming it from Mount Everest.
All the way through my early YouTube, all the way up to now. And by the way, I'm gonna give a plug. It's from June the King. He's a really good internet documentarian. He got screwed on this video because
nobody fucking cares, Phil. You're not gonna sit there and break the internet by getting people to watch the June the King documentary. You're not doing June any favors. You're not helping him, and you're not even hurting him.
Guess what? WWE claimed the video because he had like a 2-second clip of Vince McMahon in it. And they claimed all his revenue on the video. Unbelievable, right? He puts all this work, like months and months of work. Anyway.
But you do know that a lot of times with that revenue, when something gets flagged and June does what's needed to get that flag removed, that YouTube does release the money to the person. You do know that, right?
Anyway, so I watched this documentary about myself, and that's a good question. Like, where was the tipping point where people wanted to laugh with me, but then decided instead, screw that guy, let's laugh at him, right? And really, I think that point was probably around the years of 2011, 2012, so a while ago. I started playing games that I had missed that were known to be like really great rated games, like highly regarded games. But during that era when I was playing competitive Street Fighter, I wasn't really playing a lot of video games. So I missed out on so many games from like that early PS1, PS2 era. And so these HD collections were coming out of these games. And I started playing a particular collection. It was the Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 collection. And I remember playing, the first one I played was Metal Gear Solid 2. And my way of making videos back in the day was a lot different than what I do today. I would literally...
You've already stated this like 3 times. He already knows the camcorder at the TV, Phil. You don't need to keep rehearsing it, bringing it back up. He knows. Just move on.
Really ham it up. I would go over the top of my commentary, and I would rip the game a new asshole and be like, this game sucks because of this and this. The game developers and...
You mean like you still do today? Like that commentary has not ceased. That is still present in today. You know, Mina the Swallower, that comes to mind. Star Fox, the remake, the 3rd remake of 64 comes to mind. Resident Evil 4 remake, yeah, that comes to mind. Requiem comes to mind. I mean, you're still doing that now. Hell, just last month you said everybody involved in Street Fighter 6 needs to be fired.
Asshole. So I knew that Hideo Kojima was like a beloved guy in the gaming community. And I said, I'm going to do the worst I can. I was insulting him constantly during the playthrough that I was doing. I wasn't taking the game seriously. So I was trying to make the game kind of look bad. Now, normally I would do this.
You were trying to make the game look bad. No, Phil, you weren't making the game look bad. You were making yourself look bad. Like I love this delusions of grandeur that you have here, Phil, because a game doesn't look bad because you're playing it. You only make yourself look bad because you can't play the game. And this isn't an act. So Mr. Cultaholic guy, it's not an act. He is just that fucking bad. I love how he's trying to weave you this story that, oh, I just make the games look bad. So you've been making games look bad for 18 years on this platform now? For 18 years, you've been trying to make it your life's mission to make games look bad. Sure. Sure thing, Phil. Absolutely. Checks out.
And people would get it, right? They'd laugh at it. Okay, that's Phil's shtick. He's a clown. He's being a...
They get it? Okay, then if they got it, then why did This Is How You Don't Play come to life? If people got it, This Is How You Don't Play wouldn't spring up. The SOK wouldn't have sprung up. The detractor hydra, the hive mind even, as you like to call it, wouldn't have sprung up. So, no, people didn't get it. In fact, the majority, actually 100% of your detractors at that time was people you made into detractors. You made your detractors. You made all 100% of them back then. 100% back then were your own detractors. You made them homegrown detractors back then. They didn't just spring up. They didn't just all of a sudden, I'm going to hate this guy right here. I'm just going to hate this cornbread looking motherfucker right here. Come on, white bread. I'm just going to hate you to hate you. No, you pissed off everybody. What's up, Viking? What's up, Rydrake? How y'all doing? Thank God his word doesn't mean shit when it comes to companies looking for input. Sadly, Viking, that's not true. Sadly, that's not true. Another Star Wars derail yet? Dwight's not here. He's not here, Rydrake. The game community uses Phil as a baseline for games. Unfortunately, Viking. Phil is the baseline of how they think all gamers are. All gamers are retarded because they used this guy as the baseline. Every game needs yellow paint. It needs to remind you constantly of what you're doing. It needs to hold your hand from start to finish.
It's all good. People got so pissed at me for doing it for this series because they really like the series and they like Hideo Kojima. And this, for one person particularly, made a video called "This Is How You Don't Play."
That's all good.
And what it was is he took a montage.
And he was a fan of yours. Evil AJ was a fan of yours. Again, you caused your own detractors. You, nobody else, just you. It is crazy that you're sitting here thinking that people just decided they went to sleep and woke up. You know what? I'm going to hate on this guy. I'm just going to shit all over this guy. No, you already drove them to that point.
Of all the moments that I was acting like an asshole, insulting Kojima, playing stupidly, and just made this like super cut. And it was like over an hour long. The playthrough itself was probably like 15 hours long. There's like 1 hour of the worst moments. This video exploded on YouTube. It got this guy like 1 million views. And then he made another one on Metal Gear Solid 3. And when people started to see, hey, if we make these negative videos that skew Phil in a negative light, it gets tons of views.
Phil, you already were portraying yourself in a negative light. They just cut out the most heinous portions of that and slapped them together. You just told this guy that you purposely made the game look bad. That you purposely took the beloved Hideo Kojima and decided to shit on him the entire playthrough. So, if we're already shitting on the creator, we are purposely making the game look bad, and you just said it pissed off a lot of people. This kind of sounds like you made yourself look really shitty. And Evil AJ just picked the moments that he wanted. Really, see, that's the shit people need to really stop and be like, yo, but you just said these things right here. And then you turn around and say, oh, well, everyone was in on the joke. Well, obviously not if you just said it pissed a lot of people off. So obviously, a lot of people weren't in on the joke. The supposed joke. People weren't realizing, oh, this is just satire. It's satire that I'm sitting here shitting on this developer. It's satire that I'm making this game look as bad as humanly possible. But then that trope carries on through that, well, theme, excuse me. That theme carries on through every game you've played. At some point you would think, okay, this isn't working, let me switch it up. I'm just saying, because you're still like that today.
Let's do it for everything. So they started, like every playthrough I'd ever done, they started doing, this is how you don't play. This is how you don't play. And it just became this movement of like, Phil is a negative meme. He's who you shouldn't be on YouTube. He's the guy who sucks at.
Have you actually, no, you want to be technical. The movement against you started in the FGC. Even when Justin Wong said, yeah, don't be like Phil. People didn't like you in the FGC. People chased you up out of the FGC. So if you want to be technical, that's where it started. It started in the FGC.
Games, but somehow gets views and popularity and money, and he shouldn't have the ability to do that. So I think that was like the first thing. And the reason really that it got traction is my fault. I reacted very poorly. Back then I kind of thought my shit didn't stink. And I'm like, I'm the popular YouTuber and I know what I'm doing. And I've done this for all these other games before and no one gave a shit. Why is it a big deal that I did this for Metal Gear Solid? So I was, oh, this guy's an asshole for making.
Because it was a pattern. People finally started picking up the pattern. And people were actually complaining about your gameplay back then with the other games. Just nobody made a "this is how you don't play" on. They just complained in the comment section. I mean, how do you think that "this is how you don't play" got all those comments on those games back then? Those were fan input on the games you were playing.
In the video, he stole my content without my permission. I'm just ignoring all fair use law and shit when I'm saying this, but I basically reacted really poorly, and it just made people want to make those videos more. And it really did kind of flip public opinion against me at that time.
It didn't flip public opinion against you. You had already turned the public opinion against you. It already happened. People were already having a negative look about you.
And it just kind of kept steamrolling for different reasons over the years, because, you start off innocent. It's just, we're making fun of Phil's gameplay, right? He sucked at the game or whatever. But then it becomes, well, that's not enough. So now we got to make fun of his mannerisms. We got to make fun of the fact that he has a medical condition. We got to make fun of the...
Well, I mean, you're the one that's snorting. Medical condition or not, most people that have a medical condition online, they still do their best to be semi-professional about it. They'll mute their mic when they're burping and belching or snorting, coughing, hacking up a lung, all that stuff. They still try their level best to mute that so the audience isn't hearing it. You did not bother to do that. You decided to just be Phil. I'm going to snort, I'm going to belch, I'm going to fart, I'm going to do whatever I want in the mic, and you guys are just going to have to deal with it.
Fact the way he looks and acts, and then it becomes, oh, let's talk about his family members, let's talk about his private shit behind the scenes. It's like, whoa, when did we get from he's a bad YouTuber to like he's the devil? And that's really the transition that kind of happened over the last decade, is people want to keep pushing that envelope and seeing how far they can get making this negative content. There's YouTube channels out there, they recently revealed they're making $5,000-$6,000 a
duty streams
month monetizing hate content about...
It's not hate content, it's their opinion. It's their opinion. Regardless of how anyone feels about another detractor, it is still that detractor's opinion. They're taking your shitty personality, making a video, and giving commentary on it. Or they're just putting out your shitty behavior. That's it. So I'll be right back. I need to do something real fast. I'll let it play.
Me every day. They're making a living doing this. It's pretty insane. So I think that's where it started. And that's how it evolved over the last decade and why there's so much of it.
You mentioned about how those earlier days, the character was, as you say, the heel. In a typical wrestling parlance, you were the heel. And you were raging against the games. And then you've also mentioned that, because I sucked at these games. How much of it was you playing a character that was just kicking off at games, and how much of it was, I'm not very good at these and I feel a bit hurt that people are calling me out on it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's about 50-50, right? Because previously, again, I had never gotten like hate for making that kind of content. People thought it was good. They thought it was funny. They kind of got the joke. And then all of a sudden, when I play Metal Gear Solid, people don't get the joke anymore. Now it's like, well, you're an asshole. And yeah, I'll admit, like, I was like, I don't get it. I thought that I knew what I was doing. I've been doing it at that point, since 2008 to like 2012. So you're talking a good, 4+ years. I've been making it a living for about 1.5 years, 2 years doing it. And the fact that the public opinion flipped on me like on a dime out of nowhere, it was shocking. And so I was hurt. And I'll admit, I admit this now. I wouldn't have said it back then, but I had an ego. And I thought, again, that I was big shit. And it's like, how dare you criticize me? My content's the best. How dare you say that this isn't good? And I think that's why it rubbed people the wrong way. And it turned that opinion against me. In reality, I knew I wasn't good at the games. I didn't really care like that. I wasn't trying to be a person making instructional videos. I wasn't saying here's a speed run or here's a walkthrough. They were always called playthroughs, my honest, silly commentary over whatever particular game I was playing. I think most people who were fans of mine got that joke, but it's really when people started making these videos, this is how you don't play, I started getting exposure to a new audience, and it was that new audience that didn't get the joke, and that's when that negative flip happened.
Where does that ego come from?
Oh man, from Street Fighter. 100% from my Street Fighter days, because back in the day, it was all about being the biggest shit talker, being the biggest heel in the Street Fighter community. You wanted to be big shit. You wanted to go to a tournament and have everyone care about you playing the game. So I was a humongous heel in the Street Fighter community during the 2000s. I would talk so much shit online. Now, today I regret it. This is one of the things that I went over when I watched and reacted to this 4-hour documentary about myself. I know that I was an asshole, you know, and now I'm in my 40s. I totally regret that stupid behavior. But back then, you know, I thought, hey, I'm creating hype for a Street Fighter event. So I would be this brash, over-the-top shit talker. That definitely translated into my early YouTube career, where I was the guy who was always talking shit about the game developer, and oh, you know, it's never my fault. Never did I ever do anything wrong, right? It's always the game that's at fault, not Phil. Phil's like the perfect gamer. It's the game that was designed poorly or whatever. And again, some people got that, but then when I got the bigger exposure for the videos, they were like, who is this asshole, right? You know, like, why is he acting like he's so much better than everybody else? And I think rightly so. That's why I got that negativity tossed my way.
If you could go back and see through the eyes that you have now, the way you reacted to those first...
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, chat.
What would you do different?
Okay, let me go back a little bit.
And I thought, again, that I've gotten like hate for making that kind of content. People thought it was good. They thought it was funny. They kind of got the joke. And then
it was all ego. Big up, G Money. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Now it's like, well, you're an asshole. And yeah, I'll admit, like, I was like, I don't get it. I thought that I knew what I was doing. I've been doing it at that point, you know, since 2008 to like 2012. So you're talking a good, you know, 4+ years. I've been making it a living for about a year and a half, 2 years doing it. And the fact that the public opinion flipped on me like on a dime out of nowhere, it was shocking.
It wasn't out of nowhere. See, all right. So, oh my gosh, you weren't reading the room. You weren't reading your comment section and what your chat was actually saying to you. That did not help you in the slightest. You need to pay attention to what chat's telling you. Now, I'm not saying you got to pay attention to every single comment that chat gives you, but you need to at least pay attention to at least a good chunk of it. Because if people are saying the same thing, and I'm talking, you know, people you know that are stalwart fans of yours versus people that aren't fans, but they're still saying the same thing or very similar, then you might want to actually pay attention. And the more comments you were getting, people weren't liking the play style. They weren't liking the direction you were going. They weren't liking you. And you decided to ignore all of that. As you said yourself, you're the YouTuber, man. You're the big dog here. You know what you're doing. No one else does. And that ended up costing you. It cost you fame. It cost you favor. It cost you possible deals, possible collabs, a brighter future. All because you wanted to play. I mean, since this is a wrestling show, I'm used a wrestling term. I do know. You wanted to play the heel of the internet. And you got what you wanted. You played the heel so everyone sees you as the heel. No one respects a heel. No one respects you.
And so I was hurt. And I'll admit, you know, I admit this now. I wouldn't have said it back then, but I had an ego. And I thought, again, that I was big shit. And it's like, how dare you criticize me? My content's the best. How dare you say that this isn't good? And I think that's why it rubbed people the wrong way. And it turned that opinion against me. In reality, I knew I wasn't good at the games. I didn't really care like that. I wasn't trying to be a person making instructional videos. I wasn't saying here.
No one was sitting there making when they were just doing gameplay. Nobody was really going for instructional videos when they're just playing games. I'm sorry, Markiplier wasn't out there making instructional videos on how to beat Five Nights at Freddy's. Or what's that game? Amnesia. He was just playing games. PewDiePie wasn't out there making instructional videos on how to play games. He was just playing games. A lot of the dudes around your era were just playing games. So this shows right here back then, 2011, 2012, Phil wasn't paying attention to his peers. He wasn't looking at, hey, what are the other YouTubers actually doing? People that are making this content, what are they actually doing? Because if he was, he would know this. Just like now. Yes, you have people that play games, you have people that make build guides and all that stuff. You have achievement hunter guides and all that stuff. But you still have the majority of people who are just playing the game. Bull. He had to proclaim that he could pick up a controller and play at a professional level. Exactly. Time egos.
Speed runner. Here's a walkthrough. They were always called playthroughs. My honest, silly commentary over whatever particular game I was playing. I think most people who were fans of mine got that joke, but it's really when people...
No, they didn't. Like, see, again, Phil, back then, 100% of your detractors were fans. You had many of videos of people sitting there saying that they couldn't take the commentary and the gameplay anymore. That they were sitting there saying, it's your fault for not paying attention. It's your fault for not reading what it's telling you to do. It's your fault that you keep getting caught. It's your fault that you keep dying. It's your fault that you're not understanding the fight.
Started making these videos, this is how you don't play. I started getting exposure to a new audience, and it was that new audience that didn't get the joke, and that's when that negative flip happened.
That was your audience. I love how he's sitting there trying to separate the detractors of now he's trying to separate his audience of then and his detractors of then. And it's like, no, they were the same. The detractors you had were your audience.
Where does that ego come from?
Oh man, from Street Fighter. 100% from my Street Fighter days, because
you got an ego from losing. I just want to point out, he's got an ego from Street Fighter for losing. Okay.
Back in the day, it was all about being the biggest shit talker, being the biggest heel.
No, it wasn't. That's why you almost got into a lot of physical fights back then. Because you were being this shit talker and people wanted to bust you in the mouth. So no, it wasn't. Again, taking the wrestling shit too far. People want in Evo trying to be wrestle.
In the Street Fighter community, you wanted to be big shit.
Oh wait, I think you just said it.
Being the biggest heel in the Street Fighter community.
So you want to be the heel, the guy nobody likes. It's rare for a heel in wrestling to be liked by the audience. Most people in wrestling do not like the heel. Oh my God. Your life really was wrestling. You thought every day was a wrestling promo. And you would think if it wasn't gaining you any favors with people that you should have maybe swapped gears. We should have changed that shit up with the quickness. Well, shit, I got people trying to beat my ass and I gotta keep talking my way out of these fights every time I look up. Maybe I should just be a normal person. Maybe just be a normal guy going to the tournament scene. Hey guys, let's just play. To the best man wins. I'll see you at the cabinet, man. Easy to be a heel when no one likes you to begin with.
You wanted to be big shit. You wanted to go to a tournament and have everyone care about you playing the game.
But nobody cared about you playing the game. Dude, oh my God. You were in your actual own bubble. Your own headcanon. Everyone wants to watch you play. When nobody wanted to watch you play. Nobody cared that you were playing. Nobody wasn't shaking your hand, dapping you up, giving you a noogie, giving you a slap in the ass, saying, yo, Phil, that was a good fucking fight, son. You really showed that dude how it's done. Yo, your Vega beat the shit out of their Bison, dude. That was amazing shit. I'd never seen anyone use Vega like that before. Or, hey, man, Phil, don't worry about it, dog. You'll get him next time. It was a good fight. You did what you could. Is that what's playing in your head? Because that's damn straight in your head. Nobody liked you. The forums didn't like you. Alphaism Radio didn't like you. The FGC didn't like you at large. Oh my God.
So I was a humongous heel in the Street Fighter community during the 2000s. I would talk so much shit online. Now, today I regret it. This is one of the things that I went over when I watched and reacted to this 4-hour documentary about myself. I know that I was an asshole, you know, and now I'm in my 40s. I totally regret that stupid behavior. But back then.
All right, no, you don't. You don't regret it. You don't regret your actions. You just regret the outcome. You regret what it made you in their eyes. That's it. Other than that, you don't give two fucks about how you were. And you know how we know? Because you're still like that today. You're still an asshole to people today. You're still an asshole to your fans today. You're still an asshole to fellow FGC members today. So you don't regret it. Remember, who the fuck cares about Evo? Who the fuck watches Evo? It's supposed to be an event for the best of the best in the world fighting each other. They got 4 Evos now, so why the fuck does the Evo matter? But you're saying, oh, I regret my actions back then. No, you don't, because you did these actions not even 2 days ago. Actually, a day ago. It was a day ago. Where you were shitting on Evo because of the one guy that won. Because he won 2 years in a row. And you said, see, the game's just still the fucking same. If one fucking person's able to keep winning it all, like, you're still shitting on them. Still being the heel. Still being the asshole. So you don't regret it. Because if you regret it and you heard that news, you'd be like, hey, you know what? Congratulations to that guy. That guy was able to squeeze 2 wins. 2 different years. That dude won the bag. Hey, you know what? To the guys in the FGC, they were great. They were great back in my day, and they're great today. No, don't get out of here with that bullshit. You don't regret it.
You know, I thought, hey, I'm creating hype for a Street Fighter event. So I would be this brash, over-the-top shit talker. That definitely translated into my early YouTube career, where I was the guy who was always talking shit about the game developer,
and you still do that today.
You know, it's never my fault. Never did I ever do anything wrong, right? It's always the game that's at fault, not Phil. Phil's like,
and you still hold that today. And I'm sorry, nobody's in on the supposed joke today. So again, you're still doing what you did in 2011, 2012. Fast forward 18 years later, 2026, and you're still the same exact person running the same exact shtick as you put it, and it's not working. It hasn't worked. It will never work. At some point, you need to switch gears. So right here, he is laying out the playbook. His playbook, I might add. His playbook. And how he's still following that playbook today. And it's not working. I was the heel in the FGC. And that transferred over to my YouTube career. Transferred over to my streaming career. 2026, I'm still doing the same shit I did back then. Almost 2 decades ago. Like, really, Phil? You over here telling this guy like it's supposed to score some brownie points? Like he's supposed to, I guess, be on your side? You know, hey, Phil, big dog, Phil, it's okay. You know, some people just don't get the joke, big dog. Oh, okay. Then why has your audience dwindled over the years? Why have you gone from 17 to 1,400 viewers on Twitch down to barely struggling to keep 250 viewers today? Is it working? That doesn't sound like it's working. It sounds like it's going downhill. You know, hell, even with Markiplier taking months and months off from YouTubing and streaming, he can fire up a live stream and still have over 100,000 people watching him. Dr. Disrespect, despite all the controversies that have come out with him, he can still hold 15,000 people watching him. Burnt Peanut can hold 30 to 40,000 people. When he was playing Arc Raiders, he was holding 100,000 people. You only tapped out at 17 and we're down to below 300. On a good day, we can get 300. On a great day, we can get 400. Not long ago, we were having 400 and 500 viewer streams. Now we're looking at night streams, $150. $150 viewership. Sometimes $120. 50 people on Kick. 80 on Kick. My guy, you are struggling. And for some odd reason, you still can't figure it out. That being the heel, being the asshole, is not the route to go. You still think you hot shit. You still think, oh, I'll do whatever I want. Picking fights with the Pokemon community. Still picking fights with the FGC community. Picking fights with the Final Fantasy community and the gaming community at large. I don't know why you think this shit's going to work out in your favor one day. Like, people are just going to turn around. I see the light. Phil was a good man. We were just all looking at him wrong. Oh, nobody's saying that. Nobody's doing that. What's up, Diet? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
The perfect gamer. It's the game that was designed poorly or whatever. And again, some people got that. But then when I got the bigger exposure for the videos, they were like, who is this asshole? Right? You know, like, why is he?
No, people didn't get it, Phil. People don't get, like, Street Fighter 6, SNK 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Call of Duty, all them games, you still have the same excuses you had then that you have now. A blind man could see where you're fucking up.
Acting like he's so much better than everybody else, and I think rightly so.
And you still act like that.
So that's why I got that negativity toss.
If you could go back and see through the eyes that you have now, the way you reacted to
his eyes are still the same, my guy. His eyes didn't change. He's trying to wear a different hat.
Those first, here's how you don't play videos. What would you do different?
I would totally roll it different. I would basically not only laugh at them, but I probably would react to them and laugh at them. And, you know, because I think
Then what's stopping you from reacting to them now? You only reacted to the one.
They are funny. You know, years later, I've watched some of them, and I think they're actually quite funny, those original ones.
They are quite funny, to be fair, Phil. They are quite funny.
Dude. I know. I laugh at myself all the time. I love doing.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because you be getting downright fucking heated at these games. The developers are stupid. Why the fuck did they do that? This is dumb. Why isn't there a checkpoint? We're in 2026 and we don't have a checkpoint. What the hell is wrong with them? They talking about modernizing the game, but there's still no checkpoints. Why can't there be a save point? Because, I can't just stream all day, yada, yada, yada. No, get that shit out of here, Phil.
Doing that now, going back and watching old me act like an idiot playing these games. And I probably, honestly, should have capitalized on it. I should have made my own, right? Why wasn't I doing this to myself? Why wasn't I lampooning?
Spoiler, he did try. Phil did try to have his own This Is How You Don't Play. And you know what it was? Boring. The thing that made This Is How You Don't Play, This Is How You Don't Play, Phil gutted it. Asking his chat, hey guys, give the clippable moments that you guys found of me being very poor at the game. And it was all watered down bullshit. It didn't go anywhere, and then he dropped it.
Myself doing my own videos and montages of me sucking at games. I think it would
shit.
People would have saw that I had a sense of humor about it, and I wasn't being so serious or butthurt about it. But I didn't do that. I did it literally the opposite. I got angry. I said, "Oh, you're using my content without my permission," and then people got even more egged on to basically do their own videos like that.
Sorry about that,
it's
Jack.
interesting hearing you talk about these past experiences, because it does feel like there's been a real change of heart for you as of late, which is part of the reason why I wanted to speak to you on a whole number of things. And recently, a big part of your streams has been playing WWE Champions. That is something that you've been doing on an evening, most evenings, and playing it with the audience there. And
he did it for years.
Well, first of all, when it comes to this game, because this is a gacha game, this is like a Candy Crush style clone. What's the appeal to you as a gamer for a game like WWE Champions?
To be completely honest, like over the years, I've on and off played various different mobile games of different kinds. They're not always like this. Like I used to play WWE Supercard back in the day, and that's a different
we know
gacha game, but it's definitely a gacha game. I played Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle.
We know that too.
It's kind of like a gem matching formula, kind of, not really, but so I've played various ones over the years. This
gem matching formula,
honestly, like wasn't a big deal to me when I started playing it many years ago, and it was something that I like casually mentioned in my content on and off, never thinking that it would ever amount to anything big. But then, as we've talked about, I have a large group of detractors on the internet, and they found an account that happened to match the name on my Twitter account, and they put 2 and 2 together and said, this is probably Phil, so let's just say it's Phil, and
they didn't say probably, they knew it was you. Jesus, Phil, come on. It's not like, even here you're lying. You knew they had you pegged. You even sat there and said, this is the one thing I can't shake them on. And you said that repeatedly.
Make a big to-do about it and track the account and see what he's doing and say what he's spending and do all of this. And, for a normal person, you would never think, man, I'm playing a mobile game. This is going to amount to something. But it just became like their focal point for like 4+ years. It became their main focus, right? Of how you can hate on Phil, say that he's playing this stupid mobile game and he's spending money on it. And of course, I'm lying about it like an idiot. And I've fessed up to all of this very recently. On my DSP Reacts channel, I did a big thing about it.
Yes, but how many people did you ban? How many people got banned because they were talking about your WWE champions? How many, Phil?
Explaining the whole situation. But basically, yeah, it was me all along. I lied to my viewer base about it for many years because I felt this is not my
7. He lied for 7.
My content. You know what I'm saying? Like my content is video games. Not mobile games, but like, console video games and doing live streams. It has nothing to do with that. I never wanted a crossover. I never wanted this to become something public. And it was my detractors who pulled me into that world. And I was like, how?
Yeah, because you were sitting there telling people you were broke. You were telling people you were broke and that you needed money for food, for house payments, for everything else. That's what you were telling people. So what do you expect to happen? Yeah, you were begging and spent it on JPEGs. Exactly.
How can I just not get people talking about it and just say it's not a big deal? Well, I'll lie. And that was the dumbest possible thing I could have done, because what happens is when you make one lie, it spins into another lie and then into another lie. And then there's another little white lie. And then next thing you know, you got this web of lies and you can't really.
There we go. Hey, Dwight, how you doing, man?
Chilling. Bing chilling.
Awesome, awesome. Good to have you back, man. I see what you mean by it gets good. It certainly has gotten good.
Yeah, like I said, he lulled him in and then smacked the shit out of him when he was ready. He baited him
Yeah.
up over there. He served him up.
It's sitting here funny listening to this, and they're sitting there. He's like, "Oh, it's this is how you don't play is what turned people against me." And it's like, no, people are already turning against you. Like,
And what did I
the
tell you
comments
yesterday?
were full of it.
Cultaholic dudes already knew. They already knew.
Yeah,
DSP thought he was going into somebody blind and thinking I could hit him with all the pignosis and manipulation. And then like, nah, this dude was already did his homework. You didn't know, but he did his homework already. Because like I said, the wrestling community already knew about you, Phil.
it's just funny listening to him, and he's over there like, "Oh, well, like he was talking about the FGC days." He's like, "Yeah, I was playing the heel," and I'm sitting there saying, "Yeah," and it didn't work, and you kept doing it anyway. Just like right now, you're still playing the heel today, and it's still not working. 18 years later, it's not working, and you're still thinking, "I'm going to be this way. It's going to work." Like, okay,
Like if he was more charismatic and not such just a petty asshole about it, you could have been the villain. Like there are people that, like I said, that make money off of rage. There are people who could capitalize off of people like being, I wouldn't say hate them, but have disdain for them.
yeah,
They could monetize that. You just don't have that because it's like through all of that, people see through it because they see the greed. They see the greed.
yeah.
And it's
I'm
like
loving it.
it'd be one thing if it's like, oh, it's genuine, but it's like I know everything you do has a monetary value. You don't do nothing for free.
Yep. It's like he sat there and was like, "Oh, I should have made my own. This is how you don't play." And it's like, you did though, and it failed. Like you did try it, but you lying to Cultaholic here saying that you should have tried it, and you did. I love it. I love it.
Hell, he's trying to do it in current day with this edited content.
Yeah,
He's trying to get ahead of this is how you don't play with his own edited content that throws sneak disses at him. That's nothing but a like low budget Timu. This is how you don't play. That's all it is.
Yup. What's up, Flame Lord? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Like I said, we're doing that in current day.
Yeah. And it's like, dude, it's not gonna work. Like you don't know what makes this is how you don't play. This is how you don't play. Like I was in there when he was talking about this is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid. He's in there saying, "Oh, I was just being the asshole. I was gonna talk shit about the developer. I was gonna try to portray the game poorly to show that the game is poor." And it's like, but you only hurt yourself. It didn't hurt the game because everybody already played the game.
He didn't. That's the thing, though. That's a cope and an excuse
Yeah,
because, like, you weren't doing that in the beginning. You were just trying to play the game like a regular person would. The only difference is you don't know how to follow instructions. You have no depth of perception. You have no reflex time, and you're just overall just kind of just ignorant.
yeah,
And the game exposed all of that. And then when the people, like I said, normal people saw it and could recognize, like, yeah, this is not a gimmick. You're just that incompetent.
yeah. I'm
Like you're
doing all right,
just
man.
that
I can't complain.
incompetent.
What's up, Avalanche? How you doing, man? I'm all right. Yeah,
And that's the part that hurt him the most is that it showed off that, yeah, he's incompetent. He's incompetent.
very incompetent. I was in there like, oh yeah, I was just playing the heel. I was playing the heel to
And
get
what
the
also,
match hyped. It's like, who the
this
fuck
is how
asked you
you
to be
don't
the
play
heel?
hurts him because it presents Phil in a lens that he cannot control. He cannot control the
Yeah,
lens of it. This is how you don't play. He can't silence the words for people commenting on it. This is how you don't play. So, like I said, that hurts him. Like I said, it shows him through a lens that he cannot control.
and he's been trying to control it for years.
Like I said, he tried to knock down. You cut off one head, two shall take its place.
Yep, it was funny you say that because I was just talking about the detractor Hydra. Like you're not getting rid of
Yeah,
it.
there's no such thing. He could sit there and go and take victory laps over. Maybe he knocked down one or two people, but it's like every time you do that, you encourage others to take their place. Or from what I've seen just in my time in this vortex is when he tries to like strike down the bigger detractors, it just makes the lower level tractors step their game up
Yeah.
to go
Actually,
even harder in the fucking paint. And the next thing you know, they got more prominence. Like, I mean, look at Meerkat. Meerkat was that way. Like, he was low level at one time, and then a couple of bigger names were getting hit, and then all of a sudden he went hard in the fucking paint.
yeah.
Now look.
It's funny you say that because I said that a couple of weeks ago. I said, the tractors, they kind of rotate. You have the ones up top, and then they'll leave or get struck down. And then I'll be up top with a couple of other detractors, and then we'll get struck down or leave. And there's already somebody else coming up the ranks.
Yeah, and it just encourages the lower level ones to go harder in the fucking paint. That's it. That's all he ever done is like anytime, especially like with Tevin or Ann Lee or whomever, it's like you knock down one of the big wigs, the heavy hitters around here. All it does is encourage the lower level guys, the grunts, the dudes that be behind the scenes doing legwork to just step their game up.
Yup.
That's all it does. It inspires them to go, okay, so if we want to get down like that, we could play, we could ball.
But look, your slogan is in true form: no peace.
No peace. You know what I'm saying? No peace, bro. Like if
What's
that's
up,
what
Wyatt?
want,
How you doing? Chilling? That's what's up.
Like I said, we aim to please around here. Full 24/7 customer service. You want it,
Yup.
you get it.
It's
Put your order in. Don't worry, it'll be here.
It's just funny listening to this because he's telling all these lies, and I'm over here like, dude, no.
Yeah, and you can see your man Tom's face just giving him the look like, really, nigga? Really, nigga? Because he already knows. You already know. Like I said, Phil is under the impression he's talking to someone who doesn't know him.
Yeah.
And that's, like I said, that's always been his mission statement when it came to doing this whole, I want people to interview me. He wanted to find people who didn't know him and would sit, and then he could sit there and do all this nonsense that we've been watching. Spin all these webs, tell all these long-winded stories, lull Tom down to something, and then just keep bombarding him with the lies.
Yeah.
But like I said, Tom knows. Like I said, Tom is just playing the fool.
What's up, Master of Flight? Do my diaper check.
I'm saying he's playing the part of the unknown interviewer. Like I don't know nothing about you. I did zero research, and then it's like he does all this, and then Tom just hit him with the shit, and not just hit him with regular shit, but hit him with some shit that's like, oh, okay,
yeah.
You've been out here. You've been in the trenches. I must have missed you on Friday, but you was in here.
Yeah,
okay.
Like it was funny when he asked him about the incident, or as I now dubbed it, Beat It Nom, and got his purple piggy heart for surviving that day. It was like, he's like, what was your thought process when you mid wank? It's like, no, he finished that wank. Like, he beat his dick like it owed him money. And he's like, oh, yeah, I said shit. But, I rolled with it. It's like, no, you didn't. You fucking were banning people for months on that shit.
Yeah, so like I said, he didn't come in just where the load go. Like, he went extra into the deep cut. Like, nah, nigga, you didn't just sit there and play it cool. You was over here being bitch mode. Stop playing.
Yes.
I remember. Tom from the UK remembers. Stop playing.
Like, and I sat there and said, I was like, dude, you tried to message Keemstar and get on Drama Alert to talk about it. Like, get out of here.
And I know you. Did you see how Phil's face popped up when he realized that, oh shit, Tom knows something more than just the surface level. He knows more than just the surface level. He can't do that thing of, I rolled with it. Tom's like, nah, you didn't roll with it though. You didn't.
His face said it. He may not said anything, but his face said it all.
Yeah, it was a shock of, oh shit, he knows more than the surface level of whatever's on the internet. Meaning he's not like DSP just reading the headline and not reading the whole article.
Yeah.
Okay. He saw the headline and then he read the article.
Exactly. Just like it was funny because I just thought about it. He sat there and said he was sitting there lying to people, and now he's just trying to be honest. But you're over here lying still.
And that's what I was saying the other day. It's like that whole Kino arc with the whole interviews, every person he talked to, he lied to. Yeah. Everyone, even including the Kino.
Yeah.
So it's like that's why I'm always like, even if you want to use this dude as fodder for content, it's not even worth it because you're never gonna get anything truthful out of him unless you like literally put him in a corner and you have to beat it out of him. You have to
Yeah.
give this man zero options to weasel out. Like the Derek thing, he had to take it because they literally had his ass in a corner.
Let me see what you got
And he
here.
knew the ramifications of if he didn't get in line, what was in jeopardy, i.e., his money. His
Yup.
money. And he
What
bent
the
the
hell?
knee because, like I said, at that point, like I said, he was willing to sacrifice the ego this time for the paycheck.
Yup.
Because his ego was, well, if I gave up Derek, the Tractors would have got a W. That was his ego. But the shit with the Keno and
Yup.
all that was him thinking with his wallet. Because he knew if he didn't get in board with this, get rid of Derek and bend that knee and concede to like, hey, I'm not gonna sit here and leave a pedophile in my community, he would have known that they would have bowed out, they would have took their audience, and the money would have dried up as quick as shit.
Yup. And that's what he turned around and said too. Wait, I didn't see this. Phil wears diapers and has baby arms. ARS
Yeah, that's
1000.
the new meme of just making him
What
spurred
is
out his
ARS? Is that
say he has a diaper.
Argentinian? I don't know
Yeah, I
the
think it is.
currency. Noodle arms. Hearing your dog shit takes. Oh, hearing your dog shit takes on the RAM and gas prices earlier almost gave me a stroke. Laughed my ass off. You think with all the time you had pooping in your big boy diaper, oh god, you'd be able to
Not,
do
there's just
some
a lot of photos.
research.
There's a lot of photos out there with Phil with like
I,
some droopy pants, looking
yeah,
like he's got a diaper on, and it's like, and his excuse is, well, I'm losing weight and I don't have the new clothes, but you got all this money. You bought a bunch of shirts. You didn't buy no pants.
you bought a bunch of Pokemon boxes, hundreds
Yeah,
of
you got
thousands of
time to buy
dollars of Pokemon
Like I
boxes.
said, you got time to buy cars, but you ain't got time to buy pants that fit you allegedly. So now you just walking around with droopy pants, looking like you got an adult diaper on. 'Cause that's the narrative right now. That's the
Good
narrative, and he can't.
God.
And being the Phil that he is, instead of just ignoring it, he has to give it lip service. So now it actually
Yeah, he
sounds like,
been
hey, you probably do wear a diaper.
yeah, because
And you're a
I've heard he's
notorious
been
liar.
crashing out
So why would
about it.
anybody believe you, Phil? You're a notorious
Yeah,
liar. Why would
dude.
anybody believe you?
And I said it Saturday. I'm like, even if let's just say, it's just the tractors fucking with him because somebody said it. It got back to him. He got pissed off, flew off the handle. Thank you. You just let everyone know it's gonna get to you. So now everybody's gonna fucking go that much harder
Like I
into
said,
it.
people know what the button to press, and on top of that, you gave it life and somewhat validity
Yeah. All he could have
by
just said
addressing it.
nothing.
By, like I said, he did the whole thing of showing his pants, showing his underwear, and it's like that doesn't mean it's not true. It's like people do know you can take off diapers, Phil.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like just because you're showing us without the diaper right now doesn't mean you don't wear them. So it's like that's not a case closed. I prove my
So,
point
no.
situation. It's just you trying to do some serious damage control right now
When all
because
you
you
had to
feel
do
in
was
some
say
type of
nothing.
ways that everybody's calling you a giant man baby right now.
It gives more life to that damn grown man tantrums I got from you.
And all what he and like most people, everybody's been saying what you should have done was said nothing, not even give it lip service, and
Yep.
kept it pushing. But instead, you go through this whole people are stupid. You feel like you gotta get the last word on everybody, and it's like maybe stop doing that. That's one of your flaws because you feel you need to get the last word on every fucking thing. You end up exposing shit that makes you look stupid. Also, you can sit
Exactly.
there and best somebody, which by all case in point, nobody would have known it was there because we can't see your chat. But
Yeah.
because you chose to open up your mouth and give it lip service, read it out loud, and breathe life into it, now it's out there. And it's like the only person who did that was you. Like I said, even just because the tractor makes a meme, don't mean you have to promote the meme. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. What's up, Roman Sanchez? Yeah. Oh,
You
yeah. Don't
promote
give
every
Phil
damn
money.
different
Definitely.
meme that's out there. You promote it so much that that's why it's rampant in your chat because you promote it. Even if one person says it, all you have to do is silently ban them and keep it pushing. But you sit there and you
Yep.
breathe life into it, you resuscitate it, and then you get confused when the whole chat starts spamming it. Well, motherfucker, you endorsed it by letting people know that this thing here pushed your button.
Yup. Like I
And
said,
again,
people just want to run with it.
locals keep forgetting that there's people out there who do not like you. So why would you give them something to work with? Hmm?
Yeah. Well, it was like what he said about Wings when he did that interview. Like, oh, Wings, you take the bait. Then what the fuck? What did I tell you yesterday? We're not even putting
Yeah.
bait on the line anymore. It's just a bare fucking rod, the bare line, and he's just biting it now. There's
Like,
no bait, and he's biting it.
They just throwing photos of Phil out there, and he just like, and
Yo.
it's like, damn, son, damn.
Like, dude, don't say anything. Like, who's taking the bait worse than Wings now? I mean, you always took it worse than Wings, but it's
I
100 times
he's lucky.
worse.
Know what would have been funny if remember when his dad sent him a photo of a fish.
Yes, the unsolicited fish pic.
And like I said, I know for a short time people were trying to get that rolling of just spamming fish in his chat, but it's like if they were doing that still to this day, he would have lost his shit.
Yes, the fish would have been the thing.
Yeah, and he would have been losing his shit because he knows what it means and he knows what they're referencing, and it's like, well, the only reason they know that is because you told them. You told them.
Yep.
Like I said,
Hey.
I would have never known your mama brushed your hair till you were 17 unless you told me. And I would have never known your daddy
Yes.
sent you an unsolicited fish pic if you didn't tell me.
That still kills me. My dad sent me an unsolicited fish. What the fuck? What? Oh, what the fuck is an unsolicited? Dude, I was like, I heard of unsolicited dick pics, but a fish pic?
It almost
Actually-
starts. I'm starting to really believe he might actually be autistic or some kind of retardation because, like, I don't know people who talk like him.
Yeah.
I don't
You
know
know what
anybody
makes
that
that
talks like him
worse?
other than actual retarded people.
You know what makes that worse too? Now I sit and think about it. What makes this worse too is, what if his wife, let's just say Kat was feeling herself one day, and just sends him a topless pic? You gonna tell her it's an unsolicited tit pic?
Probably.
Like first off, it's like, this is your fucking father. First off, like, your father should be able to send you anything. I mean, besides a dick pic, he'd be like, "Hey,
Like,
son, how
you
you
also gotta
doing?" Here's-
remember, like this is why I say it's autism, no Ice, because like it's the
Mhm.
consumer brain because he uses that because that's a buzzword that's used when people send dick pics, right? That's usually
Yep.
how that term goes when it comes to sending photos. It's unsolicited dick pics, but
Yep.
he just used that buzzword and then tried to use it as a universal term for everything. So unsolicited fish pics, and it's like, that sounds kind of weird, Phil. No one would say that
No
unless
one.
unless they were trying to be like what's the word using euphemisms and just innuendos, and so they say unsolicited fish pic, but they actually meant dick pic. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
you mean actual fish though,
An
so it's
actual
like it's
fish.
weird. And it's like that's what context matters right there, Phil, because I can read that however the fuck I want. Like I said, I can interpret that as you're talking about your dad sent you a dick pic. I really could.
Yeah, you could.
Because you
Like,
use the term unsolicited, the implication is your dad sent you a dick pic.
Yeah. Like, it could be, you could put anything there now.
Yeah, I can make, like I said, if I wanted to take it to the extreme, or any detractor take it to the extreme, they could have ran with that, and it'd be somewhat valid based off of the language that you used.
Yup.
'Cause like I said, ain't nobody gonna sit there and say, well, my dad sent me an unsolicited fish pic. They'd have just said my dad went fishing and he caught a fish and he sent a picture of the fish he caught. They would have never said nothing like unsolicited.
Unsolicited
weird.
fish pic. It is.
And it's kind of cold towards your fucking father, because like your father doesn't have to solicit anything to you, dude.
Yeah, that's your
He
father.
ain't got to sell you nothing. He ain't got to sell you shit. But like I said, that's how transactional your relationship with your parents are, clearly, because you always trying to solicit fucking money from them. Makes you think. Like, if you really think about, like I said, think about how he uses his language.
Oh, I know.
Like I said, like unsolicited. Like you just constantly trying to sell and not be sold things, but you like to buy things, so you like being solicited. You love being solicited. Yo, that pause is nasty work, bro.
I know. That's nasty. But that'd be like, I can imagine it, because my uncle, he'll send me pictures of cars he sees. He'll go to car shows and whatnot, or since he knows I like Mustang, he'll find a nice Mustang and shoot me a picture of it. Imagine me on stream one day. My uncle sent me an unsolicited car pic. Like, what?
Yeah, and I can like I said, I can interpret that as a dick pic, but you just don't want to say dick, so you just say carpet.
Exactly.
But you said unsolicited. I'm like, why you say it like that?
Yeah.
Like, did you send a picture of his dick? Like, what?
Like, what Freaky Friday shit you got going on over there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like language matters in those type of contexts, man. And like nobody that I've ever heard of or known uses that term unsolicited. Like outside of like the music industry, no one
Yeah,
uses that term unsolicited so that freely unless it's a dick pic.
exactly. And then you'll even see it on people's profiles. No unsolicited dick pics.
Yeah,
It's like there's. I guess Phil's gonna have no unsolicited fish pics
but
on
that
his.
just also shows you how free sheltered he is from the outside world and other people that he doesn't know that. He doesn't know
Yeah.
that.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing? Did you see DSP
Doesn't
crashing
spend
out
any
about
time
him
with
wearing
any other
diapers?
person
Yes.
other than a couple dents that sit there and do his bidding, but he's not really having any, and I hate to use the term, meaningful relationships with anybody. Like I said,
Yeah.
no friends, no real, no confidants, no nothing.
No,
Just
nothing.
it's just him, and whenever he finds someone that's willing to do what he asks and listen to his pleas, then he'll sit there and trauma dump them just to get more
Oh, I
pity out of them.
know.
But all the while you're trauma dumping shit that may or may not be real in your life, and you're just telling absolute fucking strangers this.
Yeah, because I mean, Darziak, a stranger. The Kino Casino, strangers.
PPP, Andy, subsequently strangers. Okay, you just know them
Yeah,
because they're internet personalities, but you do not know them personally.
personally.
So by all
Yeah.
accounts, they are still strangers.
And you just over there
Like I would
saying
say,
this
the
shit to
difference
them.
between them and their connection is different because like Andy and PPP have actually physically hung out in the same room together. So you could say these two men are friends.
Yeah.
They have shared a room together. They have hung out in a real life setting, not outside of the computer screen. You are just an acquaintance they know based off of your internet history, but you are still a stranger to these people, and vice versa.
Yup. Hey, Aaron, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
That's like
Phil's a
saying me and
modern
Ice,
bubble boy.
we're acquaintance and we're friendly, but I don't know Ice in a real life setting, so we are still
Exactly.
technically strangers to each other. Like I
Like,
said,
I
I
ain't
don't
been to one
even
of
know
your
what he looks
smokeouts
like.
yet.
I couldn't pull Ice out of a candy lineup right now because I don't know what he looks like.
Yup.
So that, by all
Man,
accounts, makes us
I ain't
still
been to that smokeout yet.
strangers.
You got.
Even though my face is out there and Ice has probably seen my face, we are still strangers.
Yeah. Until we physically meet, you strangers.
Yeah. Like I said, we could be cordial, we could be friendly, we can do all that stuff here online, but at the end of the day, he is a stranger to me. I don't know how he lives. I don't know the people in his life. I don't know any of that. I don't know the job he does. I don't even know the size shoe he wears. I don't even know his real name.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Until you get to that point where you know a motherfucker's real name and you can shake his hand, you are strangers.
Exactly. Yeah. All day. Hey, man, they're internet buddies. That's as
Yeah,
far as it fucking goes.
I've said this to you before in private. I said it to a lot of people,
Yup.
like, you don't know me.
Yeah.
I could be
You could be a
lying to
fucking
you right
psychopath
now,
for all
but
I
I'm
know.
giving you the courtesy and the respect, just because we're human beings. But like I said, at the same time, like I take everything anyone says with a grain of salt, and you should do the same with me.
Yup.
Unless I show you evidence that to the contrary, like, yeah.
And then we already know if Phil
He's
gets
so
someone
lonely
else.
for any companionship. He, like I said, if you're
Oh
willing to
God,
listen to him and you're
he's
willing
like
to give
Scott.
him things he wants,
He's like
you're a
Scott
friend
in
until
that
he doesn't
sense.
need you. I don't know.
I was like, he's like Scott in that sense. The only difference is he's not jumping in random discords. But anybody that
Well,
shows him
Scott's a lot lower because he's not even getting compensated for his chicanery. He's just lonely, whatever. Like he just wants people to just
yeah,
acknowledge that he's there,
it
that he's
acknowledges
in
his
the
fucking
room.
existence.
Yeah, just acknowledge that I'm in the room.
Yeah, oh yes, Lupin fan. I'm definitely getting the heat wave. It sucks.
God bless Central Air, son.
Oh, that trust me, I'm in the AC in the house. I'm like, nope. But dude, I felt like I was gonna be a melted candle when I walked from my job to my car. I was like, son of a
I mean,
bitch.
it's hot out where I'm at, but I wouldn't know because I haven't stepped foot outside. I said, fuck that. I don't need to be outside right now. I don't need nothing. I'm good.
Like I'm good. But yeah,
I
like
got food
this.
in the house. Shit, I got a dehydrator a couple days ago, and I just got some
Ooh,
bell peppers. So I got that shit running now, trying to dehydrate some peppers for some pepper chips. And it's like, yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
hell
I don't need to go
yeah.
outside.
See the man with the
Need to
plan.
go out.
Man with the fucking plan. Unlike Phil over here. I'm wondering what tale he's gonna weave now with this. That, and you can also tell he's lying because he keeps adding to the story.
Yeah,
It's never just the
too
thing.
much supplemental information, and it's like I don't need all this, bro. Just
Yeah.
give me the TLDR, please. Summarize.
Yup.
Fly any further. You've kind of talked yourself into a corner, and it all came to a head. Just like I said, when this documentary came out a couple weeks ago, it definitively proved that this account was mine. And I was like,
No. Oh my god. Oh god. Again, fucking lie because the detractors already had all the proof. The detractors already put all that proof out. You were the one running around saying they had no proof. They couldn't prove a damn thing. If you
Stolen
if it's
accounts.
yup, if you believe anybody else other than me, you're an idiot. All that shit, and then when this documentary, oh, I knew I couldn't weasel my way. No, you couldn't ever weasel your way out anyway. And then what did June the King tell you, Phil? Everybody knew it was yours. Like it was an open secret. You're the only one running around acting like it's not your account, but everyone else knew. Like, come on. Like, stop trying to lie to people. I say Phil was the kid who would take the ball and go home. He didn't get his way, but I don't get a house till he was late
He is that
teens.
guy. He is
Yeah.
that kid. He's that kid that if the game didn't go his way, either he don't want to play or nobody can play. He's literally that kid. I 100% guarantee you he was that kid. He was that kid. If you don't play by his rule, or if you playing a game with him and he's not winning, he'll change the rules. He'll move the goalpost on you.
I mean,
He
hell,
will
he's already done
he's
that.
that kid. We all knew a kid like that in the neighborhood. He's that kid. I promise you.
But he's like that now. Remember Marvel vs.
Yeah.
Capcom 2? And he sat there and told that dude, oh, well, that dude's shitty because I was going to fuck him up and he changed his team. It's like, well, you're not playing by tournament rules. You don't get to try to all of a sudden invoke a rule on somebody. Y'all ain't playing tournament.
Like,
he should stick with that team until I beat him.
But it's like, Phil, but he can do this and that. So, and so can you. So,
Ooh,
like, stop
yeah.
crying. It
It's
goes
like, and
both
you
ways. Just like
did.
the lag. If you got lag, he got lag. It goes
Yep.
both ways. It's not exclusive. The lag don't decide who it wants to fuck with. It's not personal. The lag is not a detractor.
No, it is
Okay?
not.
Just like the sun's not a detractor. It just is. You know what I'm saying? But he wants to sit there and throw all these, oh, well, if they did, I would have totally kicked his ass. It's like, well, you're not there, you're there, and you got your ass whooped. So, womp womp.
Like, dude beat the dog shit out of you at the end of the
I'm
day.
saying the same way you said there, I could tell who people are based off their play style. And clearly, you can't because a bunch of dudes you claim are your friends pass you around. So,
Like, man, they passed him around like a cheap whore, beating his ass. And then he gonna all of a sudden be over there.
You were bitter, salty, coping and seething until you found out who they were, and then you turned bitch. You literally turned bitch.
Straight bitch. Straight bitch.
oh, I'm just gonna fess
It's the
up.
product of pussy, kids. This shit's crazy.
Yup.
Truth, and then we can move forward. And you gotta wonder, when you fess up about something like that, you've lied to your audience for years and years.
Oh, he'll get that. He'll end up getting that. Master of Flight.
It's still a lie you've told for so many years.
7 years and a graveyard of bodies of people you banned. Like, like, so you gonna go back and apologize to those people? We're gonna unban all those people? I mean, the answer is obviously no. But still, we're gonna unban those people for just
Also,
mainly
that's the
asking
thing
the
DSP
question.
can't understand either. It's like he's like, why do people still harp on stuff I did in the past? Because you've never apologized for anything. And honestly and truthfully, even as simple and little as things may sound, it's like you should apologize because in most of those instances, you were wrong. You were wrong.
Yeah. And the thing is those small things lead up to the bigger things. And that's all he did. He just kept going to the bigger thing, the bigger lie. To the point that he couldn't contain the lie, and then he was forgetting the lie he was already telling you. And that was the other thing. Like, dude, like that lie don't add up to the lie you told last week or a couple of days ago. The very same thing.
How are they going to respond, right? Are they going to turn off and be like, well, you're a liar, I don't trust you anymore? Or are they going to hang in there? Lucky for me, man, my audience, most of them didn't care. They're like, yeah, this is stupid anyway. This wasn't a big deal.
No, you lost a lot of fans when that Champions thing came out. When you admitted to the Champions, you lost fans. In fact, it was bad enough that even Darziak messaged you and said, hey, Phil, that actually hurt me. That hurt that you lied about that. I believed you, and it turned out to be you were lying to me. You lost a lot of fans when that shit came out.
Like, we didn't really care that you were playing mobile games. We don't care what you spend your money on. We're just happy that you fessed up because we could tell it was like a weight off your shoulders to be able to do it. And now to be able to spin this into streams, you know, I'm doing entire streams based around Philomania. Let's play champions. Let's do pulls in the stupid game. It's an awesome, positive way to turn it into something.
Because the ones that stayed are losers, exactly.
Now for the future. And honestly, it feels like it's taken a lot of the power away from these trolls who stalked me for years and years. Because this was like the one thing they knew they had me on, and I couldn't really talk my way out of it. But now it's kind of a big relief, and I'm
That's a lie. The one thing, Phil, that detractors got you on, it seems like we get you on a lot of things, though.
Exactly.
The one thing you got. That's why we here where we are right now, because you got caught on a lot of things, not just one thing, but a lot of things,
multiple things. Hey, Will Swade, how you doing, man?
And here's the thing: he can sit here and go, I fessed up, I came clean about the champions, but where's the apology to your detractors? You don't gotta like sit there and specifically name names, but you should be like, to my detractors, I am sorry that I sat here and lied, and you were telling the truth.
Yep, I sat there and lied on you all for
you guys tried
years.
to sit here and keep me, all these years you tried to keep me honest, and I adamantly sat here and lied to just not just to you detractors, but to my audience and the internet at large.
Yep.
And I am sorry. That's what you should be doing. Instead of sitting going, I fessed up, I did this, and when you with these half-assed things, apologize to the people that called you out. Apologize to the people who you banned for calling you out.
Yep.
Like I said, you don't have to specific name names, but you could just throw out a blanket statement and be like, you know what, I was wrong. I shouldn't have banned people when I was being called out for something I was actually doing. And I should apologize to the people who were literally trying to hold me accountable for the thing I was doing.
Like they
so that's
really
why
tried.
He wonders, why do people still harp? Why do people still harp? Because you owe a hell of a lot of people apologies. That's why.
Yep.
You really do. You owe a lot of people. Like I said, you don't got to be name specific. You could just blanket it out and be like, hey, for the Derek situation, I'm sorry. You guys was telling me for years, and I adamantly didn't listen because I didn't want to get embarrassed. I'm sorry for keeping a predator amongst my community and putting my audience in my community in some kind of danger. You know, a little bit of that. I'm sorry for lying to you when I said I needed money for my livelihood, but I wasted it on an actual mobile game. I'm sorry I misused my funds to spend it on junk when it was meant to help me in my life, and I sat here and used my downtrodden pity to milk you for that money. I'm sorry. Like little things like that, Phil, should be done. But you'll never do those things, and that's why people are going to be on your ass till you die. Okay, people are gonna be on your ass till you die, until you literally sit there and apologize. Genuine apologies too. None of that bullshit. I don't want to hear that moment of weakness. If I hear moment of weakness one time, it's not a real apology. Because
Yeah,
every day your life is a fucking moment of weakness.
that's what I said.
Okay,
Like every time
every
we
day
look up
your
is a
life
moment of
is
week.
a moment of
I'm a
weakness. Like I
fallible
said,
human.
how many times when he's been forced to like give the phony apology that he throws in, I had a moment of weakness. Like, yeah, you seem to have a lot of moments of weakness, Phil. When you made that state of decay thing and it was your depression, you was in a moment of weakness. When you jerked off, you were in a moment of weakness, right? These are all things
Yup.
he said.
When he went off
When
on
you
his
was doing
chat for
all this
not giving him
WWE
money
champions and the
was a
gambling and the
moment of
drinking,
weakness.
you was in a moment of weakness. Just the same way everything we've said is a nugget of truth. All his mistakes are just moments of weakness.
And that's why I laugh at
It's
the
like there's
June
a
the
lot of moments
King.
there, Phil. It's a lot of moments, and it's a lot of
Yeah, too
weakness.
many. That's why I laugh at the June the King documentary. And, June told Phil straight up, you lie. You're not credible. And then Phil gonna nod his head. And it's like, Phil, I wouldn't be nodding my head and smiling at that. He's straight up telling you he cannot believe a single thing that comes out of your mouth. Not one thing.
At this point, I think when people tell him stuff like that and he's doing the head nod, he's literally Charlie Brown in it. All he hears is
Yeah. Yup, that's all it is.
and that's all he hears. We just sit there bobblehead, yes ma'am, yes sir. And
Yeah,
it's just like,
yes.
did you hear anything that motherfucker said? Because like I said, you would think he would respond if but here's the thing, the way June said it, again, because he didn't outright insult him and it didn't
Yeah.
register. But it registered when Craig told him to go fuck himself. He heard that.
Oh man, that was Roger that.
But it's like when you say it in a way where his brain can't compute non-buzzwords, it just went right over his head. And he just heard wah, 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 wah.
Yep. But hey, June, wouldn't it be great if we turned the camera back on my detractors and you went at them?
He's like,
Nobody gives a fuck about them.
no.
Like as fucked up as it sounds, they're nobodies. It's gonna be too many of them to try to go
On top
after.
of that, he don't know who's doing what and who's doing anything outside of Duty, who purposely made himself prominent to you. You don't really know who the real key players are around here.
Like I said,
You don't
the
know who the
majority.
tastemakers are. You don't know the cats who
Nope.
really have influence within the vortex. Even though we're independent contractors, people will listen to someone who has some influence in the community.
Yep. Or they'll go to them
You
and
don't
ask
even
them for
know who
direction.
any of those you don't know who any of those players are. Like I said, the best you could pull out of your ass is Tevin and Duty.
And maybe
You
that
might
being
know
said,
that
if
being
you
said,
really
but
wanted to go
who
at
knows?
deeper,
But you don't know who the real players are around here.
yeah. Like I said before, nobody wants that crown of the detractor. Nobody wants it. It's like, look, we just like being separate, like we are. We collab with each other off and on, talk to each other, but everybody does their own thing, and you know what? We let the audience decide who y'all like being
We
around
do.
more.
But at the same time, even with the independent contractor status, there still is a hierarchy here.
Oh yeah, there's always gonna be a
There
hierarchy.
still is a hierarchy, and there are people, like I said, amongst the ranks who have more sway and influence over others.
Yeah.
And
3
like I said,
million for 11 months as a pilot. Son of a
some of
bitch.
those detractors who have
Thank you,
that kind of
man.
influence and sway aren't even that prominent on the YouTube scene. Meaning, like,
No.
they're not out here putting content out every day. They're not out here streaming every day. Like, the ones who have the actual real type of influence are barely even seen. They show up when they show up, and when they do, they get the numbers, they get the views, they get the engagement, they get it all.
Yep.
Like I said, Phil has no clue who the true players are.
And on top of that, you have to get everyone to actively look for them.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to find them. And guess what? That's too much. That's way too much work.
If you're not in the know and you don't know, you really won't.
Yeah.
Unless you ask around, and the ones who will tell you like who the real big players around here. And like I said, I can name a bunch of names who barely make content, but I guarantee you they are the big players.
Yep.
like I said, you could throw out the easy answers like the meerkats and the that being said, and I guess like like Atlas
You
the bookkeeper,
Keeper,
or
you could,
even
like you said,
like
you could throw out
Vega or something
Duty,
like
something
that.
like, yeah.
And like I said, you could throw
You
in a
even throw
Ryback
out
Ice Yamamoto. You could throw in a lot of people. You could throw
GTG.
in well, but see, like I said, I would consider GTG a heavy hitter because he's an
Oh yeah,
OG.
he is. Yeah, he's
But
an
like
OG.
I said,
He's definitely a heavy hitter.
he's got influence. He's got sway. He's got resources that a lot of us don't because he's been in the trenches just that goddamn long.
Yes. Yeah, Agent Proper. I mean,
Got
hell,
people,
you
yeah,
got
Agent
Stuart
Proper is another
Burnell.
one
You
who has
got fucking
influence. He has sway. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
When he speaks, people listen because
The
they
bacon
know the
sweats.
pedigree he has. They know he's been in them trenches, so they know like, okay, he's got some credibility around here. He's not just going to give you bullshit. He's not going to spam you nothings.
Yep.
You know
And
what I'm
like you
saying?
said, Phil doesn't
if
even know
he
where
has
to look.
information to give you, he's always got receipts behind him.
Yep. But I remember Phil.
So I'm saying,
It's
so like I
funny because
said,
Phil's gonna need people to feed
don't
him
know
people.
DSP don't know any of that. He doesn't know none of
Oh
that.
hell no! And the thing is though, is he had Darziak feeding him people's names. He still wasn't getting it.
Because he don't know. And again, he's so blindsided. He's so short-sighted with just, well, these people don't have like the views, so they must be a bunch of nobodies. But it's like if you just reading it into that, then you are missing the forest for the trees. Like I said, it's not about it's not about the quantity, it's the quality. And clearly these people have enough quality that even with small subscriber numbers, they get a lot of attention. And like I said, when they speak, people listen. And it don't matter if they're not sitting on 100K or 20K or whatever big number that you think is legitimate enough for you to pay attention to. That's where you fall short, Phil. You're too busy pocket watching that you're not even tasting the food. You're just looking at the ambiance. You saw the atmosphere and thought like it's not that spectacular. Why is everybody you ain't taste the food? That's your problem. You didn't taste the food.
Yep. And he's like, he still likes to run that shit today.
You thought we was fat out here for fun. You thought we was fat out here for fun.
No.
It was good food. And we were eating good too. We was eating good. But
he'll never get that. He'll never get it because he can't.
He just sees RGB lights, and that's it. Yup.
That's how the detractors are gonna get Phil's attention. We just have to put up a bunch of RGBs. Like, here you go, Phil. RGBs.
No, you're not legit. So you got RGBs in your setup.
Exactly.
You talk so much in your streams over the years about your private life. You introduce us to your partner, your wife. Now you've got married on stream. You've introduced us to your.
No, he didn't get married on stream. I'm not going to nitpick that. That's a mistake anyone can make.
Cat, and you told us all.
He technically left and went and got married after he said he didn't have any money to go anywhere, and his parents paid for everything. And then he got married.
Let him cook, though. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Oh, okay.
You've been very open about a lot of your financial issues as well, and that's kind of been told through there. So, out of interest,
wait. Real pause, real quick. You see already, he's hearing wah because he's bobbing.
Yeah, he's bobbing. I see that. He's just bobbing his head up and down.
He's just wah. He hears wah. But wait, let him cook, and then wait. Then he'll then look at Phil's face.
All right.
Being so open about so many things, why is, as to quote yourself, Phil, a stupid mobile game, why is that so sacred?
Yeah, it's a good question. I really feel like what has happened.
Thinking about lies because he wasn't expecting him
to
really.
I see that
he wasn't expecting him to keep digging in deep because it's like, yeah, most people would just let it go. It's like, no, Phil, like you really covered this game that you was willing to lie about everything.
Now remember, he said he had to protect his family over a mobile game.
You wasn't protecting anybody but yourself.
Yourself. That's what I said.
The family of one.
I like how he was looking down too, like, oh shit.
Yourself, Phil, a stupid mobile game. Why is that so sacred?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Like right there. Yeah,
I really feel
Because that's shame.
yeah,
That's embarrassment. Because you know, like yeah, bro, like no one's dumb to how these things work. Like I said, you kept talking like nobody has access to or information on how things work, and they know how it works. And like I said, we've
yep,
seen enough of your content to know that you coveted this thing. You're on like a 7+ year streak of logins.
yeah. Like Jesus.
like what has happened with my detractors over the years is they'll hyper
That's
fixate
always
on
the shift
one
right there.
thing.
He starts it with the
Yep.
detractors, but it's like that's not what he asked you, sir.
He asked you, why did
He
you
didn't even
covet?
mention your
Why do you hide
detractors.
this so much?
Yeah, like you're sitting there trying to put it on us, like, bro, fuck it. We didn't make you log in. We didn't
And
make you
you
spend
logged
thousands
in.
of dollars. So how's this stem from us? Why are we the beginning of the sentence of explaining why you addicted to something?
Like detractors ain't got shit to do with this. This is
Like
you.
I didn't put the tank array in your mouth, motherfucker.
And
But that's
when
how
I
he
can
talking because how do
Oh,
you
I
lead off
know.
with my detractors? How is something you addicted to got anything to do with detractors? We do not put the phone in your hand. We do not click on the
We
app.
don't
We
live in
didn't
the
even
house
download
with
the
you.
app to your we didn't even download the app to your motherfucking phone, nigga.
Yeah, like we don't live in the house with
Somehow
you.
you
You
gonna
on your
lead
own.
off the sentence to with well no, just real quick, go back. I don't want to I want to
Oh
hear
yeah.
his question again. Because he
All
didn't
right, let's
say
go back.
detractor, but we lead off with detractor.
Married on stream, you've introduced us to your cat, and you told us all about your. You've been very open about a lot of your financial issues as well, and that's kind of been told through there. So, out of interest, why, when you've been so open about so many things, why is, as to quote yourself, Phil, a stupid mobile game? Why is that so sacred?
Yeah, it's a good question. I really feel like what
I love that pause. He's like, oh shit, I got to think of something. How can I deflect this?
Yeah. And the first word out of his mouth is mighty
My
detractors.
detractors.
has happened with my detractors over the years is they'll hyper fixate on one thing, right? And it when I can basically say this is bullshit, don't listen to them, then they
They
move
were
on to the
right.
next thing, and then they move on to the next thing. In this particular case, this was one that like I didn't think was a big deal, but honestly, yeah, let's be honest. If I was telling my audience, oh yeah, by the way, I'm spending money on a mobile game, people might be pissy, right? They might be like,
And they did get pissy. You lost fans behind that shit.
wow, why are you spending your money on something stupid like that, something frivolous?
No, no, no. They got pissed because you were saying you needed to save the house, smash the taxes, a nice meal with your wife, purchase the video games and equipment while you were taking all of that goodwill money they were giving you and dumping it in the champions. That's the issue. And that's the one thing, Dwight, nobody has said to him. Like, that's the
They need
one
to sound
thing.
like but that's you live saying you need money for rent, you need money for food, you need money for business expenses, you needed money for taxes, you needed money for Jasper, you needed money to see your dead mother, you wanted to save money to take cat to Japan, but now you don't want to take it to Japan, but you needed yeah. I remember the one that really kills me the most and
Mhm.
it's so burned into my brain was when he had the broken shower
Oh,
and some
yes.
kid gave him a bunch of money
Gave him
for said broken
$1,000.
shower. Yeah, and then someone asked him the next day and he's like, none of your business, shut up. And it's like
What
to
broken
this day
shower?
that shower's still broken.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the reason motherfuckers are still on your ass because you sitting here trying to act like, well, they jump on one thing and then go to the next thing, but it's like it's always the next thing because it's the same thing, Phil. You come up
Yep.
with these excuses of the sky is falling in your house, and you need your dents to keep you afloat, and all the while that shit went to a mobile game.
Like, that's the issue. Yeah,
Also,
and
it enforces the thing of you had enough money to pay for things. You chose to live in a broken home because your addiction is that strong.
still choosing to live in a broken home.
You're still choosing to live in. Like I said, the most fixes you probably have to made in that house, you were forced to fix.
Yep.
I guarantee you, whatever anything he's fixed in that house in current day is because he had no choice.
And that was the toilets. Now, honestly, I think the only reason them toilets got fixed is I think somebody from the HOA told him to fix them.
Yeah, because it's probably fucking up the rest of the other houses because y'all are all connected. And I keep saying, I would hate that his neighbors get like a mold issue or something like wood rot or rust or whatever, because
Uh-huh.
it's gonna travel, sir.
Remember, he
And
had
once
that
they have
pink
to go,
mold. That
yeah,
pink
and
mold
then
in the
and like I
shower.
said, they're gonna call somebody to get repairs. And when they find out where ground zero is, you are fucked, Phil.
That
And
was the toilets.
you can't blame that shit of it just happened. Plumbers, electricians, they know what neglected items look like, and they'll know
Yes,
that
they
with
do.
your rusted pipes, they'll know that this ain't a overnight thing. You let this sit for years.
And did nothing. Oh no,
Did
he fixed the toilets. That's what he claimed. He claimed that he
I feel it.
watched a YouTube
Theo,
video and fixed them.
toilets broke not because of plumbing, but more because of fat cat? Hmm?
Yep.
Question mark?
Yep. Only because it was it. We had the master shower was broke. The toilet worked. The second bathroom, the toilet and the shower were broke. And then the third one, the toilet was broke, but the shower worked. So they had to sit there and use the bathroom in one bathroom. They used the toilet in one bathroom and go to the other bathroom to use the shower. Like, what the fuck? And they're still having to do that now. Like, how you like,
spending
man?
money on something more important, and now maybe I don't want to watch you anymore. Maybe I don't want to support you. And you know what? To be honest, now looking back, I should have been more trusting and more honest with my audience and realized that most people weren't going to care. But I was afraid. I was afraid that if they
No, you were afraid because you knew you were lying, and that shit would have definitely bit you in the ass when it came to the bankruptcy. That's why you were hiding that shit, because if that came up in the bankruptcy, people would have been like, "Hey, Your Honor, he was there saying how much money he'd have spent on mobile games, but he's filing bankruptcy with you. You spent thousands of dollars in mobile games, but couldn't pay his credit card debts." No. He's only sorry because he got caught.
found out that I had this shortcoming, this spending habit on mobile games, that they were going to abandon me essentially. And this is my job. This is not just a hobby for me. This is my living. This is how I support my
It's not a hobby. It's just for you to get money.
family. So to not have this, or have a lot of people tap out on me because they don't like me anymore because I play a mobile game, was very a scary thing for me. It wasn't the fact that I was playing this particular game or that it was a wrestling game. Never did that ever really factor in. It was just the fact
Hey,
that
Trunks.
I was afraid. And now that I fessed up to it, I feel so much better, but I regret. I should have just done it right away. I should have just admitted it up front, and then it would have all been nothing. But that's what happens in life when you start telling lies.
What's up, Nocturnal? How you doing?
Next thing you know, you kind of talk yourself into the corner, and now what do you do? And that's the situation I found myself in.
Were there times where you nearly did fess up, where the lie just got too heavy?
Yeah, I would say a couple times, actually. There was one time, just so you know, I know you probably don't know this, I purposefully left my phone on my desk here and filmed the video with WWE champions on the screen. And I wanted to see how the internet was going to react.
Bullshit. And that's actually incorrect, because you were sitting there doing your daily fap with Jasper in the chair. And it just so happened to also have your phone there. But I can see Cultaholic ain't believe he ain't buying this shit.
Now, it didn't have my account, but it showed the game, and I did it on purpose. And it basically was kind of what I thought. Like, my detractors went crazy for it, saying, this is evidence definitively he's playing the game.
Nobody went crazy for it, did you? Just was dumb enough to show us more proof, because you were too busy trying to flex your fucking cat. You fucked yourself over.
Yeah.
But I love how he goes, my detractors were going crazy. Please describe what it means to go crazy. What, that they posted and laughed at it? I never seen any post where someone's out here actually spurting out or really kind of, what's the word I'm looking at for, like acting like a goon for anything you've done, Phil. But they were going crazy. No, they were just laughing because, again, you stupidly gave us more proof.
And not only that, because remember, the lie changed.
In your attempts, And in your attempts to use your cat for monetization, you showed proof.
You exposed yourself. And remember, that story changed when he's like, well, I told you guys I always played mobile games.
Yeah. But then all of a sudden, I did that on purpose. Like, again, he keeps going back to that Pee Wee Herman, I meant to do that. You can't say that after the fact when you didn't, like I said, when your first excuse wasn't the same. Okay? Once you change the narrative, the
Damn,
second
Viking.
it already tells me that you just got caught out there. Okay, you got caught in 4K. That's it.
Yeah. When Skinto about it, damn. Yeah, but I love how he's trying to just tell this lie now, and I can tell this guy is not buying it. His face is like, right.
Some of my fans were like, well, it's evidence he's playing it, but it's not really that big of a deal. And then some people were like, yeah, maybe it is a big deal. So I kind of tried testing the waters a few times over the years with things like.
Wait, so okay, so wait. And I just thought about it. This goes a step further. So let's go ahead. Let's walk the ship with me, Dwight. So let's say this was intentional. He wanted to see how the internet at large would react to this.
Mm-hmm.
So you purposely were lying to your fans as a big gotcha later that you actually played the game?
Yeah, how'd that work? Still, it's even if, like, this whole thing has so many holes because like you're still saying that you lied to your audience because that's the crux of the argument in the first place, Phil. That you lied to your audience, not to me, because I don't give you money.
I don't give you money, and I don't give two fucks at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you lied to your
do.
audience. Let's remind people, you lied to an audience who are primarily retarded people.
Yep. I forget what he did recently, and somebody in his chat was like, "Hey, I'm tired of you using us as guinea pigs," and they ended up leaving because he always wants to say that shit. Oh, I was testing it. I was testing it at the expense of your audience. That's fucked up. You don't use your audience. But sure thing, Phil.
Yeah,
so
half the time, all of his experiments that he's testing on his audience is to try to stick it to us.
Yep. Like, good job, man. Keep fucking over your fan base, man. I love it. I love it personally. I get to laugh even harder at you.
That idea of everything that's an experiment or a test or whatever, and that always makes I can always also make the insinuation, and that means if those were tests and they were profitable, how do I know that money's real, Phil?
Yep.
It was just a test, right?
Just a test. That's like he keeps saying that, and it's like, dude, then I can't believe what you're saying. Like, I can't believe any of it, and you're just openly using your audience. Amazing. You're just openly using your audience for your own sick pleasure.
Like that. But I knew eventually it was going to come to a head. I knew people were going to do enough research. They were going to find out stuff about counts.
Wait, if you knew, but I thought you didn't like it when we stalked you. I thought we're stalkers when we do research.
Yeah, but I knew people were going to find out anyway. Again, so now we're just over here on this stream, or this was a video, not a stream. We're over here on this video telling Cultaholic, I mean, I was lying, but I knew the truth was going to come out eventually. What?
So if you knew the truth was going to come out, then why lie in the first place?
Exactly.
Like that. Like that's why I say evil. Evil. You knowingly choose. When the truth is apparently something that will be found out eventually, you choose to write it out until it does and come clean. That's evil.
Yeah.
And I say that's evil because he knows that by coming clean, he's bound to lose something, i.e. money. So again, he would rather sit there, lie, and keep getting the money than tell the truth and take the chance of losing it. Like I said, he had no faith in his own audience. That is like, if I told them the truth, they'll probably leave. And I'm saying, if you were worth anything, some might stay just based off of you being honest, but you chose to continue to lie to them. Then he gets shocked when the true dents do decide to leave, because it's like, yeah, you play. Like I said, you can sit there and say you played me. I don't give you money. like I said, all these things you do, Phil, you play your audience. You don't
Yeah,
play
because
me.
I got nothing to lose at the end of the day on this.
I literally have no skin in the game. So like all these tricks, all these tactics, all these experiments and tests, you're playing your audience. You're not playing me. You're not playing Ice. I said we put no value into your content. We put no monetary value into it. So like I said, it'd be different if I was a dent. Yeah, I'd be mad
Hey,
because you're
Icy.
playing me. But I'm not a dent, so I'm not over here getting played. But your actual
Exactly.
dents, the Jades of the world, are getting played.
Played to high hell. I'm glad you like playing them. I mean, please keep playing them because it just honestly, at the end of the day, it just shows how much a piece of shit you are as a person.
Yeah, and again, while he's sitting there playing a bunch of actual slow learning adults, regular people are seeing it and going, "Wow, what a piece of shit."
Yep.
I don't want to work with him. I don't want to give him sponsorships. I don't even want to say his name. And that's how your life has been for 18 years, Phil, because normal people seen it and went, "Wow, I don't want no part of that."
Like I want nothing to do with that.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Tom, after he was done with this, had to take a shower and was like, "Wow, what a piece of shit. We don't we don't need the smoke that comes with this. Just bury it. Just bury it." Put that shit 6 feet in the ground next to Atari's ET, okay?
It'll get fished up eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I always had planned that eventually I was gonna have to fess up to it. It was, but yeah, yeah, I never really like.
Wait, I was always gonna have to fess up to it, but we still haven't answered the question. You know, all this we still have yet to answer the question. Why is this so sacred?
That's the other thing you'll learn watching this. Every question asked doesn't get a direct answer. It gets a runaround answer. And it's the same way like June the King said. He'll give you all this and the answers in like a one-word speech that he says.
Yo, what was it he said? It was what was it? 2,000
I
some
misspoke.
words, and it all boiled down to I misspoke.
Planned it out definitively until I heard this big documentary was coming out, and I know that this guy June the King does his research. He was gonna have evidence that this was my account. I was like, this is the time. Let's just do it. Let's get the hell out of the way. Stop with this stupid lie and just move on.
It's interesting because there's been so many other documentaries and streams, and you know, as somebody, I've consumed you a lot through your channel, but I've also consumed you a lot through detractor streams as well. You know, hand on heart, and
Look, he's shaking his head like, oh fuck.
in all honesty, and the detail about your WWE Champions game and your spending on the Champions game, I feel has been out there for a while. But which is why I'm intrigued to know, with so many other people who've covered it and shared details about it, what is it about the new documentary that's come out, which is very good? What is it about this new documentary that was the straw that broke the camel's back and made you go, all right, now is the time to come clean?
You know, I don't necessarily think it was the documentary. I think there's something else that has
No, it
happened
was the documentary.
that
Yeah, it was a documentary.
It was the thing of that June has too much of a good reputation, and that he just sprawled it out in a way where you can't dispute it, Phil. There's no disputing it. And like I said, detractors have done the same thing, but because once again they didn't have the numbers that Phil respects, he figured it's never going to reach anybody, but it did. It reached a lot of people to the point where June the King even said, "You know what? Let me do my part."
Yeah.
And even with the whole, he engaged with you and talked to you, instead of you being a man, you chose to sit there and once again you lied to him.
Yup.
And which is crazy. Like again, you assume everybody out here is that fucking weak-minded, bro, or you're just the smartest motherfucker in the room. But like, even off, like I said, how many times in that documentary did he have to say Phil was lying? Phil lied to me. Phil, that was a lie. Like, bro.
Like it's like,
Come
Phil,
on.
give it up. Like, give it up. You're not getting a win out of this.
Yeah, like you're not. This ain't a quartering situation where he's willing to play gay with you. This is not that situation. like I said, just because a couple people sat there and played gay with you just to kind of gaslight you into some sense of lull doesn't mean everybody's here to do that with you, bro. And June wasn't here to play gay with you. He wasn't going to give you the little puff piece because there was too much shit on you to sit there and not hit you in the fucking throat.
And he damn sure made sure to do so.
Top of that, he literally exposed the dents for being actual dents. So it's not even a thing of, oh yeah, I just make shit up. No, they're retarded by their own admission.
Yeah. Like I said with the one guy.
Because I have autism. That should be on a t-shirt, son.
I know. Well, it was just like that one guy. It was like that one guy when the dude with the cat emoji was sitting there talking, and he was like, well, I don't think I'm being taken advantage of. I'm like, yo, if you gotta sit there and you're second guessing if your streamer of choice is taking advantage of you, it's time to go.
You're probably retarded. You're probably retarded. You gotta say
like,
that out loud in the chat room. Unless you're trolling or you're LARPing, you might be retarded.
Yeah. If I ever think somebody's trying to take me for a ride, I'm out of there. I'm not sticking around. I'd rather be wrong and gone up out of there than be right and getting taken advantage of the entire fucking time. Fuck that.
Me into a positive light recently. What happened was a group of creators over on Kick. They're called Kino Casino. Okay, and they run a show a couple times.
Oh, we sucking off Kino
stuff, right? Well, we were both interested in reacting to a documentary from this guy who made the one about me. And we kind of did a crossover event where we did a co-react to that. And what happened?
Co-react to that.
Their audience saw me in a positive light for the first time. Most people don't get to see that. They only get exposure to me through my detractors' videos. So to actually,
they were only there because Kino told them to be there and to help you out. And then the moment that shit went south, they bugged out and their audience bugged out with them. Hey, Fidget.
Actually see me on a show or do a co-op event that was like done positively, to see me have back and forth with someone that was not someone interrogating me about my private life and kind of shitting on me, but instead having fun, watching some clips, reacting to something. They loved it. And because of that, those guys outright told me, they said, Phil, we don't give a shit if you play mobile games or not. You're a cool guy and we like hanging out with you. That's all that should matter. And I was like, wow, it kind of gave me like the confidence again that I haven't had in a very long time.
The confidence
like
again.
Be myself and I should be honest and I should try to do different things. And I think that kind of gave me the motivation, knowing that this documentary was going to be coming out. It was going to have a lot of eyes on it. This should be the time that I officially fess up. So it was like a combination of someone giving me a fair shake, a fair shot, actually like wanting to do stuff with me and not just be a jerk to me. And then also knowing that this big documentary that everyone was going to be watching was coming out. It was kind of like a twofold thing that came to fruition at the same time.
This is the other thing. I just love it when he only wants to really talk to people that are going to give him a quote unquote fair shake. But when is he giving somebody a fair shake? You know, everybody he talks shit about, he hasn't given them a fair shake. So why should anyone give him one? Just saying.
Obviously, the way, as you said, like which is what a lot of supporters have said, the way you spend your money is your business. But with so much detail out there about the spending, how accurate
the King Snake,
some of the things that we've heard in terms of how much you spend. And again, this isn't me going, it's bad, that's good. It's just out of interest. How accurate is some of the reporting based on how much that you have spent on this game?
All I'm going to say is I'm not going to give specifics. Yes, I've spent thousands of dollars on this.
Not give specifics. Okay. So we know it's definitely over 100,000.
And I think everyone knows that, right? Everyone knows that. But the thing is with my detractors, all right?
Wait, shit. Wait, though.
We always know the Pacifics. He's always going to downplay it, so.
Yeah, but hold on, Phil. I thought you said we're being honest now. We're being truthful. So tell people how much you spent on it. Be honest.
No, he can't never give you a real number. You know why? 3 letters. IRS.
Oh yeah.
The moment he gives an actual, because here's the thing: if he ever, and which is probably going to happen, whenever he gets to bankruptcy part 2, Electric Boogaloo, it's not gonna. I don't feel it's gonna go well from him. For one, you remember how I said DSP makes people move in feel some type of ways, a
Yep.
lot of people are gonna move.
Yeah.
Because he's not gonna have the benefit of a pandemic making this a phone operation. He's gonna have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And I promise you, the fucking wolves, they will come out. Just to make
And they
sure he
already
don't
waiting.
just to make sure he doesn't get a second bankruptcy. They gonna make sure he does everything in his power that they gonna make this nigga pay.
Yeah.
Like the same way that dude tried to do over the phone, but now it's gonna be in person. And I'm pretty sure motherfuckers are gonna have their ducks in a row. Just for Phil.
Dude, they
To make
probably
sure
already
that
waiting
that
on
the
it.
IRS and the government knows that your man's out here committing fraud
To the highest fucking order.
to the highest degree. So, like I said, he better stop playing with that money, and because, like I said, unless he wants that second bankruptcy. But like I said, you ain't gonna have the benefit of a pandemic, bro. Ain't no, you can't do that. Could we do this? Can I do this from home? They're gonna be like, nah, nigga, this ain't 2020.
Nope, you're gonna have
You
to
come
be here.
outside. You gotta be here.
Right in the courtroom.
We want to see your face. We want to see you. We want to see you sweat when we ask you these questions.
All right, Fidget. How about yourself?
Always take a little piece of fabric.
And again, he thinks. Just a side note, real quick.
Yeah.
Like that dude who was claiming to be the creditor in his first bankruptcy. How does he actually know that dude wasn't? Because by your logic, a Comcast guy fucked with your internet. So why wouldn't a creditor be a detractor?
Exactly. Exactly.
We got lawyers that are detractors. So is it out of the realm that a creditor wouldn't be a detractor?
No. There are probably a few of them
Not out
that are
of the realm.
creditors.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Roy, how you doing?
Of all these other functions that quote unquote detractors cause to ruin his life, why would that be out of the realm? Like I said, how do we know that guy wasn't an actual creditor? We don't know that for a fact. No one was there, and it was all by phone. No one really knows.
Yeah.
DSP had the benefit of, like I said, not in person, and he could just kind of dismiss it, and everybody just kind of went with it because all those detractors were blowing up the phone. Like I said, that was the one thing they shouldn't have done. But like I said, the moment you do that, you give the people who are in charge a reason to speed up process and not take it serious.
Yep.
Ridiculous over-the-top situation. So to give you some examples here, in this game,
Examples.
when there's an event going on, okay, you can score points different ways. You can score points by spending money. You can score points by playing it. You could score points by having certain characters and using them in the events. When my detractors say shit like, oh, Darkside Phil spent $3,000 this weekend, right? It's complete bullshit. It's never been true. They're looking at a stat that would be like, if
Again, though, Phil, why would anyone believe you when you've openly admitted you lied about playing the game? You've lost any credibility to sit there and say that it's not true. Like, you've lost all that. You now have to provide receipts. You have to sit there and pretty much show that, yeah, I didn't spend that much. Here's the account. What's up, Logan? How you doing, man? I didn't see you sneak in here. Might be smart for a detractor to buy some of Phil's debt so they can go legally ask questions. They're probably already waiting on it. There's probably one or two waiting in the wing to actually sit there and do just that, if they haven't already.
all I did was do loopholes. This is what it would cost to get this ranking in the event. They don't factor in any of the real way the game works, right? So that's the thing. Have I spent? Yes, I have. Am I embarrassed? Yeah, I am. Especially those early years, I was spending a lot on it. Today, I don't spend nearly as much anymore on it. I'm spending more on my streams of the game on this new account that I created for streaming than I'm spending on my private account. But yeah, they always lie to basically make it the most big overjoy.
Again, though, you cannot sit there and say they lie when you admitted that you've told these multiple lies. Like June the King told you, you were not credible. You're not a credible source. So nobody's going to believe you. Oh, well, the detractors, they're lying. They're lying. Well, okay, Phil, but you've told many lies, and you finally admitted you've told many lies. So why would I believe you now? What is it that you're doing differently that I should be believing you now? And the answer is nothing. It's just, take my word, bro. Take my word, bros.
Dramatic situation possible. And it could easily be disproved. Anyone who knows the game can look at it and say, yeah, he could easily have had this character and he got all these bonus points and he did this. There's no way that you can prove that he spent thousands of dollars this weekend. It's ludicrous what people are saying, but they don't care. You know, these detractors, they're only
Build line right now, exactly,
for their audience that wants to consume drama. So they know if they say the over-the-top exaggeration, the people will just believe it and they make money doing it. So yeah, you know, I fessed up.
Again, though, you need to prove it that we're lying. You can't just say they're lying and not prove that they're lying. Like you can't do that, because it's still not a good look for you at the end of the day. I can sit there and say anybody's lying. I can say anybody's lying on my name, but I gotta prove they're lying on my name. Especially in this space we're in now, court of public opinion. You gotta prove that, Phil. Where are they lying? How are they lying? Oh, well, because you can do this, you get a bunch of points for this. Okay, that, you know what? Hundreds of other games do that same thing, but you're the one still being accused of spending over $100,000 in it. You're the one that's still not providing any proof or evidence to contradict what is being laid at your feet. You're the one that sat there and lied for 7 years on this mobile game, banning anyone that brought it up. You're the one that lied in a 5-hour interview. You're the one that lied to Kino Casino. And then when you finally fessed up to it, you were told to your face it was an open secret. Everybody knew you were playing this game. You were the only one running around thinking you weren't playing, that you were the only one that knew you were playing. So when my detractors lie all the time. I'm sorry, if I was just somebody on the street, I'd believe the people saying you're lying, because they have a better track record of telling the truth. They have evidence. They have all this stuff lined up in a row, and you just have my word. Take my word, my lady.
I have spent money. I do spend money, but you know, it's nothing like what these people have reported. They're out of their minds with some of the ridiculous things they're saying. They don't even factually make sense. How I could be having that many funds to be
They're
spent.
not ridiculous when they're true, though.
You did, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You can't say they're ridiculous when they're true.
Yep. As I said,
These are all real facts. These are all things that you're sitting here now having to cope over and make run around excuses, but they were all true. That's the problem. They're all true. They're not ridiculous. They're not slander. They're not rumors. They're not memes. They're truth.
Yep. And now you over there, oh, well, still, just believe me, Dwight. Believe me, bro, because I said it. Nah, I need receipts.
You did do a stream where you did sort of own up to a lot of the lies that you'd made about the game. And I said, I've watched you for a long time, and I've watched those streams where people have said, people have asked you about a username or a name in the game, and you've gaslit an entire room. What do you say to people who have supported for so long, knowing that in that moment, as you were carrying the weight of this lie, you were gaslighting a lot of people about what you were doing with WWE champions because you were ashamed to show it?
Yeah, all I can say, I've already said it in my own content, but you know, for the purposes of this show, all I can say to the audience is, you know, I'm sorry. It was a huge mistake. I absolutely shouldn't have done it. It's something that is a shortcoming of mine. You know, with these people on my ass all the time about everything.
Again, though, the people on your ass have nothing to do about you telling the truth.
Yeah, and they were right again. They were right. Okay, they have a right to be on your ass because they were right. They were right.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many times you keep trying to make it seem like they were bothering you. Yeah, they were bothering you because they were right, Phil. It doesn't matter what they did, how they did it, or what it did to you. They were right. At the end of the day, they were right. You can sit here all day and be like, my detractors. Your detractors were right.
Like you were playing this thing. You were spending money in this thing.
Yeah, there's no but, there's no and. They were right. That's it. You can sit there keep trying to do this like weird, damage control that doesn't work because it's like, bro, at the end of the day, they were right. So it doesn't matter what they did, like I said, how they did it or what they said about you. They were right.
Yeah. Some detractors lie, but DSP lies so much that it's safer to assume He's always lying until proven otherwise. Yeah, as I said, Logan, June the King told Phil to his face he's not credible, that he is not a credible source. So he got the majority, or actually all of his information from the tractor videos, clips, the Pig Go, stuff like that, just to follow up and be like, yeah, you're not credible. And Phil just nodded his head and it's like, Phil, I wouldn't be nodding my head with that. You know, dude's telling you to your face you are a liar. And he said multiple times in that 4-hour documentary, you are a liar. And remember, millions of people saw it. It's got over millions of views. So millions of people saw that. We know Cultaholic saw it. We know all the detractors saw it. So it's like, okay, Phil, then that's when you hit him with that question. Like me personally, Phil, you speak highly of June the King, but multiple times June the King called you a liar. And then when you had your interview, he called you a liar to your face. How am I supposed to believe you're not lying to me right now? How are you going to sit there and tell me that your detractors are lying when they were telling the truth and you were lying? We could even go as far as to say the money amount is irrelevant. We could say how much he actually spends on champions is irrelevant to the grand scheme. Because at the end of the day, you still played the game and you were lying saying you weren't. And you were still playing the game.
Well, see, here's the thing, Ice, the money's always irrelevant because, like I said, it goes into a black hole. Like I said, the dollar amount is irrelevant. It's how you got that money is what's relevant. Like I said,
that's what people worry about. That's the problem.
You got it is what's the relevant part. Like you lied, you cheated, you stole, okay, you begged. Like I said, I don't care if you made, like I said, people can say all day, oh, you made $1 million. Don't care. It's not there now, but it's like, how did he get that million? Was it from stolen future pedophiles named Derek from his mom's credit card? Was it from dents named Jade and people going into 3 times bankruptcy because they thought this guy needed it more
working
than
on
them?
a fourth one? Working on their 4th bankruptcy for this guy and he's still lying to them? And then, like I said, too, like, this does not breed trust, because you, like, let's say Kino Casino. All right, when he poured his heart out to Ashton and Andy, we know that shit was real. We know it was real. But he turned on and said, oh, I was just saying anything to not do what they wanted me to do. So it's like, okay, so you went in business with these 2 men, regardless of what you think of them. They could be scum of the fucking earth. But you intentionally went in business with them to snake them, to steal $50,000 from them for your own personal gain, while constantly lying to them, and lie on your wife saying she's sickly and may have cancer, even though you condemned Boogie for saying he had cancer, but you told them your wife may have cancer, and saying your mother's dying, that she has less than a year to live. That's still just as fucked up. Like, you're using other people for sympathy for yourself. Hey man, my wife may have cancer. My mom's dying. She may not make it to the end of the fucking year. You know, I'm not sure. Thank you for the $1, Foxware Fox. Really appreciate you, man. Yeah, he's a coward. But still, it's just the fact that Phil thinks he's the smartest man in the room of one, and everybody else is like, dude, that's a bad look. Regardless of how you look at this, that's a bad look. I wouldn't want to tell no story. I mean, my mother's already, dead, but I wouldn't want to say, yeah, my mom's is dying, chat. I might not see her by the end of the year. Doctor says she might not make it to the end of the year. I need some money to be able to go see her. My Icy may have cancer. Man, I don't know what I'm gonna do, chat. And it's all a fucking lie. I'm sorry. That makes it so people don't want to work with you. I wouldn't want to work with you.
That's why you got to keep this motto in your head. I've been saying this since I started watching Phil. 95% of what he says is a lie, and the 5% is questionable at best, bro.
Yeah. June
And I
didn't
can
put
say
Dark
that
Side
with I
Phil as
can
a
say that
liar,
with
dude.
certainty in my heart because this man has never shown me any reason to trust anything that comes out of his motherfucking mouth. Not a damn thing.
No, he hasn't.
He's never
Hell,
shown me any reason to believe anything he fucking says. Every time he speaks, I just assume it's a lie because it probably is.
yeah,
Because it probably is.
probably is a lie. What was it? Was I think you said it first? If he's talking, he's lying.
everything I do, you think at first this is just something that's not a big deal, and then it blows up into something awful that I never intended. Once I told the one lie, it's like, how do you get to the out of the next one? It steamrolls. And this is the first time in my life where it's been like that bad. You know what I'm saying? Like in life, you tell a few little white lies here or there. My cat, I told everyone I didn't have a pet for a few months, and then I revealed him on stream. That's a little.
You revealed him for $2,000. Let's be honest. You revealed that cat for $2,000.
White lie, that's not a big deal. But this was one that just kept going on and on and on. And all I can say is, I'm sorry for it. I'm going to do better. I think I've shown now in the last couple of months, since I've been fessing up to all of this, that I'm trying to do better. I'm human. I'm fallible. I may still.
No, you don't get to use that, because if that's the case, I can't believe the words that are about to leave my mouth. But if that's the case, then shouldn't you grant Boogie that same clemency? Hey, he's a fallible human. It's okay. You know what? Boogie lied and said he had cancer. It's all right. He made a mistake. He was fallible. It's a moment of weakness. You didn't hold that with him. You sat there and called him fucking scum for lying, saying he had cancer. All right.
I'll make mistakes in the future, but I swear I'm going to commit to try to be a better person. And sadly, if there are people who have heard this coming out that, oh, wait, Phil lied about a mobile game for all these years and he gaslit his audience, I'm sorry. And if you have to move on, I will miss you because I love my audience. I have a very core audience of people who come by every day. We love hanging out. It's a more personable audience than, say, the chat's going like this and I can't.
Wait a minute. You love an audience that you've told a million times that they're not your friends? So how do you love someone that's not even your friend?
Exactly. But let's not forget, and I want to see if I can find it. I'm gonna have to really look for it to see if I can find it. But remember way back when he was sitting there telling them all his financial woes, and his chat finally snapped at him and was like, Phil, we don't want to keep hearing about your financial problems. He sat there and said, well, I thought we were friends. I could talk about my financial problems to you. You told these dudes for years you're not their friend. But now you want something out of them. Oh, now they're your friends. I didn't forget. Like really, Phil? Fucking really? I'm gonna have to search for that clip.
Talking with people all day. We're having conversations and everything. And I know that there's some people that are hurt, that I've been lying to them for years. And it sucks. It's just like, how do you do it after you've done it for so long? How do you get out of it? You don't.
You can. By not lying. That's how you don't get in that situation. You just don't lie. Or if you were lying, like
I said, there's no reason to lie about anything because half the time the lies only get big because you lie about the littlest nothings. Instead of just taking it on the chin or taking the L, you'd rather sit there and lie, and then with a little bit of time, it starts to compound, and you just turn it into a bigger lie.
Yep. And you can't get out of it.
Instead of just confessing and just be like, yeah, I fucked up, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. Take that L. Like I said, but your ego don't never want to take any L's, and your ego don't want to allow you to give the detractor even one W. So that's why we're sitting here 18 years later, still defending 18-year-old lies.
Yep.
Still defending 18-year-old lies because you sat there and you lied about them for so many years. And like I said, throughout the years, the lie changed or you added new bullshit to the lie. So you just, again, keep breathing life into that motherfucker.
Yeah.
when you could have let it die, and like even before when you got busted with the whole Jasper thing, and you tried to play it off as you guys knew I was this, and I did that on purpose, and it backfired, and they never stopped after that. Like I said, it wasn't until the goddamn Keno Casino that you had to concede and admit that I did, I lied.
Yup.
Even when
Just like
that
he
whole
knew
Jasper
about.
shit came out, you
Yup.
was still adamant. You were still adamant that you weren't doing it like that, but you were doing it like that. So it's like even when you tried to whatever, you're Mr. King Snake, it didn't work because you're a bad liar. You're not a good liar.
Got a
You're a
horrible
bad
poker face.
Yeah, you got a terrible poker face, and like I said, the evidence was too obvious that no one's stupid, bro. Like I said, the coincidences, just with the name they call me DSP, no one really needed to do any more investigating. Because who is gonna
Yeah.
be that big of a faggot to call themselves they call me DSP?
Yes,
No one's trying to copy
exactly.
you, bro, and nobody wants to be you. Like I said,
Hell
you keep
no.
forgetting that there are people out there that don't like you. So why would I want to take on your moniker? Why would anybody want to take on your moniker?
Like, I
You're
want to
not a
stay the
liked
fuck
person.
away
You weren't
from
even
it.
a liked person. That's the crazy part, Ice. You weren't even a liked person then when they first discovered they call me DSP. And the fact that you try to play it off as a second person and go, I don't know who this DSP person is. And then why do you have his fucking name, stupid? Why do you have
Exactly.
his fucking name? Ain't nobody has his name.
Hell no.
You don't get out of it. You fess up and you move on. And if people can't forgive you for it, you live up to that, right? And that's the best I think I can do in this situation.
I'm keen to move on to other things, you'll be pleased to know. But I did want to mention one more thing about it, and then I want to talk about the recent turnaround in events for yourself and things coming forward and all that good stuff. And we still got a third match to do, Phil, for goodness sake. Honestly, I mean, you haven't shut up about WWE champions, honestly. People have thrown around the word addiction when it comes to you and WWE champions. Have you, were you addicted?
I was addicted, actually worse, to the previous mobile games I was playing, Supercard and Dokkan Battle. I was actually spending a ton on those games at one point. It becomes this dopamine
You spent more on champions.
hit, right? When you want to pull and you want to see if you get the new character or you can participate in the new event, and you just go. With this game, it actually hasn't been as bad. I mean, yeah, I spent a lot at first. But basically, after I went through this big financial problem that I had, I couldn't do it as much anymore, and I did scale back, and that's kind of where the lie just kept getting worse. I should have just fessed up at that point. But no, you're right. Is it addiction? It's a feeling of like you just want to keep going. I think they call it the sunken cost fallacy, where you spend so much on something that you feel like it's better to just keep going and spending more than just quitting because you
Yeah, see, I don't have that. Like, I don't have, that's a gambler's mentality. I don't have that.
think you're eventually going to get there. You're going to get something out of it, right? That's why with my streams of this game that I'm doing now, I am trying to 100% express that to my audience. This is dangerous. This is not something that you should be doing
Wait, when have you expressed this to your audience?
and spending tons of money on. You know, there was a night the other night. Now, my audience was amazing. I raised a ton of money on this stream. So they said, will you do some polls? Of course. I just raised a ton of money. That's kind of goes hand in hand. Let me do some for you guys. And we did one mega poll. And I got like one good thing. And they're like, well, will you do another one? I said, guys, I don't think it's a good idea. I'll tell you right now, because I know where this slippery slope goes. You can't stop, right? You just keep going. And they said, just do one more. I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do one more, and that is it. And I'm going to show you guys why you don't do this. I had raised hundreds of dollars on the stream. So, you know, I'm paying for it with the stream. I do the second poll. We get nothing, right? It's all duplicates. I'm like, now you guys see, you have it in definitive video form. Don't do this to yourself. Don't go down the road that I've gone down. Don't get addicted to this shit because
You've not ever once said that. You never told them don't get addicted. In fact, it was quite the opposite. You were telling people to join your guild and spend money while giving you money playing it. And you got mad that people joined your guild, but they weren't spending money in the guild to raise up the guild points. Yo, Damn it, man.
You will just keep going and going, and next thing you know, you're screwed. You know, where'd your money go? Where'd your credit go? Because you're stupid. Because you racked it all up because you're a dummy. You know, so I'm hoping that through me expressing this stuff now in the current day with my content, I can take bad experiences that I had in the past and turn them into positive ones and teaching moments for others.
It's interesting because it's striking a balance, because I hear what you're saying about it's almost like you're what you're saying is, hey, look, you know, don't sink all your money into this. It's a ludicrous game.
It's crazy he's saying all this when in current day we on a new addiction.
Yeah.
Like we saying all this. I'm telling people not to do what I did. Motherfucker, you're still doing what you did. You're still doing what you did. That's the crazy part. You never stop playing champions. You just put less money into it because now you got money in the Pokemon cards. And the Pokemon cards are more tangible, so that's why it's the new addiction. But you ain't stopped playing champions, so you still doing the bare minimum.
Yeah.
But I like how he's trying to act like I'm trying to give people little, you know, words of wisdom of what not to do. Motherfucker, how can you give words of wisdom not to do something when you're still doing it? And like I said, not only still doing it, but also still doing it under a new addiction.
Exactly.
Like I said, you need to first get off of alcoholism before you help others get off alcoholism. You know what I'm saying, Phil? You can't do it. You can't do it while still being an addict yourself. It's not gonna work.
He like what's that other dude?
You have no grounds to walk on yet to make that kind of judgment. You ain't been clean and sober for X amount of years to then sit there and try to mentor someone else to get clean and sober. You're still an addict too. So you're sitting there telling people, don't fall into the trap, motherfucker. You fall for the trap every day.
Hey, you live in the trap. Like you straight living in the trap.
You in a trap house. What the fuck you talking about?
I was almost gonna say Boss Man Jack, but no, it's that other dude I'm thinking of.
Which one? Jumanji?
The one Jumanji, yeah. Fucking Jumanji.
Yeah, you and him both living in the trap. Y'all both in the trap. Sitting there talking about don't do what I do. Motherfucker, I wouldn't do what you do. If you didn't gotta tell me not to do what you do. I could just look and see not to do what you do.
Exactly. That's why when Phil's like, oh, y'all are just jealous. Why would I be jealous of you exactly?
Yeah, I never went through bankruptcy. I don't have crippling addictions.
Like I'm able to just go ahead and do what I want.
I'm not sitting there spending all my money for rent and shit on fucking weed. Like, no.
Just like listening to him when he says this.
I'm not even spending all my money on Transformers. Like, yo, bills get first before Transformers get bought every time.
Yeah.
But if I don't got a place to live, where am I gonna put all these Transformers?
Exactly.
Like I said, you gotta be thinking ahead of games. And if Phil don't think ahead, like it's like, dude, you can't sit there and be like, and then sit there and go, I used to be an alcoholic. No, once you are an alcoholic, you're always an alcoholic.
Always an alcoholic. Yep. I was a former alcoholic. I've never heard
tell
that.
him if he ever actually talked to real alcoholics, they tell him he's delusional. You're an alcoholic, bro. Whether you quit or not, you're still an alcoholic.
And that's why they'll say like 10 years sober or whatever. Still an alcoholic.
Nails will be.
Yeah, because they can fall the fuck off at any goddamn time. All it takes is a little bit to hit their motherfucking lip.
Yup, and they back in the game like they never left.
A wrestler on the first go, so you can see.
That's all right. You know what? We'll just get what's her name to make a matcha latte. That's all right. That's all we'll do.
Listen, he gonna spill some Tanqueray and some of the Alex matcha latte. He gonna call it lavender though. He gonna call it lavender.
Yes,
Alex,
indeed.
can I get a little more lavender, please? Gin lavender.
He's gonna be over there. Let me call my brother. Let him taste this, and he gonna spill it.
Let me call him out the basement.
Upstairs. I put my brother upstairs and let him try.
Remember, his famous line, he's a pedo, but you still watch him, right? Never beating the allegations. Never.
There may be.
Bro, he was rapping about kids the other day again, son.
No.
Yeah, he said something that was hella sus, son. I was like, why you do this to
Oh
yourself, bro? You just want to
God,
live. You a sucker for punishment. I see.
dude. I mean, it's just as bad as when he said he wanted to fuck the little mermaid, and it's like, dude, she's 15. The fuck is your problem?
Like I said, some people just shouldn't be allowed to talk. That's just how it is. Like,
Yeah,
some people, like I said, not it. Like it just because you could get on the internet doesn't mean you should be on the internet.
exactly. What's up, Greedy Piggy? How you doing, man?
Bringing this thing that was very much private, that you very much confessed to, and you very much opened up about, which is
No, he didn't because he still won't say how much he spent. So no, he's only admitting that he played the game, and he
Yeah,
spent.
he's only giving he's giving half confessions. He's not giving you full
Yeah,
confessions. You just get half confessions. Which is crazy because it's like you might as well fully confess because like once you confess, it doesn't anything else you say is irrelevant other than what's the truth.
exactly.
So it's like you might as well just if you already gonna confess and say, yeah, this was me and I did that, and motherfuckers already crunched you said they did the research, Phil. So they've already crunched the numbers.
Yup.
So to sit there and keep like kind of downplaying the amount when it's like you've seen piece to pieces trackers.
Tips
So you
tracker.
know the
Yup.
amount. We know the amount.
Yup.
So
Like
it's like
just
to
come
sit there and go,
clean.
it's only been a couple $1,000, but it's like, man, it's been a little bit more. You might as well say tens of thousands, Phil, because you've been past
Yup.
that mark.
And like I
Long
said,
time
when he
ago.
talked to Wings, he already said it was a sports car worth. So I gave it already from right there. So we already know 40,000. We know that one right off the rip.
Well, I mean, it depends on the sports car because some sports cars are 100,000. So what are
Yeah,
we actually saying?
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Being
That's the
generous.
worst car to use as an analogy because most real good sports
Mm-hmm.
cars are
Oh yeah,
$150
dude.
at the base level. At the base
Dude, yeah,
level.
that's the fucking Hellcat. 160.
Yeah, at the
160K of the
base
Hellcat.
level, 100,000. That's before all the other amenities and everything that
Mm-hmm.
comes with it.
The
That's the
Preem
base
edition and
level.
all that. Hey, Pink Panther, how you doing? 2 years
So to say
sober?
he
That's
would
what's
tell
up.
Wings that I
Been
spent a
lurking,
sports
playing some
car. Like
gotcha, Marvel
what
Snap.
sports car was he thinking somebody was thinking about? Herbie the Love Bug or something?
Dude, no, he was
Because
thinking
like
of
I
the
said, like
basic, bro. He was thinking of the basic Mustang. He's thinking of
his
the basic
mind is so
Mustang.
trapped
The bitches is
his
40
mind is so
grand.
trapped in this time loop. It's like, dude, you be sitting there acting like you downplaying shit when it's like, why would you say sports car? You should have said like a beater, but to say a sports car,
Well,
like name me
remember,
a
because
sports
Wing
car
said
that's
sports
cheap.
car. Wing said sports car.
Oh,
He
Wing
said,
said sports car.
yeah, Wings is like, did you spend a sports car's worth? And Phil's like, yeah, I spent the sports car's worth. So that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
so you basically saying what I said yesterday. It's you spent over 100K
Yeah,
in
it's
chance.
over 100. It's over 100. But I was saying, being generous just off of that, 40 to 60 grand just off of a sports car. And I'm talking low end sports car. But
And see,
upper end,
that's why the new addiction's coming in so strong. Because, like I said, he spent like 100K in a mobile game where he has no tangible reward to say here's the prize for spending all this
mm-hmm,
money. But the Pokemon cards is like, well, I have physical cards. Here's the prize for spending this money, and the bonus factor is my prize also has a monetary value. But as DSP is slowly learning, that value is like the stock
dwindles.
market. It goes up, it goes down. And
Yup.
there is a countermeasure for that thing, DSP, but you're too stupid and too lazy to do it. And it's called to get your cards graded. You want to
Yup.
guarantee an amount or a monetary value for the card, get it graded. Get it
Spend
graded.
that extra money, get it graded.
Because once you get it graded and the grading gets a score, that card automatically, no matter what the market value is for it right now, it's gonna be more. You're gonna have some value because you have it graded.
Yup. And you can actually tote
Meaning,
that around.
yeah, you can tote that around because, like I said, while all the cards who are not graded go up and down in value, your card's gonna stay in that value because not only is it pristined, but it has been deemed this card is this perfect.
Yup.
commend.
Out of all the cards of this card in circulation, this card right here is almost perfect.
Primo shit.
bringing it to the
Meaning
fore,
the value
you
of
see where
it
it
just
might
got
be.
substantially better than the ones that are just sitting in regular card holders and plastics.
Yup.
He doesn't seem to realize that that's where the investment is when it comes to collecting cards or comic books. The real ones know if you want that shit to have value and keep value, you get it graded. That way, no one could dispute its worth.
Dude,
No
and
one
you
could
think
dispute
you're gonna get
its
that
worth.
letter
It's
with it?
graded. Once it has the grade, and the grade, and
Oh no,
hopefully the
card.
grade is
Excuse me.
a high grade. It's like, listen,
Yeah,
you see the grade, that means you're getting basically the most perfect card. Especially if
yeah.
it's anything in a 9 to 9.5 ratio. If it's anything in a
Oh yeah.
9.95, it's damn near perfect.
Like yeah.
You can literally make the price up of how much you want that shit to be worth at that point. Because
He's
all it's going to
searching for
do
that
is
elusive
appreciate. All
thousand.
it's going to do is appreciate in value now that it's been graded and it's sealed and it's sealed up. So that means, like I said, the thing is basically it's an investment. At that point, it's an actual investment.
How did it get to that point? He watched the June the King video on the quartering, and he did the unsleeved media, and that's how he got the grift.
The risk of a of the message not quite getting the message that you want to send not quite landing.
Fair enough. And and that's part of the YouTube game. You got to do the catchy thumbnail. You got to do the catchy title. I would hope that the people who are watching it are watching more than 5 seconds of it. But then again, you don't know because that's the YouTube game too.
They're only watching about 5 seconds. You've told us the watch time on your shit, and it's not good.
Exactly. Like that's
Which again,
bad.
I don't know why you would say that shit out loud. That's another thing. Why stop telling us that you're successful, but then you tell us your metrics and the metrics literally tell us that you're not successful. Because you can't even
Yeah.
get people to watch your shit for longer than 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Like people are dipping out of your shits in under 10 minutes. Okay? So like if you got a channel where the watch time is under 10 minutes, that means no one cares.
Yeah.
You're making $0. You're making pennies to the dollar with those views because no one's even sticking around for the engagement or to catch any ads. So it's like sit here and all day and go, detractors are jealous that I'm successful. What I'm jealous that you got people watching your shit for 5 minutes. Shit, I got longer watch time than that, and I don't even make content.
It's like, dude, if I wanted to, I could make a video and do that.
Like I said, I go to like an old stream right now and guarantee you I got more watch time than DSP, and I don't even make content like that.
I was like,
I'm
oh
like,
yeah, you know. Then what was the last one he did? I think he said it was only like 30
how to
seconds.
keep audience.
I want to say it was the last one. He said it was 30 seconds. So it's like, dude, you ain't getting shit.
They click, oh, okay, then they're out of there, right? But yeah, no, that is a good message. I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm going to be sure moving forward as I'm playing this game that I'm emphasizing this with the audience more, that they know that this is not the road to go down with your life, with your money. This is something that I now have learned from and I've improved on. And
No, you didn't. You just moved it to another thing.
other people should learn from my mistakes. Fair enough.
I don't know. I just don't know whether it's like over here we've got bookmakers or bookies or gambling houses in the UK where they're all sponsored. They all have messages on there by anti-gambling charities and such that will say like,
yeah, it's Fallout one, 30-second watch time.
A bookies in the UK, there'll be somewhere within the bookies that will say when the fun stops, stop. And it's kind of a joint message to like come in and have some fun, but also, you know, be gamble aware. That's the company I needed, gamble aware. My advice, and it's your world, it's your stream. You've been doing it for 16 years, and I'm just here having a chat with you in my spare room. So whatever, but I'm nobody. But what I'd say is, for all that my opinion's worth, if you are looking to go that way, and I think it's a really commendable way to go that way, have some links, some contacts with people who are maybe struggling, because you will find that there'll be people who also go through a similar thing to you, where there is a casual or a very aggressive addiction to a game like this, and it allows them the opportunity of somewhere where they can go to get support.
It's good advice. That's great advice. I will look into that for sure.
It took that guy to tell him that instead of him thinking about that on his own. You sat there and admitted that you were addicted to this game, and then you just start playing it without warning people that, hey, you know, I was addicted to this. All right.
Now, obviously, I've followed you for ages through numerous streams and stuff, and
Hey, real
recently
quick,
there has
I'm
been.
looking at some of my old videos at their watch times, and like I have no subscribers, I have no monetization, and my watch time is about the same, if not more, than Dark Side Phil. And I don't have 200K subscribers. That's sad,
He
Phil.
can't hold anything.
That's sad. Like I said, you shouldn't be having the same amount of watch time as I do. I don't have fucking 200K subscribers, bro. I don't even have 500 subscribers on this channel. You should not. I shouldn't have videos that have longer watch times than you, bro. I got one crash out live stream that's like watch time on it was like an hour and some change. So you mean to tell me people are willing to stick around longer for my bullshit talking about a 35-year-old pedo in his mother's basement than they are trying to here to watch this guy who's been here for 18 years, fourth place at Evo? And people rather watch me longer than they watch you? Come on, Phil.
Exactly.
A real change. There seems to be a resurgence, as we've called it, and you're leaning into a lot more of these things that before you would have rallied against or completely denied, inviting detractors and documentary makers on your streams, and obviously playing the game that was a secret for so long. What has caused this change in mentality, and why now?
Honestly, it's like I'd already mentioned about these guys from Kino Casino giving me a shot.
Yeah, which is i.e. money. That's all it
Money,
is. Just say money.
exactly. What's up,
It's
Rowdy?
just money. Like, this is all just popping circumstance he's about to feed him. But it's, like I said, if you know, it's just money. Like I said, the Kino gave you a nice influx of money. Like I said, you didn't go up in the algorithm. You weren't trending on the internet. And the YouTube and the internet at large wasn't talking about you in a positive light. The only thing that changed within this time frame, in this arc, was money. Nothing more, nothing less. He'll sit there and talk about this. Everybody had a change of heart and see me in a brand new light. No one saw you in a light. You just got money. That was it. You just got money. Because everybody who quote unquote saw you in a brand new light and gave you the opportunity to quote unquote be nice to you, you lied to them.
Yep.
So it's like, I love he's about to go into this whole spiel about what's different about now. Nothing's different. It's just you're making more money. Like, the views didn't go up, the engagement on your channel didn't go up. You just made a bunch of money from some Kino dents. That's it.
Yeah, like I said, 50 grand. 50 grand. The very thing that Keemstar wanted to give him. He just whored himself out to Kino Casino for it. And
Like
now
I said,
he's just infinitely getting made
I'm
fun
glad
of.
you got that money. I'm pretty sure Scopely loved that shit.
Exactly. And then, like I said, he turned around and then told the story how he snaked them. So it's like, I would rather just say, hey, man, you know what? They got me. They managed to pull it over on me. That would have been easier than saying, yeah, I snaked them.
No, he would have been a better King Snake if he'd have just said the truth instead of trying to act like he 3D chessed this shit. He should have just said, yeah, I played them for money. That's it. I knew hanging out with them would get their dents to give me money just despite my fucking detractors, and they did. And they did.
Yeah. Like, it all fell into place.
You would have came out looking more of a boss if you'd have just been a man and been like, yeah, I played these dudes for money and I got 50K out of them. Because here's the thing, the Kino already said working with Phil was a loss for them. They lost money.
They lost money and lost fans. Like, people was walking away from them.
They took a L working with Phil. So it's like he would have been he would have had a more of a base take if he'd have just came out and said, yeah, I played them and I got paper off of it.
Like, I got paid.
Instead of trying to do this whole, I master planned them. You didn't master plan nothing. You just, you rode on their coattails and got free money. That was it. You rode their coattails and got free money.
And somehow still came out looking worse.
Let's not forget, before the Kino arc, you was over there struggling to get $50 a stream, Phil.
Dude, we were sitting there begging people for $50. Begging people.
$50 was a win. Remember, 50 was a win at that point. Because we were making no money. So to sit here and go, the winds have changed and everybody sees me differently. No, none of that happened. You just got a surplus of money from another channel's community. That's it. They told them to give money, and they did. But guess what? They also told them to stop giving, and guess what? They did.
They did. He thought it was a DSP Catholic. It's all good. It's all good. I've read plenty of titles fucked up.
Actually treated me with kindness for the first time in like a decade.
Treated me with I love this right here. He says that about everybody that talks to him. You treated me with kindness, you know, like a person.
And you know what qualifies as kindness? They don't talk about any of his shit.
Exactly. They
don't call him a
That's
beggar.
it.
They don't push back on anything he says. That's his definition of being nice. They don't hold me accountable. They let me slide.
Yeah. It's like, dude, if that's yours, that's it. That's
nice,
sad.
Nice is ignoring. Nice to him is you ignore all his bad behaviors and you focus your attention on his detractors. That's his definition of people being nice to me.
And that's just fucking sad.
Yeah. And like I said, in half the time, people are sitting there lying to you. They're just gassing you up. So it's like, because they know you're that easy of a bitch to subdue and manipulate, is all they got to do is pretend. Is play gay with you for just an hour, and you'll fall for it. You're ready to spread your legs open for them. If you had enough hair to put it in a ponytail, you would, because you'd be ready to suck dick. Okay?
He already sucking dick.
Yeah, but I'm saying like a proper bitch. If he had enough hair, he'd put it in a ponytail.
Well, he'd look at them with them eyes while getting on his knees to give oral service.
I'm saying fucking the gout, the glug 5000 and shit.
glug 5000. Damn it, man.
And just giving me an honest shake to let's have a conversation.
Honest shake. Again, though, as I always say, why? What have you done to earn that so-called honest shake?
But like I said, you're reading it wrong, Ice. It's not. He doesn't want an honest shake. He never wants an honest shake.
I know.
He wants whatever I tell you. You just believe.
You just
remember
yeah,
that was one of his. That was one of his reasonings for hating side scrollers is that they stopped believing him. And and like he said, they allowed detractors to come in. And like I said, detractors didn't have to do much. You did that all by yourself by sitting there lying to them for 5 hours.
Yep. Nobody else had to do anything. Just let the shit play out.
And talking about adult activities as if other adults don't engage in set activities. You trying to explain to them how banks and all these other things work like they don't have these things, Phil, and they do. That's why they were looking at you funny because you were explaining things that don't work that way, and they know that.
Yep.
Because they also use these same institutions you do, Phil. They all have bank accounts. They all have access to the internet. You know what I'm saying? They all have a Google account. They all have the things that you claim are like these bourgeois things that you claim to make yourself feel better than everyone else. Well, guess what? This ain't Connecticut, and we're not the poors. Okay?
Yep.
We all have cable too, Phil. Okay? Like I said, you keep talking in ways like you think either we're retarded or we're poor, and we have no access to any of this information or product. Like I said, you sit there, used to flex consoles as if nobody else can afford a console. Like all the consoles you have right now, Phil, I have them too. It's not a flex.
Everybody had them.
It's not a flex.
Like
maybe back in the 80s and early 90s when we were children, and you could flex a console because there are families that didn't have those means, but as an adult with a job and an income, I have those means to buy those things now. So like, there's no longer a flex of I've got a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox X and a Switch 2 and PC. I got all that shit too. And if I want other shit, I could get that too, bro. It's not a flex anymore.
Yep. Like anybody can get it if they really can. If they really want to, they'll get it. Man, poor people get that stuff.
Especially if you got a good paying job and you know how to manage your money. Everybody can have what you have, so it's not a flex. You're not you showing off 2 PCs is not something new. When it's like, nigga, it's about time you caught up, Phil, because most people already have these setups already.
You behind everyone else. You got a magic card that's worth 1.7K. Fuck yeah, that's what's up.
Over some videos. Let's do a
so like the fact that he sits there acting like he the big baller shot caller, like you late to the party, bro.
Exactly, like way late.
Interviews I've wanted to do collabs. I can't do them because
because of who you are and what you bring. And again, when you sitting there and think, oh, well, the June the King, that hurt you more than helped you. It proved that you just lie to anybody for anything. And people don't want to deal with that. And then when you did the 666 podcast, you sat there and admitted you were just lying to the casino. I mean, we all know how that actually
even
was.
Tell Phil's dumbass not to do the whole June the King thing.
Yep. They told him don't do it. Because it's a bad look.
Greed for money took over.
Yep. They told him not to do it.
Somebody call him a liar for like 3. I don't know how many. I forget how many days
4 hours.
He stretched it out.
Oh yeah, but he stretched it out for quite a while.
Well, for the amount of days you stretched it out, that whole time, June the King's over there calling you a liar,
and then called him a liar to his face. Yeah, lie is still an answer.
He didn't even do that with June because it's like it don't matter. June's blatantly calling you a liar to your face.
Yeah.
For somebody who acts like such a tough guy, you bitched up there too.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me LTG got more heart to stand up for himself than you do? That's why I said you don't really want to smoke with LTG because he's not that guy you think he is.
Exactly.
I try to do them.
You a scrawny little white NPC, he will fucking eat your lunch.
The Covenant's gonna get him.
Ask people. I mean,
that's the thing. Real quick. See, DSP should be blessed that LTG doesn't think you're on his level, because if he really did think you were on his level, the Covenant would have been came and got his ass already.
Oh fuck,
and they don't play fair. I think we've seen that before in the past. His Covenant, they willing and ready to get their motherfucking hands dirty.
Well, remember they doxed June when that came out.
So if they're willing, and like I said, because LTG considers June an equal, he don't see DSP as an equal. That's why he ain't ever got attacked by the Covenant, because LTG's already told this Covenant he's not on my level. He's not in the same category as me. So they don't see him as a threat. But if LTG really saw DSP as an equal, they'd have been snatched his ass up already. But they don't. Because again, LTG, the Master doesn't see him as a threat. The Covenant doesn't see him as a threat. Until the Master decides that he is one, they're not going to bother wasting their time.
Imagine if they just rolled up on his shit.
He wouldn't like it. He wouldn't like it.
Hell no.
He wouldn't like it at all.
When they reach out, oh my God, you're going to have that piece of shit on the show, blah, blah, blah. That's how it is for me. So I don't get the opportunities that other people get because I have this. Yeah,
because you by your own admission, wanted to be the heel of the internet. And you got it.
He answered his own question. He answered his own question in the beginning when he said, you want that piece of shit on your show? Yes, that's what they say. You're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's why they don't want you there. Nobody wants to hang out with a piece of shit and smell it. It's simple math, Phil.
Yeah.
You answered your own question. Why don't people want to be with me? Because you're a piece. They think of you as a piece of shit. And until you change that narrative, that's what they think.
That's
DSP,
all they're gonna see.
Like I said, even PewDiePie said it. I'm not gonna give that. I'm not even gonna say that piece of shit's name. I'm not even gonna, because it's a piece of shit. I'm not even gonna say your name because you're a piece of shit.
That's
so like
I was
said,
listening to
like
this.
that saying that. You don't think the rest of the internet industry is saying that about you? Yeah. Why are you working with that piece of shit?
Yep. And it was funny because that's the same thing Asmongold was asked. Why you have that piece of shit on?
Mm-hmm.
Black cloud of people who are just stalking me at every moment.
Like I said, you got people in the Pokemon community right now calling you a piece of shit. Like that's who you are, bro. You're a piece of shit.
That possum dude, man.
Yeah, and like I said, he's one of those heavy hitters over there in that community.
Yeah. Like, damn. But again, like, Phil came over there trying to be the heel.
Not only did you come in there and disrespect their hobby and try to come in there and grift, you got one of their biggest vocal mouthpieces out there actively telling the rest of the community that you're a piece of shit. And here's why too. He's giving examples of why you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, he makes a video on Phil now every week.
I don't know if you saw his last video he did on Phil. He literally deemed Phil. He said Phil is worse than the actual fucking scalpers. You know how low of a piece
Ooh.
of shit you gotta be to go lower than
To be
to
worse
be
than
above a
them?
scalper? Above a scalper? And I'm a
Like,
collector.
dude,
I hate fucking scalpers. Okay, so
dude, the
you
fact
lower than
he's
the
saying he's
scalper
worse than
is
a scalper is
he said he is
damn.
worse than a scalper. That
Oof.
that's Steve work. That is a that's right there next to pedophile, nigga. Damn. You got that on you
They
got that
said he's
letter on you?
the most disliked dude on the internet. He tried to retcon PewDiePie stuff. Too. Oh yeah, he's trying to retcon everybody's stuff. And it's like, no, we got the clips of what they said about you. But like I
Yeah, he
said,
called he literally said, I don't want to even say his name because he's a
yup.
piece of shit.
Like I
He's
said,
like, I don't want to give him attention because he's a piece of
because he's a
shit.
piece of shit. Yup. Like I said, Phil thinks he can just say whatever he wants because he wants to be the heel. Or he claims he doesn't want to be anymore, but he's still acting like that asshole. And it's like, that's all people are going to see of you. Even when you coming into let's just say a new hobby with that genuine curiosity, and the first words out of your mouth is, well, fuck everybody here. I'm doing what I fucking want.
Yeah, and what you want to do is try to grift them out of money for underpriced cards, and you charge him more than the average scalper would.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you're charging an overpriced scalp price, and there's no reward for the consumer who paid for it. They don't get the card.
Nope.
At least with the scalper, yeah, you might pay extra exorbitant prices, but at least you'll get the card.
You ain't getting shit with Phil.
Yeah, so like I said, that's how he became worse than a scalper. Where at least with the scalpers, they'll charge you ass ton of money, but you'll at least get the product. With DSP, he charge you ass ton of money and you get no product. No product. And fuck all that. I give him the codes. That code ain't shit and it ain't worth $50.
No, it's not. Again, these are like $6 packs, $8 packs,
Mm-hmm.
and you charging 50
50,
and then 100 for the other ones.
Yeah,
It's like
so
50
it's
for
like, yeah,
one
he's
and
worse
then
than, like I
100 for the
said, he's
others.
been, like I said, the Pokemon community has deemed him worse than a scalper.
Like, god damn.
Been through it too. They've had their own
Like I
detractors.
said, as
they've
an
had
action
their
figure
own
collector,
tradition.
scalpers are the
And
bane of
taking
my
a shot.
existence and
And
my
man,
collection.
I mean, look at the
Okay.
difference now.
Oh,
You
I
have people who
bet.
buy and like the content. They want to see me.
Nobody
Like,
likes
Heck, one
content.
time, bro,
Usually
you want to hear some crazy shit, son? I ran into a scalper one time, bro. I was at my
Uh,
local Target doing a little toy hunting, and I get to the import section, and oh boy, got a whole stack of this DC figures that just came in, and your man saw me coming, and he got that shit scuttlebutted the fuck out of here. And I was like, this nigga.
damn.
Lucky for me, he didn't take the one figure I did want that they had, so I was good business. But I was like, I feel bad for people because, like I said, he literally just took the whole stock of what they put out there.
But yeah.
And I know what they was putting out was because, like, my target, at least for McFarlane figures, they'll put out the regular figure and they'll put out the chase. So you got that
Yeah.
option. And I'm like, I already knew he took all the chase. He took all the chase, son.
Was it the LTG said to clear out the whole first rack?
He did. My man's had the whole arm full, at least 5 boxes of McFarlane figures. The whole stack, the whole shelf he took. And like I said, he cleaned it
Damn.
out. And like, bro, son, these scalpers is no joke, son. They will clean out a whole shelf in minutes. They be camped. They got people working on the inside to let them know when
McFarlane's
they
Toys.
getting product in. Be holding shit for cats in the back. Like it's a whole mafioso, kid, when it comes to the scalpers. And fuck the shit on online. Online's even more disgusting.
Oh,
'Cause
I
you
believe
getting
it.
beat out by bots. You over there getting beat
Yeah,
out
you
by
ain't beating a
motherfucking
bot.
bots.
Yeah, I was gonna say you ain't beating bots. Them fuckers is on point. They
The
built
guys
that
on the
way.
streets, you got to just do a little leg work. But the bots, yeah, you're not beating the bot. The bots is undefeated.
had issues with. I mean, shit.
As soon as they opened up that window for pre-order, that shit, you refresh that
Gone.
shit's already sold out.
Yeah, that's all it was. Remember it was funny because it was like that with shoes first. New Jordans or something coming out, already sold out. You didn't even get a chance to click on it.
2-3 years of a few.
Yeah, as soon as you refresh, that shit sold out. Like what?
Yo, like damn, I just got here.
My show, and we had the most civil, most entertaining conversation. People love
Storm Collectibles are good. Wait, Storm Collectibles are good. Are a good brand. Also, ZD Toys.
Yeah, Storm Collectibles is really good. I mean, some of their figures are a little high end, but they've tapped into the 6-inch market now because they see like we need to start because usually their scale is about think like 10 or 12. I forget. No, don't quote me on it. But they never really did the 6-inch scale. But now they're starting to drop some of it down because the 6-inch they can do and then cut the price down to like $25. But as far as quality for figures, oh, they're second to none. They're second to none.
Yeah.
They got a Baki one coming out. That shit look mean, kid.
Ooh,
Stuff
I'll
I
have to
wanna
check that
do.
out. Most
I wanna
definitely.
build bridges. I want to have fun.
And Bill Bridges that he gave up.
I want to be someone who
Motherfucker, you
has the
burnt those
opportunity to go
bridges,
talk to
son.
people, hang out with people. that
Yeah,
I've
once all the
never
ones
been
he's trying to
able
build now.
You know
He
how
I
you know
love
he burnt the
video
bridges?
games,
Because like he says all this like redemption arc, but where are any of these people coming to reach out to you? Like the only people that actually reached out to you, Phil, were other people within the locale sphere.
yeah.
Keemstar, Keno, Rich, Ralph. The only
The
one that's not
only
in
ones.
the vortex is Tom here, and you had to reach out to him.
Hot Toys or the Ferrari of action figures. Oh shit, I'll have to
They
check
are.
them out
They
later
are.
tonight.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you can check them out, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the minimum is like 280.
Whoo! Shit, that
That's
damn
the
that werewolf with the
minimum.
shotgun cost me a fucking pretty penny. I'm like that werewolf with the shotgun cost me a pretty penny. It's like
Yeah,
fuck.
but like
Well,
these
I
are
wanna
like
play.
12-inch scale, highly detailed. Depending on the character, they might have a little bit of soft goods, but like just off the rip, like the minimum type figure that they would sell you there is like
Yeah.
280. The highest is probably like 3 something, maybe 4, depending on the
Damn.
character, depending on the accessories. But like yeah, the minimum is around like 280.
Whew.
As
I
long as
got
I
I
have
got
my
a guy
wallet
that
ready.
was going hard. My man was going hard body on them Hot Toys Iron Man figures, and he was like you look on the list, and like I said, minimum is probably like 280, like max is probably like 300 to 400.
Not
you start to
surprised.
get a little slower, hand-eye coordination. You're getting like a little carpal tunnel in my hand.
Phil, there's Sniping Grandpa. He's got a whole YouTube channel. He streams, and all
Oh,
he
I
does
love
is play.
sniping, Grandpa.
Yeah,
Yo, that
he be
dude's a
sitting there telling you about his time in the military and how he was a trained sniper while sniping motherfuckers in the game. Like fucking players
that dude's
running,
a
and he's
beast.
sitting there sniping them. Motherfuckers across the goddamn map, and he's popping them.
I know I'm not going to be.
Oh,
a
speaking
gamer
of which,
my whole life.
since we was kind of on the action figure thing, remember I was showing you my Street Fighter line I got coming.
Yeah.
So I got 2 figures left. There's T-Hawk and Zane Keith dropping in the fall. But Jada put out at the con this past weekend, they did a whole set of all the game over beat up heads.
No way.
So like all the beat up faces when they lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just put out like a set of heads and hands for all the beat up faces after they lose.
Nice.
I think
Oh,
like
I
the
can
whole set
answer.
is like the whole set of it is like $50. I was like, damn, I'm tempted to get it, but it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
no.
No, I can answer that. G Money. Yeah, DSP is a poser with those figures he had, with those busts and statues he had. That was just to show off what he has, his wealth.
Yeah, he was
That's all
a
that
straight
was.
poser, son. He was a straight poser. When it came to his statues and all that shit, he was a poser because like when it came down to it, it was no rhyme and reason where he had them displayed. He just sprawled them out
Yeah.
everywhere because he really wasn't a fan of what it was he had. It was just him having like a status symbol of I got money and look what I bought.
Yep.
That's it.
And
Like he wasn't a fan
and
of
now look at it.
anything.
He don't
was-
have it anymore.
Yeah. It was just a thing of I got money. Look what I bought. Same way with what Howard and them said. Like instead of paying cats that were putting money in your pocket, you bought a BMW, and then went to try to
Yep.
flex on them, and then try to flex on them with it.
Exactly.
Right. This is the kind of stuff that I want to branch out into doing. And this was like a great opportunity. And all it simply took.
People in the Yu-Gi-Oh community are worried about scalpers because Konami is doing overframe art cards now. I'm just thinking the scalpers are going to be there and for a bad time. Yeah, there was somebody else said that too.
Giving me a chance to show.
Well, see,
who I
here's the
really
thing:
am. And
companies are kind of now being proactive about the scalper situation because they're seeing what's happening. Because unfortunately, because of the whole Pokemon craze, a lot of violence is going down in your local Walmarts and
Dude,
Targets.
motherfuckers be going into goddamn brawls now.
Yeah, Cass is out here Royal Rumbling it. So like you got places like Target now where they're like, okay, no more camping outside our store. Don't you're not allowed to camp out here. You know what I'm saying? You come when we open, but if you out here sitting in chairs, we not selling to you.
Yup.
You know what I'm saying?
He said, what brand are your Street Fighters?
They're popping tags. They're popping tags. So it's like, okay,
Oh,
if you was
shit.
really here for the cards, you wouldn't mind that I popped the plastic because you're not going to resell it, right? Because you're here for the cards, right?
Cards.
And hobby shops are doing that too. They're popping plastic. So it's like, okay, if you're here to resell, if I pop the plastic, then you lose all value. You're here for the card, right? And you were going to pop the
Yeah,
plastic
you
anyway.
ain't gonna
'cause
worry
you're here
about
for
it.
the card. You shouldn't worry about it. So that's the new strategy to circumvent scalpers is like, we're just going to start popping tags. That's it. We're just going to start popping
We gotta
tags.
do something.
If like I said, if you out here trying to buy the whole fleet, we're not selling you the fleet. In fact, if you asking for more than 2, we just not going to sell you none at all.
Wait. Jeremy is watching Phil. Oh, I mean, he did say Phil is getting undeserved trolling. So actually, that stacks. That actually stacks now.
Well, Jeremy's an idiot, so he don't
I
know
must say,
shit.
yeah, he went straight lolcow of the year. Oh yeah, Greedy Piggy asked, what brand is your Street Fighters? Do you have the series of Kotobayaka?
No, it's from a new toy company that's been out in recent years. They're called Jada Toys. It's from the Street Fighter 2. Let me make sure I got it correct. I always get it mixed up because there's so many goddamn Street Fighter 2s. It's from Ultra Street Fighter 2. So the final challenge is based off of that one. So all the characters look like they did during that Ultra Street Fighter. I've got every character right now except for Zangief and T-Hawk because those are the last
Yeah,
two that
that
they're about to
Zangief
put out.
looked fucking good when you showed him to me.
Like I said, I recently just got Balrog and Honda. And like I said, I'm just waiting for Hawk and Zangief, and that's the last. Because like I said, and the only other ones I don't have is like Evil Ryu or Violent Ken. I really don't need them. Plus, they're putting out player 2s where they're wearing alternate colors, and it's like I don't need all that. Just give me the baseline, and I'm good to go.
I just want to get the
Not
Akuma, and that's
In
it.
fact, they showed off a player 2 Akuma at Con, and oh, that shit looks fucking pretty, boy.
Oh, see, I might have to get both of them.
Now, this stuff has been turning around in the
But
last
yeah,
couple
like
months.
so. And plus,
I really
Jada
appreciate
Toys
it.
is their whole gimmick is they're giving you really detailed, highly articulated figures with really good MSRP. Like their figures go for
Okay.
$25. The deluxe figures are like 35. Like Zane, like Sagat, and like the bigger figures are like 35. Like Honda's like 35. But then cats like Ryu, Chung Li, Guile, and DJ, they're like $25.
I
So
mean,
they
that
gotta
makes
really
sense.
respect it, and that goes for like most of the other
Be right back.
figures that they make outside of Street Fighter, because they do Mega Man. They're working on Scooby Doo. They do cereal mascots. So if you like Fred Flintstone, Tony the Tiger, Chester Cheetah, they do all those type of shits, and like their price point is very low. They keep it under like keep it like around the 25 price point for most of their figures, so, and they're real good quality. They're very good quality. I highly recommend if you're into 6-inch collectibles of real good articulation. But like I said, they ain't gonna try to break your bank. Jada's a good spot. Like check them out. Like especially like the Street Fighter shit. They Street Fighter shit is good. Especially the quality
I'm back.
has gotten better. The quality has gotten better since the line has started. Like the Ryu and the Ken figures, they're good. But then when you get into like Sagat and Balrog and Honda and Akuma, oh, it gets fucking better because they start adding toe tilts to the motherfuckers.
Yeah, the toe tilts is why I want to get that Akuma. Oh
Yeah,
man,
this shit start looking proper like because like the
yes.
first few figures didn't have the toe tilt, but they're still good. But like once they started dropping in the toe tilts, oh, the shit just got better. And like the last person who didn't have a toe tilt, I think was the Vega, but Vega's fucking primo. Vega's primo. Dowsum is primo because they give them the extendable arms with the like metal bars so you can kind of flex them and everything. Like he's primo.
Yeah.
Right now, Bullrog is probably my best. I think it's my favorite out of the line so far. Like Akuma's right there, but Bullrog is something special. He's something special. Honda 2. Honda too, because
Oh,
his
shit.
big ass can hold the pose on one fucking foot.
Yeah, that right, man. That
So
right
what was
there.
it within that
That's
interview
quality right
that
there.
was the starter cap for
Mhm.
you, or was it just the fact that it was an interview?
It was the fact that in the interview, it wasn't a shooting session. It wasn't me standing there and feeling like I'm in a firing line. Okay, so why did you fuck up here? What's bad about you here? What's this?
Well, I mean, those are basic questions anyone's gonna ask you.
Yeah.
Like,
And
why'd you
again, when
fuck up?
when you put yourself on a pedestal like you did, you're gonna be open for scrutiny when you do not live up to expectations.
Yep. You're gonna get the shit slapped out of you.
Here,
Yeah.
like you and I right now, we're having a completely civil conversation, and it's really good, right? This has been a great interview. People wouldn't give me this chance previously.
They shouldn't have to. Nobody has to placate to you. Nobody's got to sit there and suck your dick. If they want to put you in a shooting gallery, they're going to put you in a shooting gallery. And you got two options: either leave or answer the questions. That's it.
Yeah, you either leave or you either take the shots or you shoot back.
Yeah.
One or the
We want
other,
you on
but
to
it's
see what's
like you still gonna. But while you shooting back, you also gonna take some shots. So that's the way. That's the way it works.
And the fact that you don't have anything, you got no ammunition. Your gun is empty.
Talk shit about you for 2 straight hours, right? And it's like, I don't see what the meaning of that is, right? And these guys had me on, and yes, we talked a little bit about the drama stuff, but then we were watching clips together, laughing, and just given that chance to shine and show my personality through.
What personality? You had nothing. You
Yeah,
added
Kino carried
nothing
you.
to
They
that.
carried you the whole way through that arc. They
Yeah.
literally had to roll you up the hill like Atlas.
It's like, dude, let my personality shine. Now, guys, my personality was shining through here, guys.
I didn't know just sitting there being a bobblehead was personality, Phil.
I didn't either. That's a new one on me. Like, damn. I guess we'd have missed out, Dwight.
Work.
I guess I need to lock in.
Shit,
I know. Lock the fuck in.
Phil's not the devil. No, like you could have come by.
No one said you were the devil. They just said you were an asshole. There's a difference.
Well, I did say he's evil, so it's
Oh,
close.
evil,
to
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
But it's evil. It's evil.
Still evil, yeah.
My stream and checked it out, but most people, their only exposure to me is my detractors content. They don't see the real stream or the real me.
Actually, that's wrong because side scrollers, Craig told you he watched your actual streams. Like he sat in your chat and
that's
watched
the other
you.
thing. Everybody has said that to him. Even Tom said that here. He said, "I've watched your streams."
Streams for years.
Everybody has said that shit to Phil. They've all said, "I've watched your stream, not and the tractor stuff." But so they watch both. They get both sides of the coin. He just hears the womp 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 womp. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
But they've said that too in the past that they've watched you, bro. Not just you detractors. They watched you raw. Not raw Phil, you raw.
They went to you and gave you the fucking view.
Yeah, gave you the view, gave you the engagement. Hell, could have possibly even gave you money.
Yeah.
So they don't get to see the entertainment value there. They just believe everything the detractors have said for 10 years. And that's sad, you know, and that's really them giving me that shot in that.
Yeah, who is everybody?
Saying,
Exactly.
But where's the value? Because even the website doesn't recognize your value. If you had value, you'd be in a better place. If you had value,
Exactly.
you would be in a better place. Even like I said, despite what we say, like I said, there's many content creators out here on multiple platforms that have haters and detractors, and somehow they've found a way to succeed because their content, even despite the doubters, it has value.
Yeah. His
Like
has
look at
none.
look at Hassan Piker. There's a lot of people that don't like that guy, but there's something about his shit that had some form of value to somebody that they were willing to throw money at.
Almost still got a
It's
shit
his a
ton of
little more
viewers.
artificial. Well, you know what? Hassan Piker's a bad representation.
Bad example.
His ass. Because he wrote off the dick of his uncle Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, so he's a nepo.
Wait,
That's
he's related to the dude on the Young Turks?
Yeah, he's his nephew.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, everybody knew that. That was the meme when he first got into the game. They used to always call him Cenk Uyghur's nephew.
Wow.
They didn't even call him by his name. He was just always referred to as Cenk Uyghur's nephew.
Jeez, that reminds me of that other dude that worked for Blizzard. And he's in there saying, "Oh, I didn't say that a lot." And then find out his dad got him in there.
Yeah, so he was a nepo. That's how he got his foot in the door. But like, okay, I'll get even better example. Someone DSP doesn't like, Maximilian dude. Maximilian
Yeah.
dude, like I said, I'm pretty sure has a bunch of haters. I mean, DSP, you're one
Yeah,
of
he
them.
does.
But despite
Hell,
despite all that, his content has enough value that he could succeed.
well, it's like I said before.
The algorithm favors him. The people who
Mm-hmm.
watch him favor him. Like I said, you put your content out every day, and it does nothing because no one sees value in it. And like I said, if there was any value to it, it would be successful. You would be successful.
Yeah.
So all this talk is delusional. Because it's like, dude, if your shit was worth anything, then you'd be in a better place. I say it all
The
the
son
time.
got handed
If
his
you were worth
career.
your salt, if
Damn.
you were worth your salt and your word had any kind of value, Phil, you'd be in a better place financially, mentally, everything. You'd be in a better place.
Yeah,
Anything
and
you
he's
said was a
not.
fraction true. You'd be in a better place, but you're not. And we can visually see it. We can audibly hear it, and everything in between. The only thing we can't do is touch and smell it, which we don't want to do.
Exactly. Hell,
If
even
you're
when
wearing, if you're over there
was
wearing
it
diapers, you
Mudahar?
probably smell like shit.
Shit.
Also,
Oh yeah.
other confirmation. Hey, ice, 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 ice. I'm gonna add fuel to the fire that needs to be spread.
Okay.
So DSP likes to breathe life into things that may or may not be true. The current
Yep.
thing is DSP wears a diaper.
Yeah, I heard about that
He's
one. I was laughing
yeah.
about that.
So, and all the photos of him having a saggy butt diaper looking photos is out there. But also, DSP is also the guy that has told us we like to just wear cologne indoors. So
Yes,
I would
he
almost
has said
imagine that
that.
a guy likes to wear cologne indoors because he's sitting around in a shitty diaper. See
Yeah,
how
and
easy
then
that could be, and it
yeah.
makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Hell, he even
Makes a
said he
lot of
applies
sense
it
when you
again at
think about
night.
it.
He applies it at night too.
Yeah, so it's almost begs the question: why would you need to apply cologne on a regular daily basis if you're not sitting in a shitty diaper?
Shouldn't. Shouldn't need to. At all.
Mm-hmm. So look how easy I could just perpetuate that right there with the diaper. Because like I said, all you got to do is throw in the cologne in the mix, and it gets people thinking like, yeah, why would you do that? Especially when you're not going anywhere. Why would you have to apply cologne on a regular basis? Like unless it's other two factors. And my first one before was with the cologne was you putting all that cologne on is because your house stinks. Now I got factor point. I got two option B. You put on cologne because you're sitting in a shitty diaper right now, or a shitty pissy diaper right now. I mean, pick your poison, Phil.
Yeah.
Pick your poison. You want to live in
Take
a
your
stinky
pick.
house or a shitty pissy diaper? Which one you want? How do you want it? How do you feel?
The co-op
Sitting
commentary.
up
That
in a
led to us playing
shitty
the game
diaper.
together.
Oh my
And then I did an
God.
What's up,
interview
Philip
It's
Leak? How you
with the guy who
doing?
runs Kiwi Farms, a website that infamously has been posting
Up
up
Kiwi
awful
Farms
things about me
again.
and my family members. So it just keeps rolling. It's like, wow, what a difference just because.
Why are
Yeah,
we
but
worried
you're not
about
the only
Kiwi
thing on the
Farms?
Kiwi farms too, Phil. It's not exclusive to you. There's other locales, okay? So you act like it's just targeted harassment when it's like, no, there are other people on that website that get talked about, and all the stuff that happens to you happens to them too. Especially
Yep.
because people put it out there. And locales love to put their personal shit out there. And people pick it up and people remember. Too bad, Phil. Stop talking. Keep your mouth shut. Play the game.
Yep.
Shut up and play the game.
Took the shot and gave me a little bit of
Put the
kindness,
fries in the
helped me
bag.
change things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that change happening now?
I do, but the thing is, as I've said many times in life, it's fleeting. Like this is how my life has been since I've been on YouTube. It's kind of like there's a high, and then it peaks, and then there's a low, and then there's a high, and then there's a low. Right now, I'm kind of in the
You
middle.
know,
Like I had a
Phil's the only
high
person
like a
that
month ago.
actually will say this out loud because it's like I've watched a lot of YouTube, and I'm pretty sure you have too, Ice.
I
And
have a whole lot.
I've never had any content creator sit there and go, my time here on YouTube has been ups and downs. Sure, some of them will discuss about certain moments that have happened in YouTube that has kind of changed some of the landscape. But they've never sat here and be like, my popularity has always been like this, like a roller coaster. And it's like, no, because
No.
either they had fans or fans aged out, but like they never sat there and made a big deal about it. They never even gave it like fucking oxygen.
Yeah,
Whereas
kept on
DSP
making
will tell
content.
you on an annually basis how his career has been in the past 18 years, and it's like if you got to do all that, then that means your shit has not really been that good. And again, that up and down is nothing but money. It's nothing but
Yeah,
money.
exactly.
Like I said, it's not popularity, it's not viewership, it's not trending, it's not people's opinions changing, it's not positive content being made about you. The up and down is literally money.
Yep.
While he's giving you the stare at the barrel of the shotgun Heil Hitler right now. So like, yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah, I seen
literally
that,
just
Philip
been
Lee.
money. It's literally
And
just
then
been
those guys
money.
actually
The up and down
Yeah,
has nothing been
it's
but
all
money.
money.
went on vacation, and now I'm strong. I'm trying to do content on my own. I've had a couple of weeks where I haven't really had many interviews or anything going on, and then things slow down. But ultimately, what I'm hoping is that things will pick up. I actually have people who are very interested in coming on my show for interviews over October. I'm going to be doing more stuff.
Yes, LTG is fighting for custody of his kid. That is, you heard correct. That is true. And he did get a restraining order against his baby mama, as fucked up as it is.
with those guys in the
There's,
future once
there's
they come back
videotape
from
of
the break,
that.
and then things will pick up again. And that's the cool thing about the nature of this business is depending on what's going on and who you're hanging out with.
You know, I only hear this type of talk from people that are losing everything or have lost everything. Everyone else keeps making content and just keeps it pushing.
Yeah,
get
plus,
those,
but the people
because it
you are
always happens.
aligned with are the ones you would criticize as the people who propagate the hate against you.
Yeah.
Like I said, during this interview, you're in the middle of the Kino arc. You're literally hanging out with the people you would call the misery merchants. Or when you're having a bad day, they're having a good
Having a
day.
great
And you
day.
chose to
Yup.
get in bed with these people. You chose to get in bed with Rich. He's a misery merchant. Motherfucker, you sat there with fucking Ethan Ralph. This dude's literally
Yes.
the dark web of the fucking internet, basically. And you got in bed with him.
That says a lot.
The cleanest people that you have got in bed with that could have actually taken you to a better place. One is side scrollers, and the other is this guy right here, Tom.
Yep.
Everyone
And
else was a
Tom
misery
buried this
merchant.
shit.
From Keemstar to Kino to Ethan Ralph to RTU to that Truth Seekers guy from the Kylo Dent. All of those
Yes.
dudes that you got in bed with are literally misery merchants. You didn't get only, like I said, the only people who were slightly clean, and I gotta say now slightly because side scrollers tends to dip into the misery merchant stuff from time to time.
Yeah.
And I could even say Tom here digs into some of the misery merchant stuff, but it's more on a wrestling scale. They like to talk about drama and rumors. So yeah, they're technically clean, but not really clean. But like I said, the real people who we would all look at and go, these are misery merchants, you got into bed with every last one of them.
Yeah.
To be high
Every last
all
one
the
of them.
time. But it's crazy. Like,
And then
Also,
tried to crawl
and don't
back to
forget we tried
Kino.
to get in bed with LTG as well, another misery merchant.
Yep. And remember, he was trying to get back with the fucking Kino boys. They need to just go ahead and release them DMs. I'd like to see them DMs.
At first, I didn't believe it.
I really would. I wish they would drop those. I would like to see what kind of groveling this bitch did. I would really like to see what kind of groveling he did. I would like to see what kind of pignosis he tried to put on these two. I would like to see that pignosis.
Dude, then like today, oh man, he sat there and said that everyone that watches the Kino Casino got mental issues, and they were just a bunch of rubes being taken for a ride. And it's like, but you were in bed with these dudes getting that same money.
Yeah,
so what does that say about you?
Oh, if he said that, I hope he drops. I hope they drop the DMs.
Yeah, he did. He did. I'm gonna have to. I'll have to find
I
it.
hope they drop DMs just for that.
Set up or something, right? Like that. Like what people were saying was, you're like in the movie Carrie, where they're gonna put you on stage and then they're gonna dump the pig's blood on your head because you've been the whipping boy of the internet for 10 years. Maybe these guys are just messing with you. But no, that's not happening.
Yeah, he won't, Philip Lee. LTG don't collab with no one.
Yo, play that back. You hear what he just said? You hear how and look at his face, how not sure he is. Like he was still walking around again, for the guy who claims he was the king snake, he was still walking around petrified, waiting for the fucking for that shoe to drop.
High all
Yeah.
the time. But it's crazy. Like when it started to happen, at first I didn't believe it. You know, you kind of feel like you're being set up or something, right?
Yeah,
Like
we're looking
like
at
what people were
God.
saying was you're like
Yep.
in the movie Carrie, where they're gonna put you on stage and then they're gonna
I mean, but you were set up by the Kino Casino, and that's because they got bored because you didn't want to play ball, as you've said about LTG not wanting to play ball. You did the same thing.
dump the
And
plate.
not only
board
that,
on
not
your
only
head.
not want to play ball, he wasn't even carrying his own weight. That's the
Yeah,
thing. Like, if
they
you
were
go back
dragging a
to all that
carcass.
content, like if you go back to all those collabs that DSP and the Kino did, like I said, Kino did most of the carrying of the stream while DSP would sit there and be a bobblehead. And
Yeah,
then when he did throw in some jabs or barbs, that shit was cringe as fuck and corny as hell.
yeah. Nobody cared for it.
Because you've been the
Yeah,
whipping
so
boy
it's
of the
like they
internet for 10
not
years.
like I said, they not only did they put money in your pocket, but they carried you to the money.
Yep.
Maybe these guys are just messing with you. But no, that's not happened. You know, it's actually been an amazing positive experience. And at first it's kind of like, whoa, people like me again? People are actually coming by and watching and supporting. Like,
And
It
again,
was
all that
the
is all
Kino
that all that
boys.
attitude, and all those words are based off a dollar amount. Nobody actually
Yep.
likes you. They just gave you money.
That's
But
all it
he
was.
equates money equals actual fucking likes.
Yep.
it feels so weird.
Oh, you gave me a
I've been in
dollar?
this
You must
isolated
like me.
You must like me. Yep. Like, and that's why I always say, when's the entertainment start? When do we get the entertainment start part first? That never
That's
shows
the one
up.
thing I never got. Like, why do like his audience tolerate that? Because it's like for the streamers who do stream and audiences donate money, there's never a thing of, come on, guys, give me the money right now. It's just people give money whenever. So, like in the middle of the game, in the beginning of the stream, at the end of the stream, whatever, people will choose to give money. Whereas DSP is like, all right, man, let's hurry up and get it in here now, so I don't have
Yeah.
to be worried during gameplay. But even if you got the money now, you'd still be asking during
For
gameplay.
during gameplay. And I forget who
So
was it. I think it
it's
was
like
you. I
another
said it
scenario
too.
like, yo, bro, how about you play the game first, and if I decide you're good enough, because you always like to
Then I'll
say, if
drop
you're
you some
liking the game,
dollars.
if you like the game I'm playing, please, support it. But it's like, Phil, start the stream. Start the
Yeah.
stream first.
just my hardcore fans for
Like, oh yeah, it was on Saturday. I sat there and said, if you pay attention to the new Phil, we get the beg, we get the guilt trip, and then we get the demand. Like, we've reached that point now where he just straight demands money. And I love it.
like 5+ years.
Like, come on, guys. I've been at this for 2 hours and all we got is $17. That ain't gonna cut it. Like, dude,
And now to see
jeez.
some popularity come from outside of the place. People are actually finding my channels on YouTube again through YouTube search. They weren't even able to do
King
that. You would type in
Snake.
Dark Side Phil or DSP Gaming, and all you would see is 10 detractor videos. Now
And you
can
still
actually
do.
type that in, and my channel comes up.
Well, yeah, if they type in DSP Gaming, yes, your channel will be the first thing that pops up. Because they typed it in exactly as it is on YouTube. But if they just type in DSP, then yes, you're going to get detractor videos first.
It's like, holy shit. So I have a chance to be exposed again to people who might be interested. That's a really awesome thing. It's surreal, but I have to get used to that now. It's been a long time. I've been kind of like in this just like conditioned to think that I'm always going to be stuck where I am, and the possibility that I could actually change or grow now is actually a new thing that I kind of have to get adjusted to.
So obviously we've mentioned interviews and such like that. What else is something that you'd like to be doing on in the YouTube space with what
The
looks like a
YouTube
resurgence
space.
continuing onwards?
Man, for me, I have not just wanted to be the one-trick pony. Like I said, when I play games, I play a lot of games, right?
You are a one-trick pony. Most people that do this are pretty much a one-trick pony. They stick in their wheelhouse, be it playing games, be it commentary, be it political, whatever. They stick to their wheelhouse. They're one-trick pony in that area because it does them well.
Variety. I want to do more than that. I want to be someone who can like reach out and have a meaningful conversation with someone from any walk of life. I think that
you offer nothing to anyone to have that type of conversation. You know nothing. You know nothing of the outside world. Outside of your walls, you don't know what's going on around you. You don't keep up with movies. You don't keep up with politics. You don't keep up with comic books. You don't even keep up with gaming. So yeah, Phil, what meaningful conversation would you have besides nothing?
That'd be awesome just to have people from all over the place
Yes, this is Cultaholic, the wrestling channel,
on my show just to talk about stuff.
With what looks like a resurgence continuing onwards.
Oh, okay, it went backwards.
Man,
that's odd.
I said be some people from all over just to find out common connectivity and stuff like that. I don't just want to do the gaming forever. And I feel like now that I have new eyes on me, I'm able to do that. You know, I'm clipping my content.
You could have always done that. You chose not to. Like, I do drama content, i.e. you, usually once a week, and the rest of the week is gaming.
I'm doing different stuff that I never did before, and it's working. So that's the key, is not just being the gamer anymore, but being more of a personality and someone who gets into issues. And
gamers have a personality, and they are a personality. You are not that. You are not a personality. You do not have a personality. Hey, Detective Detractor, how you doing?
Yeah, that's why Justin Wong's getting the White Claw deals and you're not.
No, it's like, I want to be a personality. Gamers are personalities. And then I don't know if you heard me earlier, Dwight. He's saying, "Oh, I want to do more things besides being a one-trick pony." Most people that do these things are one-trick ponies, and they do very well for that. Gamers just game. They're not running around doing a stream on politics. They're not doing a stream on movie reviews or food reviews. They're just playing games.
He says he doesn't want to be a one-trick pony, but you already are a one-trick pony. You running around trying to pick up everybody else's gimmicks to see if you can attract people to come in and give you money for it. That's why we're sitting here eating food. That's why we're here buying Pokemon cards. That's why we'll sit here and play like the AAA games when they're high. That's why you're waiting for GTA 6 right now, because you're trying to get you're literally a surfer sitting out in the ocean waiting for that big ass wave.
That's why he tried to do the politics shit. That's why he did the movie reviews.
That's why you try to do the politics shit. That's why you try to do the drama thing, right? Because you're a one-trick pony, and your trick is trying to copy everybody else. That's your trick.
Yep. And it doesn't work. Plain and simple.
Yeah, none of it
Not
works.
for you.
Like your setup is you tried to mimic what the Kino did. You like I said, you copy their lingo and their mannerisms. So like, yeah, that's your trick. You're a fucking mimic. You're a ditto. You're a fucking ditto.
And that's the thing with his I still refuse to call it a podcast, but his fail cast, or his bottom cast, as GTG says, he just bitches. Or he's reading what Wario 64 talked about and has zero input of his own, or if he does, it's all bullshit. Like, it's not even in reality of what he's talking about or what the subject matter is.
It's all delusions of grandeur.
Yeah. Remember, the gas prices is bullshit. Remember that. Remember, they just make whatever the fuck they want. There's no supply and demand. They just do whatever the fuck they want because they're greedy. Oh, why the fuck are they raising the prices of RAM chips? There's no supply and demand for that. There's no shortage of it. They just want fucking money. Oh, but Phil, there's these AI corporate companies that are popping up all over the place buying it. Yeah, but they got more. They can just make it. No, they just want money. Are you fucking serious? Like, are you really fucking serious right now? Mr. Business Degree doesn't understand any of this shit? Okay.
Interviews people. I think that's the future for me, at least at this point.
The word detracted is a really popular one in the Dark Side Phil lexicon, and I think that for every time that I've seen content, detractors have been mentioned. Do you think with this new mindset that you've got, is there some validity to some of the negative opinion that has come from detractors, and if so, what would you like to do or say towards them to try and turn that around?
Well, here's the thing.
He can't turn it around because all he's going to do is tell you a lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. He can't turn it around because he's just going to lie. He's already told you in this interview, my detractors lie about everything. Despite him telling you also that he's lied about a bunch of shit that he finally came clean on. And he's provided no proof of his claims that his detractors are just liars. So there's nothing he can say to turn anyone. I mean, he could turn a dent, but they're fucking dents. They're not people. They're sheeple.
Because there's different people out there. And when I say detractors, I want to make this clear. This is not a person who just like wants to laugh at me or make fun of me at a meme or something. That's a normal person. I think everyone has.
What the fuck is this?
Now we're trying to like really do that like grass straws thing, you know?
Yeah. Oh, that's a normal person. Like Phil, the fucking world laughs at you. So I guess the entire world's a goddamn detractor.
Yeah, when you got fucking people in Japanese making diss videos about you, son. Man, don't bang man wine, pill up ball Bernal. You ever seen that one, Ice? There's a video out there of a literal Japanese detractor made a video about DSP and it's all in Japanese. Somebody had to like AI dub English for it because it's in Japanese.
Yeah, it's in Japanese.
But they're shitting on Phil.
Dude, remember, fucking Brazil was making fun of him for failing at Kirby. They wrote a goddamn article about it.
People like the world itself laughs at you, bro. You the only one that don't seem to realize that. Like, bro, they're not laughing with you. They are laughing at you, sir.
Exactly.
Done that, right? Everyone's seen the incident, everyone's seen a Dark Side Phil meme and laughed at me and made fun of me. I don't care about that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you fucking do. But go ahead.
When I say detractor, I mean these people who are so hyper focused on doing every little thing they can to make me look bad so they can benefit. You know, like I said, it just.
Here's the thing: if they did everything, who's benefited? Name the person who is actually benefited. That's the thing. You can say that, but show me evidence of who's out here, fucking driving a Bugatti.
I know who's making a mortgage off of this.
DSP content. Like I said, show me a person that's over there buying a house because they make DSP content. Because you're making it sound like they making PewDiePie money out here. A lot of detractors,
and they're not.
A lot of detractors outside of duty, for the most part, they choose to either not be monetized or if they are monetized, like I said, they ain't out here getting caked out, bro.
Fuck no, I'm not getting caked out.
It's like, so to sit there and go, my detractors are the ones that want to see harm come to me and then profit off of it. No, they just sit there and hold you accountable. And like I said, most of them don't make a dime off of you, bro. And if they make any bit of money off of you, it's not retirement money.
Nah. It's like maybe a little bit of fun money.
Sure shit ain't quit your job money. It ain't quit your job money.
These hyper-fixating people. And it's like that. Again, but this wasn't the question. He said the people that have validity to their claims, what would you say to them? And we talking about the ones that hyper-fixate on me.
Well, no, but here's the thing. The ones that hyper-fixate, they were right, Phil.
Yeah, they were right.
The ones who hyper-fixated were right. Like I said earlier, he could say all this stuff and all these what about it isms and try to just sit there and continue to muddy the fucking water. Doesn't matter what you say. At the end of the day, they were right.
Yeah.
You want to sit all this, say this shit, the championship, the jerk off shit. They were right. Remember, you said you tried to scratch your leg. You were right. They were right. You were jerking off. The champions things. Well, you just admitted it, so that means they were right.
They were right.
The Derek thing. To get him a W.
They were right.
They were right. So, like, you can sit there and keep trying to use this buzzword hyper-focus. Guess what? The hyper-focus people were right.
Yep.
Okay? They were right.
And
rightfully so, because guess what? They were so hyper-focused, they found the truth. Okay?
Yep.
So you try this is once like again, this is not a flex. You saying that a detractor was so hyper-focused that they found out the truth, that sounds like a job well done, sir.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have done it if you didn't make them feel a certain way.
That sounds like good productivity in the workplace, sir. Okay, that sounds like taking care of business, sir.
And it's like, okay, and you're still over here saying, well, it's their fault that I'm getting called out for my bad behavior. It's their fault I'm getting called out for lying. Their fault I'm getting called out for scamming. It sounds like you just upset they calling you out for the shit you doing wrong.
Well, like I say, Ice, he's mad that we remember. He's mad
Yep.
that we remember. And
What
that
do
we
we
take
say?
notes.
Petra's Farm
And we
remembers.
record things. Like, he's mad we remember.
Good
Like I
job,
said, he
Phil.
assumes everybody's a dent and we have short-term memories like goldfish. It's like, sir, we don't. Not all of us.
Came to a logical
Especially not the white
conclusion
race.
based on
The
current
white race
evidence.
is,
Yep.
I have a copious memory, okay? It is, no, sir.
And the detractors at large keep copious amounts of detailed reports.
Between $5,000 and $6,000 a month just making
Yep, he's on my duty.
negative videos
Yeah,
about me
and
on
like I
YouTube.
said, Duty's
That's
an
absurd.
outlier. Duty's an outlier. Plus, the amount even he makes is not retirement money. He's making like $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay, good for him, but
Look, he can
that's
buy a
not
car.
retirement money.
Look, he can buy a car. That's about it.
Yeah.
Or
Saying
throw it
maybe
in
buy
the
some new
bank.
furniture or something. Maybe take his wife out for a nice trip or vacay or something. Maybe take it to Japan, you know?
Yeah,
Look at that
which is
Porsche
where
you
he's
got
at
on,
right now.
son.
Like, he's in Japan right now.
Duty?
Yeah, he's in Japan right now.
You know what? Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah. Hey, you know who's not there? Phil.
Cat sure
Phil
not
ain't in
there.
Japan. Yup,
Cat
Cat damn sure ain't there.
Dang, this guy's making a full-time living out of it. And that's just nuts because when you look at his content, it's all bullshit. It's like he literally lies. In one video,
Okay, so I'm gonna say it. Duty's not lying on his clip videos. It's just clips of the shit you have said. The
Yeah,
same
literally
as
just
Snort
clips.
Brunel and everyone else. They're just clips of the shit you said. So how is that a lie if it's what you... Wait, okay. Let's play this. Okay, so you're saying you're lying in that clip.
Like I said, so with DSP is to pick your poison, and no matter how he slices, he comes out the loser. It doesn't matter. Like, cause like, bro, you wanna sit here and say this, but it's like, okay, so then does that mean, like you said, if everything there's a lie and it's literally just a rebroadcast of a clip of something you said, does that mean that clip was the shit you said? All that on your stream was bullshit, right? That's what it means.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Phil, so what is it? Is Duty lying because he's putting up a clip of you, or are you lying because what you said was bullshit, as the white said? Like, which one is it? It can't be both. It's one or the other.
Yeah, pick the poison.
Most detractors forget
Not
that
how.
Super Crazy ripped off. Oh yeah, no, it is definitely not forgotten.
No, it's not forgotten, but here's the thing. No one's gonna sit there and dwell on it. He left, and like I said, you want to go, you could go. And like I said, if you come back, don't expect nobody to be putting you into their loving, embracing arm. That's the and that goes for a lot of cats that have sat here and done dumb shit. Look at what we can name a list of people who have done dumb shit and they are forgotten. Okay, some of
Yeah.
Julius Cruz, Ravens Dolphin. Like I said, you could throw Super Crazy on that train. Okay, no pun intended.
I'm about to say, I throw him on the train. I mean,
Like I said, there's a litany of people who have sat here and put their foot in their mouths or in their ass or wherever, and now they're not here no more because like nobody wants to deal with them.
yeah, they got written
Nobody's gonna
out.
sit there and with
Yeah,
short shit,
Eric
not gonna
Miller.
sit there and dwell on. We're not gonna short shit and dwell on it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that DSP, even if he wanted to use it as an argument, even if you have all those outliers who have come into communities, and like I said, every community has them. It doesn't negate you. It doesn't negate you.
No, and
Because
then on top of that,
still, even with all that, you still lied about champions. Okay.
still lied about a lot of shit.
Yeah, you still lied about a lot of shit. So it's like,
And then on top of that, do you think the detractor community dealt with that? It was dealt with and
that. Like I
gone.
said, it's not a thing that people are still dwelling on, and the ones who are not getting the attention they want. Trust me on that.
What did Soma do? He struck somebody. He struck another channel because they were making fun of him. They showed his face. They showed his face in a video, and it was a video that he showed his face in, And dude dug back into Soma's archive, found the video, put it up because he was making his own "This Is How You Don't Play" on Soma Julius Cruz, and Soma turned around and struck him. Just struck him right down. I mean, dude's back, but is it the fact that he did it and you watched his shit crater? Like, he still live streams, and I think he gets like maybe 10 people, 12 people, maybe.
His shit is dead.
Yeah.
Like I said, all those other names I named, they're still out there too, but nobody's watching them. No one's caring. No one's looking for them. They still exist out here in this world, and no one cares. You can, like I said, you can go out of the detractosphere, like who remembers Mundane Matt? It's the same thing. And like I said,
yeah, Sons of Miyazaki. Thank you. That was who he struck.
They'll come back. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the Sons of Kojima. Like I said, they were here, they're gone. People don't really think about them no more. They don't talk about them like that. They're not prevalent in the scene that they need to be like brought up like that. Sometimes they'll bring them up and mention, but other than that, no one's out there thinking about them. No one's thinking about Fred Fox. Nobody.
Nope. I guess we just remember what they did and how they created themselves.
Whatever they contributed, whatever information they might have discovered or had, if it's archived, you use it for that. But like, no one's seeking them out to be like, "Oh, Fred Fox, please come back. We need you." No.
Chill Murray, he fell off too.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, there's a lot of people like that, and like I said, no one's over there clamoring for them to come back. And if they're still, well, not even to come back, they're still there. But like I said, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
And that was what I was saying. What the difference is, where people were bringing up to Phil the problem people in his own circle, and he wouldn't do nothing. People fucked up in the detractor side, and it was dealt with. People just left, just let them starve out. Wait, whatever happened to Chill? He just fell off. Like, I don't know the full
that whole
story.
Little group in itself kind of imploded because, like I said, even Sly himself, but even that wasn't even kind of his fault. But because
I heard he got
was
struck.
Choosing to kind of affiliate himself and be in certain circle.
Oh, that whole incident. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Okay, I know what you're talking about. He retired on doing Phil. I mean, he kind of was forced into that position, from what I gathered. But
who got forced?
Chill. He got forced after all that shit that was happening.
Well, yeah, because it was the company he was keeping. That's why.
Yeah, that'll do it.
He was over there laying in bed with Wings 007, like literal cancer. Like, bro, it was never gonna work out well.
Nah, I remember that dude had a record of like tanking channels and groups.
I mean, like I said, look what happened to Sly.
Yeah, he lost his channel.
Yeah, and that wasn't even like DSP related. That was just some other shit. I think it might have been. I don't know if it was Review Tech or Quartering something.
Shit, no one. Well, I know him and Review Tech had a lot of beef, so that was probably Review Tech.
Either way, you know what I'm saying? Channels in the shadow realm.
Ludwig, he still does stuff. I just know he's spurred out a lot.
He's on Twitch though.
Oh yeah, he's on Twitch. I just know he fell off on Twitter because he got his account got suspended or some shit. But I don't know the reasonings. Probably Spurgin. Some people get Spurgy and then it happens. I don't know. Raven Dolphins BS will Aqua Teal another detract. Yeah, I'm saying, then you even had
people feel some type of bro, what I say, people feel some type of way sometimes, and they're gonna move how they choose to move. Some choose to spurg out, some people choose to walk away from it, some people choose to dig in deeper.
I forgot. Steve of the Dead. He's gone too.
Yeah.
He's gone. It just happens.
Things happen, things change, people, like I said, attitudes change, mentalities change, alliances change. Like I said, yes,
Like I said before, there are cliques, and they will form. It's just, we always say, go to who you like. Some people will spread around, some will go to their favorites, and then that's it. That's the beauty of the detractor sphere. And as we were talking about earlier, one falls, another takes the place.
I said there's a lot of
Yeah,
detractors
Steve's
that
gone
don't
because
make
of politics.
yeah.
He fucked himself with politics. Or other detractors were against Chill. I don't know anybody that was against. I don't know anyone that was against Chill. Like I said, I just knew there was that whole blow up, but I don't know the specifics of it. Snoot just dropped off. I don't even know where the fuck he went. He just fell off, and that was it.
Yeah, I think he just kind of walked away for his own benefit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think it was one of those. He just got tired of just kind of the bullshit that people were kind of giving him for like really no good reason, and it's like, you know what, I could just walk
Fuck
away
it.
from this.
Yeah. I would say, you can always walk away and do other shit. Sometimes it's better to ride off into the sunset.
Yeah, because it's not worth it, especially at the time of the situation. It's like, yeah, bro, it's not really worth it. Like, the motherfuckers out here just want blood from you. That's all that is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Swade. I just I stay to myself. Like I got my little corner. As I say, I'm the outlier in space.
Like I always say, I have no allegiance to nobody but the white club, son. Okay, and its affiliates. But at the same
Super
time, like I
crazy. He
said,
disappeared after
we on the
taking
internet here,
$3,000.
bro. We all independent
Yeah,
contractors, bro.
exactly. Aviga simping for Aquatil and went against Chill and Snood was in that mess when he was being neutral. God damn, see, I'm glad I stayed out of a lot of that shit. This sounds like a fucking mess. Like I said, I took my lumps. I took my lumps when I thought Raven was on the up and up. I caught my shit for it. I accepted that and said, hey, I fucked up. I misjudged the guy. I thought he was on the up and up. That I deal with that and move on.
Like I said, like I said, I like that. Like people need to just kind of throw an asterisk on the Ravens Dolphin whole situation, because again, like a lot of people were coming into the situation under like I said, trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, but
Yeah.
like I said, we don't know each other. We don't know anything about each other other than with the information we give, and that could be a lie. That could be a
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah.
And like I said, I
Thank you, Rowdy. It
personally,
was
like I said,
3,000. Thank you.
like I said, I was kind of like semi-involved because, like I said, I had people like 007 trying to come at me and shit. And it's like I said, listen, I don't know the facts of the situation, and I don't know Raven like that, so I'm not gonna put my neck out for him. Like I said, I talked to him at the time. I asked him what it was. He gave me his answer, and then I told him maybe you should just kind of walk away and do something for a while. And then after that, like he continued to fight with the people who were against him. And I'm like, I'm not about to sit here and pick up arms for you, bro, because I do not know you like that.
Yeah, I wasn't either. Like
If you
it got
can't
to the
understand
point
that, like they're being relentless, maybe you need to get up and walk away for
and
a
just
while.
sunset. Yeah. Like just sunset.
But then, like I said, then we come to find out, like, what, literally a year later, that you were out here doing that shit because they pulled the
Yep.
sting on you and you fell for the trap, and it's just like, oh wow, that's crazy. That's actually
Yeah.
fucking crazy. So but guess what? When all that happened, I'm over here like, you know what? That's fucked up and that's crazy. But I don't feel anything because I didn't do anything. I made no public statements. I did none of
Yeah.
those things because, like I said, I been washed my hands of the dude. Okay, it
That's a
got to
good
a
wish,
point where
child.
his content was damn unwatchable. Okay, so I been washed my hands of the dude. So when we got to a year later and his drunk ass sisters over there got his ass sitting on Sly Stream, it's
Oh, I
like, hey
saw
man,
that.
you
Whoa,
hate to see that.
man.
You hate to see it, but it's like I don't feel no types of ways because I didn't put myself out there. I didn't defend the dude because he didn't give me a reason to defend him. Plus, I didn't know him like that to be putting my neck on the block. Other people chose to, other people chose to give him the benefit of the doubt, and they might have went out there and made public statements, and yeah, then they had to dial it back when they found out. But again, they were coming with good faith, thinking this dude was in the up and up. Okay. It happens sometimes, man. You give someone that benefit of the doubt, and it's like, yeah, man, it turned out it was true. But like, I don't think they
Yeah.
should be crucified, especially if once
Hey
they
man,
found
what's up,
out, they
man? Big
go,
up.
you know what? Hey, man, I backed him. I was
Hey
wrong.
sir, what's up, man? Welcome to Dark Descent.
I disavow him, and let's move on.
Yeah. They say look, Iviga and Ludwig got
Other people
excommunicated for
wanted blood,
liking the
though. They
same
was
BS
like,
as
no, that's
Raven.
not good enough.
Sly
They
exposed his
wanted
channel and
blood.
got nuked. Oh, so that's what happened to Sly's channel. Okay.
What happened to his
Damn.
channel?
So Orbiz or Obsidian is saying that Iviga and Ludwig were excommunicated for liking the same BS as Raven. Sly exposed it and his channel got nuked for it. That's why those two aren't around as much. Oh. See, I've been staying out of all that shit, just staying over here. God damn.
Yeah, like I said, I've been washing my hands of that situation. Like I said, I don't talk about them like that. Like I said, unless brought up, and like I said, kind of in this situation, I
This
don't talk about.
situation,
I
yeah.
don't even think about them. Like I said, when it happened, like I said, when he couldn't give me a clear enough answer, I'm like, yeah, I'm not about to sit here and help you, bro. I know some people chose to do so, and like I said, that's their choice, not mine. And they had to
Yeah.
deal with those consequences, okay? But on the other side of that, but on the other side of that coin, I sure shit wasn't about to jump on the witch hunt either. Because I'm like, nah, I just choose not to get involved on either side. I'm not about to
Yeah.
defend, and I'm not about to attack. I'm just gonna
Like I
walk
said,
away.
I learned my lesson from that, and I was just like, never again.
I'm just gonna
stay
walk
in my
away.
corner.
Because
Like,
if
I'll
it's
stay
not
in
my
my corner,
fight,
and that's
I
it.
have no skin in the game. Like, nah, no thank you. You know? No thank you.
Reaper Piss had his foot on Ludwig's neck until they finally got brought to light. God damn. See, this is why I'm glad I don't really sit in a lot of circles, because god damn, motherfuckers be fighting out there. I'm glad I don't know. But let's go ahead and finish.
There's a lot of dirty pool being played out there in some circles. So like I say,
Yeah,
I stay within an orbit that I feel comfortable in.
same. God damn. God damn.
He claims I freaking incited violence against the CEO of a company. I literally never did that.
You said
You
all
had
actually. Yeah, you did. Actually, you said they would be
championed for
fired
people
out
to
in the
lose their
street.
jobs.
Yeah, dude, he did it with Capcom. He sat there and said everybody that worked on Street Fighter 6 needs to be fired. All because he didn't like the game. Too many people not talking about Phil. What's up, NWO News?
He's done more than just try to incite violence. Bro, you've told people that you hope their children grow up to stare at a wall for the rest of their life.
Yeah, exactly. Hum along. That's why I'm doing what I do now. Just staying out of it. Stay on my ship out in space. Nope, don't want to be involved. Well, yeah, he's called for the firings of multiple people. Hell, what was it? He said if he owned Xbox, if he was the CEO of Xbox, he would tell Todd Howard to either release a game or all of you were fired. So I mean, this dude has called for multiple people to be fired.
You've asked for people to be fired in government. You've asked big business, small business owners. You've called for the firing of just about everybody at one time or another. DSP.
Like, god damn.
You've even championed for other content creators to be deplatformed. Okay, and that's the same way as saying you've wanted someone to be fired.
He said that about many content creators that he wants
multiple people. Many.
He has sat there and said he wants all his detractors deplatformed. He wants them demonetized and deplatformed. just for
No,
laughing at him.
to the point where we begged others to try to make a documentary about detractors. That's how
Yes.
fucking much you hate. That's how much of a hater you are.
Like, dude.
And then got mad when everybody told him no, that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze.
Yep. Oh, Hum Along said that you own your own small business. Or do you have a small business? Excuse me.
Who you talking to?
Hum Along, he's asking you.
Oh, me? Yo, yes.
Yeah. Shit, I wish I did. Yeah, DSP has outright said that time. Yeah, he has. Like, he has championed people losing their jobs. Just like right now, he's championed fucking scalpers. You gotta buy from the scalpers, guys. You gotta buy from them because they're the only ones you can get it from. So, you know, you're gonna pay the extra money. Like, really?
Titled it that way. So everyone goes clickbait and the guy makes a ton of money on the video. So those are detractors, all right? And the truth is, I don't think those people are ever going to go away. I think now they've realized that DSP is...
Again, though, this wasn't the question. What would you say to maybe convince them was the question.
Hmm?
We went completely in another direction.
Yeah, he sat here giving you a minority report of what he's going to assume that we're going to do. That wasn't the question.
Yeah. It was a year ago. Gotcha.
The gravy train for them. But the difference now is to be able to have the opportunity to have a voice to speak out against it. I've actually
you could always, and you, no, not that you could, you always have spoke out against it on your own channel. The problem is you need a bigger channel that has thousands of viewers or you know, a couple of thousand viewers or almost 1,000 viewers to say that to. You want someone bigger to spread the pignosis.
That's a lie. It's not even about that. Like I said, it ain't about getting someone bigger. It is kind of about someone
he wants
bigger
the audience
being a shield for him.
Yeah.
It is about someone being bigger being a shield for him. But when he wants to get someone bigger, it ain't about being a shield and it ain't about going against the detractors. It's just money.
Yeah, it all boils down to money.
It boils down to because that's why we wanted to get in good graces with Sir Moist, because he knew he had the numbers, he knew he had the money. I want some of your money. It ain't about changing Moist's mind. It is kind of hoping that he falls for my bullshit and then will kind of be a shield for me. And then subsequently, by being a shield, that brings in money. But like I said, no one wants to be his shield because there's nothing. No one wants to take shots for you.
Yeah, nobody. Like, and the few people that thought about it realized that, nah, I'm gonna look worse than that. Fuck that. You on your own. Hell, I like that lie he was telling people. I like the lie he was telling people, like, oh man, DSP, it'd be really cool to work with you, but I don't want to end up on Kiwi Farms. What? The fuck are you talking about? Like, nobody just up and says that. Just like, oh, they probably just ignored your ass and you made up something. Yeah, or they said, I don't want to work with you because I know what you're about.
That kind of statement is almost an admission that you do have something to hide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who the fuck would say that shit? That's crazy. That's like the whole OJ thing. I didn't kill my wife, but if I did, I did it. Like this.
Let me write that book if I did it.
Yeah, so like no person would say no, Phil, I don't want to end up on the farms because I talked to you. Like, motherfucker, if you on the farms, that means you did something. That might be kind of sus or scandalous. Okay, let's be real. Yeah. Kiwi Farms is not just picking random people off the street, my guy. They're picking people for a reason. Okay, yep. They are picking people for a reason. From the highest level locale. Like I said, if DSP and Wings 007 can share the same space in the Kiwi Farms, that means y'all both did something. And guess what? You did. He's done a bunch of shady shit, and you have done a bunch of shady shit. That's why the Kiwi Farms exist. It's literally a site for shady people.
Yep.
If you're not shady, you're not there. Like I said, do you see like the most beloved type of YouTubers on there or content creators? You probably don't, because it's like they not out there with dirt. They don't have enough haters or enough haters out there that have valid arguments that's worth even giving it a subreddit or a sub post somewhere, because it's a nothing burger. But if they got hard concrete receipts, oh shit, you get a whole page.
Exactly. That's why I laughed when Noel sat there and told DSP, "I can't unfuck your sister." It's out there, man.
You can't accept that fact that, like, yeah, the Kiwi farms exist. It's not some random site that just chooses people on the internet to just sit there and dig through their dirty laundry. No, they dig through dirty laundry because they see you got a big fucking hamper full of stinky clothes.
Exactly, and it's just not worth it. Like that's the thing. Like DSP seems to forget that when they type in DSP, they get the videos that detractors put out, and a lot of them, there's no commentary. I mean, no commentary. I mean, there's no voice. Like if you watch a Duty Clip channel, a Snort Burnell, a Snort Hogan, or Memeology, any of them guys, they put that clip out. It is just a clip, and yeah, they'll have some text on it. Yeah, and it's just DSP talking. It's like that's what they're looking at. And, oh well, they only put me in a bad light. Well, I mean, you said this heinous shit. What do you expect?
Yeah, this is what, but I'm saying it's not us putting you in the bad light. It's us showing what you presented to your own audience. This is what you presented. Yeah. This was your stream. This is your words. These are your actions. We are just
so stand 10 toes on it.
We're just literally highlighting it and going, hey, in case you missed it, look what he said.
Yep. Here you go. Here's
you missed it, like I said, no one wants to dredge through 6 hours. So in case you missed it.
Ew, I'm sorry, Ross. Oh God, he's playing Pokemon tonight. Ugh, fuck. But yeah, so that's why I was laughing. He says they're lying. Well, how are they lying with a clip? This is the thing you said. That's why I sit there and play that one clip.
And also, can you explain which part of it's the lie? Like, where's the lie? Like, that's the thing. He says this word, but it's like, can you break down what you're saying? Because a lot of things have been said on you. So where's the lie? Tell us at what part of the video, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Yeah. Show me where the lie is.
Tell me the lie. I'll be more than happy to see the lie.
Pull up their content right now, react to it, and show the lie.
Yep.
Now, if your best argument is like a Memeology video or a Mighty D where they splice in little edits, or like a Snort Burnell, but like I said, those are just edits. The rest of the content is still you. So where is the lie?
Yeah. It's not what we're doing right here. It's just you and what you said. Oh, shit. Wrong button.
In my content and said, here's exactly how they're lying. This shirt, they tried to say that I stole this logo from someone.
You did. And that was proven. I want to say that being said, or it's either that being said or WPIG alt showed where that shirt, that logo came from.
That I actually went to a website and just ripped it. No.
You did, because you do that to a lot of things. You just rip it right off of the website.
Your merch, your fonts, your logos is all ripped from somebody who made it or made something for you. You don't make anything. So you
exactly.
Rip it all.
You don't even pay somebody to make it.
For me, I paid for the rights for it and I'm going to use it on merch, but they lie. They'll literally make shit up to try to get clickbait. And
it's funny that he says this in the past about this, and we no longer are selling any merch because no one wants to buy any, but I'm pretty sure if he did try to sell that, he would have got fucked up.
Oh, exactly.
Now, because I have a voice,
I think he may have sold like 5 of those shirts, and that's it. That's excluding the one he's wearing.
I don't think he sold the Philomanias. He sold some of the other merch when he first made merch.
I think he sold a couple of Philomanias. He sold a few, but nothing to like make it worth anything. Speaking of detractors, what happened to LSB? He was here one day and then gone the next. So LSB disappeared after his channel got struck down by Super Puppy. He just said to hell with it. He's still doing content, but he does gameplay now.
Yeah, he's still around.
He doesn't do detractor stuff anymore.
He'll pop up in certain discords. I've spoken to him.
Yeah,
he'll be around. So But like again, it's one of those things. Sometimes it just you get to, like DSP is so monotonous. Like it's not even worth it for some time. Like I said, I haven't even been watching him in the past few weeks. It's like it's all the same shit. Like I couldn't
Yeah,
tell you today what he played. I can't even tell you if he got money or not. I don't know. I didn't watch.
I guess that's why I do my catch up on Saturday. The whole week right there in one day.
I can fight. Before I would just say it and no one would pay attention, but now people actually pay attention, and I
Nobody's paying attention to you.
think that's going to be the difference moving forward.
Who do you
But I'm
want to pay
okay.
attention? That's the other question. Whose attention are you trying to get?
Yeah, and if you're getting their attention, why are they not speaking? You know, it's like talking to you regularly. Because most people, if they're following somebody or speaking to somebody, they'll show up in their stream and talk to them. They will
It's like
show
those
up.
friends who are
Talk to them.
passing them around in Street Fighter. If they're quote unquote friends, how come we're only hearing about them right now?
Never heard about these cats at any other time.
Mm-hmm. But now they're your friends who like to pass you around.
The site had you get doxxed basically. Not surprised.
Hey, with people making fun of me and laughing at myself, that's part of the fun of everything. And I don't think those people are detractors at all. I think people spin it that way. Say, "Oh, Phil just thinks everyone who hates him is
See, even that's a lie
No,
because when they do that stuff, you still get mad.
Yeah, you still. I
ban
mean,
them.
like right now,
like,
like
you
you got the
don't-
dent
you don't
tractors
like
that give you
anybody.
money to make fun of you, and you still call them a problem. I'm not reading your message. Thanks for the money, dummy.
Yeah, so you still get mad about it. So it's like, why we sit here and keep saying, I like it when people laugh at me. You don't. You really don't.
Yeah.
You get mad even at the slightest insult to you. You get upset.
Exactly.
Like I said, you got tilted over a Patrick Starfish thumbs down, my nigga.
That was hilarious. Yo, he
So you
fucking
can't
lost
even
his
sit here and
shit
act
over
like
that.
you don't. You can't even sit here and act like you don't get mad about shit, or when people make fun of you. But like you really get mad that they just reject your narrative. That's what it is. When they reject the pignosis on him and push back, that's when he gets upset. Cause yeah, they're not playing along with his gay shit.
No, and they're not fucking buying it.
Yeah, they're not buying in, and he get mad about it. And it's like, yeah, what do you expect? Sometimes they don't have to. Like I said, man, it's not mandatory, Phil. It really isn't. You can't sit here and think you could just strong arm everybody.
Exactly. Yeah, he can't even take a legit criticism. Exactly.
No. It's these crazy obsessive people who are literally trying to make a living on my back, lying about me. Those are the
Hey,
detractors.
Dunce, how you doing, man?
Away, but at least
But you still haven't answered his question. I'm waiting for the answer to the question. But as we know in typical Phil fashion, this is so you forget what the question even was.
now I have
Yep.
the ability to clap back.
I think that's been a big change that I've seen in the.
So now the question is completely gone. Memory hold and gone. Never got answered.
Yeah, it's gone. Mission accomplished. And you see the smug look on his face because he knows what he
Yup.
just did. He knows what he
Yup.
just did.
And Cultaholic's like, fuck it. I'm just going to move on. There's no point. The juice ain't
Yeah,
worth the
because he already
squeeze
knew
to
it was
ask it again.
bullshit.
Yup.
Yeah, he already knew it was bullshit.
Exactly. The peak is weak. I'm sorry. You had me dying with that, Dwight. He said that
Yeah, but I'm
shit on
saying, but look at it then.
Oh, yeah. Look at this one. He still had hair there.
Compared to what it's now, bro. Like that shit is fucking is dying. I'm telling you.
I would have just shaved it. Like if it was me, I would have just shaved it all off. Said fuck it. It was like
Don't
fuck
get
it.
to that point eventually, because like I said, when that peak is gone, son, like there's not gonna be much holding all that top hair. There's not gonna be anything holding that top hair.
We got the Grand Canyon already and it's spreading.
Like I said, there used to be a time when he had to put his head down to see the Nile, but now there's literally a path opened on the top of his fucking forehead to the Nile now.
We're going to the
That
promised
shit is so-
land through that bitch.
That's it. Deforestation is kicking in quick, boy. It's kicking in quick.
What was that? That we gotta go to the old school Fern Gully. Motherfuckers is in there just plowing down the trees and shit.
And deforestation.
Just going through it. And he ain't even trying nothing to stop it. He just letting it go. He's like, fuck it.
Trust me, I guarantee you, like I said, he going through some vitamin deficiency, all kind of shit. And like I said, you can see it. Like I said, he want to sit there and go, "It's losing weight." Nah, nigga, you dying. You dying. I'm watching you slowly decompose over there, brother. That's what that is.
Oh yeah, like this Phil right here looks a hell of a lot better than current Phil.
And that wasn't even that long ago. This is like what, a
No,
year old,
a
maybe?
year and a half.
Like what's the date on this
Let
upload
me
here?
see.
I know this
Let
ain't
me
the
see.
original, but this came out around the time it was
This
uploaded.
was
Like,
this is September 27th of 24. So almost 2 years.
yeah.
And
So it's
he
like
just looks a lot better here than current Phil. Like he looks rough.
Current Phil doesn't look like. And here's the thing: he'll sit there and go, "I lost weight." No, really, you haven't. Because, like I said, your body still looks the same in this photo. Like I said, the only thing that looks
Yeah.
different is your face, but your face looks sickly, not
Sickly and
healthy.
sunken in.
Sick. Yeah, it's not healthy. It's sickly.
Icy says she just said on the phone, like, yo, he look like he got liver spots. Like, yeah, he just looks bad.
Like I said, he got bruises all over his arms and shit because the motherfucker is
Yeah.
weak. So like his body is like weak and shit. I'm telling you, motherfuckers keep saying it's Ozempic. Nah, I think he got some kind of either liver or kidney disease going on, and he's just
He got
dying over
something. He got something. He need to do something fast. Like he
it.
honestly needs to take off from streaming, go to the doctor. Yo, doc, what's going on? Just get some blood work done. Let them tell you everything. Like, take
But
better
here's the
care of
thing, though.
yourself.
He ain't got no money. He ain't got no
I
money.
know he has no money. He burns it all. Like I think what was it somebody mentioned today? They believe he's sitting there putting all those card packs on what's that Klarna. I'm like, yo, if he's putting them cards on Klarna, dude, he's fucked. Like
I
proper
said he ain't
fucked.
got no money, so like I said, that's why we can't. That's why we can barely ever take time
Mm-hmm.
off because no money.
Yeah.
For a guy who's claimed to be successful, you don't even take time off as a successful man.
Exactly. It's like, guess what? I can sit there and go to my job right now, put in for a week vacation, and I'm fine. I ain't gotta worry about shit. Lounge
We've
around the house all week if I
like I
want.
said, we've seen it in the past. If he took more than any time than a day or a week off, he come back with like the sense of urgency, like he's struggling.
Yeah.
Cause you know he done depleted his supply of whatever he did have like tanked up. Or whatever YouTube check came in that he still got a little left after bills. Like he ain't got no money saved up over there. That boy is not stacking paper, son. He ain't never stacked paper.
No, if he did, he wouldn't have bought all those statues back in Connecticut. They, you buy like a couple of statues out of it, but like, you know what? I like, this say for me, I'll buy, a statue of Solid Snake. I like Metal Gear Solid, got a statue of Snake.
Thing, if DSP stacked paper, his attitude towards things would be different. Like, sure, he would still probably be a thin-skinned bitch, but like if he
Yeah.
was stacking paper, he wouldn't care that much because he know he got that shit in the bank. Wouldn't sweat a lot of the small stuff. But he sweats
Yeah.
everything, even the small stuff, because actually you're broke. Like I said, everybody can sit there and name the amount that you estimate to make a year, but there's none of that's in the bank though. None of that's in the bank. You can tell me every time DSP makes $100,000 a year. Okay, how much of that's in the bank? Huh?
None of it. None of it.
That's not dedicated to paying off all our other debts. Hmm? How much is really in there? How much is really in there? How
Mm,
much money is actually in there that's not meant to pay off all of our debts that we're sitting paying at the minimal payment plans that we set up for everything? How much money are we really sitting on? How much we stacking when we're over there just buying all the junk, all the toys to keep up with the Joneses and look cool to the other kids on the internet when no one asked them to because nobody cared.
yeah.
Like I said, no one asked you to get into the Pokemon. No one told you to get addicted to Pokemon cards, bro. No one.
Oh man, I love it. I love how Phil just tries to get in all these fucking areas and just gets shitted on.
Self a lot more than I ever remember you doing, because I think a big part of building that negative was the fact that you didn't, and you took yourself very staunchly and very seriously, and it was
Right.
and that probably feeds into that. And what I've seen is somebody who is more often than not, as you say, clapping back and laughing back at yourself and others as well. And I think that's a big part of it. We're going to do a big plug for what you're doing before we get to the end. But Phil, we haven't done your third match yet. We've still got to do your third match.
Well, I mean, you only asked them for 2, and I don't think the third one matters at this point. I mean, we could just chalk the third one up as a mystery.
Forgot about that bit. So to bring it back to the wrestling, to tie a knot and tie a bow in this thing. So it's we've had so far for your 3 matches. We've had Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6. We had the Iron Man match between Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. What would you like your third and final match to be, Phil?
All right. This one will probably be shocking to a lot of people. This is just pure fun. And this is one that I was thinking hard. What would I want my final match to be? I'm going to go with the Armageddon Hell in a Cell match from 2000. The 6-man Hell in a Cell, where all the big guys at the time were in this. You had The Rock, you had Stone Cold Steve Austin, you had Rikishi.
But you didn't watch Attitude Era. Why are you talking about Attitude Era? Did he not just say, yeah? I mean, we heard yesterday he didn't watch Attitude Era, yet he's talking about the Hell in a Cell Attitude Era. He claimed he skipped it. All right. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy.
Who had just had this giant heel turn. The bad man who had tried to hit Austin with the car and stuff like that. He tried to pin it on The Rock. You had the American Badass version of The Undertaker, which I loved the American Badass Undertaker. I hated when he had the Limp Bizkit theme. I was glad when they finally changed it. Oh, that's
right. You don't like the urban style music. He said Limp Bizkit. I don't remember that. I mean, I remember Badass, but I don't remember that. Damn, it's been too long.
Of course, the current defending champion, Kurt Angle, and they're all in this. So it's like everyone big in WWF at the time in this match, and it's like a 40-minute match, and it's just wild. It's like everything at that time you wanted from a high-profile pay-per-view match. You've got good wrestling in the ring, but then you've got brawls breaking out. You've got weapons being used. You got guys who are getting cheese grated against the fence back and forth. You got people blading. Then Vince comes out. He's trying to interfere in the match. Then you got Mick Foley coming out. He attacks them. Then there's a truck bed that's there for seemingly no reason. Gee, I wonder why that truck bed is there. Like they're not going to use it later, right?
Well, the storyline version was that they were going to use it to tear the cell down.
Right, because they were afraid that they were going to hurt all the guys who were like assets for the company, and they were all going to get hurt, and Vince didn't want that. Yeah, so, because Vince has never got his guys into risky situations before.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
We've all seen the documentary, but yes.
Right. So anyway, the match continues. The door gets ripped off the cell. They're fighting on the outside. They're climbing the cell. There's the spot where Undertaker choke slams Rikishi onto the truck bed. It's amazing at that time. You know, the only other spot you'd seen like that was Mick Foley going off the cell, and to see someone else attempt it, and it's Rikishi, who's this huge guy.
Wrestling was only good when it was in the 90s.
I just remember it was so wild. The only thing I don't like, the ending sucked.
2008.
The camera didn't really
stupid 20-something-year-old. I mean, like the thing with it though is when you're young and filing for bankruptcy, or even older and you're filing for bankruptcy, it's usually because it's something outside of your control. Something happens and you literally get fucked, and that's the only way out. Phil was all self-inflicted, and then turned out and used the bankruptcy to clean up his mess, but was still feigning distress on top of that. When he's like, I still got all this stuff. And it's like, dude, the bankruptcy wiped out the majority of the shit you had going against you. So that's why it hits him harder than say you. When I mean that is where people will look at the average person filing for bankruptcy and be like, hey, you know what? Shit happens. Phil went out his way to fuck himself to do it. If you file Chapter 7, no, you don't pay them back. If you file 13, you pay them back. But your credit's fucked for 7 years for a Chapter 7. Except in Virginia, it's really 14 years. They kind of still don't want to touch you for 7 years after.
They said,
it might be like that across the U.S., so I'm not going to say that with absolute certainty.
One guy does his finisher, the next guy does the finisher, the next guy does the finisher, and then they say, oh, and Kurt pinned him. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what? it like you don't even like see it. Like they cut to it real fast. So what happened was Kurt had been hit with a finisher, but he was on the mat and he crawled across and just like put his arm across the rock and wins. But you don't really get that feeling of like, oh, he did it. Like if the cameraman had been there and saw him crawling slow.
Yeah. So usually there's certain things that will stay. Like you cannot put, you can put medical. You can't put student loans, your car note, and mortgages can't be put on.
Slowly and then did it. I think it would have been like a perfect ending. But man, that match has everything you want at the time. They're fighting outside. They're power bombing each other on cars and stuff. It's like, this is wild. That was that era, right? That was the epitome of like Attitude Era, to see everything go into this.
Wow, all that time and we finally got back to wrestling.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's like, I was listening, that's what I was laughing at, where he's talking about the Hell in a Cell with Austin and all them. And I'm like, but you just said you skipped Attitude Era, but you're talking about an Attitude Era match.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck? You just said you skipped Attitude Era, but you're talking about their match.
Like I said, this is why this whole thing got buried, because it's like they knew if they put this out, the comment section would have chewed their asses out.
Yeah. The worst part is that if DSP had discipline, it would be and could budget, he would have never needed to declare bankruptcy, but DSP will always go with the lazy option. Yeah, he will. Yeah, 785 before your bankruptcy. Like I said, that it happens, but we're not in DSP spot where you're making, in his words, 10 to 20 grand a fucking month. We're making like maybe $2,000 for the average person.
Resonates today. I still think about the crazy spots of that match. Is that time when I was jumping all around so excited for pro wrestling.
Like, honestly, my thing is with the whole credit card thing, he made enough money, he could have paid off like one card a month, or at least paid half a card off a month, and could have whittled that shit down. But then again, I know somebody.
Hogan came first, though. Hogan came first.
Yeah, Hogan's are always first. And the sad thing is, I know someone else that filed for bankruptcy because they had 14 credit cards.
Of all the people to take the bump off the top of the cell, Rikishi was the last person I expected to do it.
Exactly. It's just so, whoa, no way. I thought Rikishi was going to toss Taker off the cell, and then it was the other way around. Holy crap.
And we've never seen a 6-man Hell in a Cell since.
Right? Yeah, no,
it's,
right?
It's appeared in the video games. Like, you can play an Armageddon Hell in a Cell, and it's been the case
games
for ages now, but they've never actually done another one for some reason.
Right.
Livid.
I mean, technically, Greedy Piggy, you could. You could get 5 of them and max them all out and file for bankruptcy. And just say, hey, I couldn't pay him back, and show you couldn't pay him back. Usually the American system will give you like you usually will get your first one.
Quite frankly, livid.
It was a different time.
It was a different time, and this has been a time, Phil. And I want to just thank you very much for being so open. And I think we talked a lot about wrestling, but there was also a lot in there that I felt, that I wanted to push you on, and I wanted to press you on, and I genuinely appreciate that you gave me the room to do that. So thank you.
No problem. And this is just a big part of the
See, like, he could have gone harder, but he's an English gentleman, so you get what you
I'm actually gonna save. I'm gonna actually give this one a thumb up.
Like I said, he asked them good questions. Actually, it's just DSP never answered any of them.
Yeah.
In the future, try to be more.
Because he flat out said to Phil, like, you be straight up gaslighting your audience, bro.
Yeah. Like, you were doing that.
Gave him like just some half-ass like answer, and it's like, yeah, like, would you like to speak on that? Like, you do gaslight your audience a lot.
It's a hell of a lot.
And DSP gave him the head down. Well, man, bitch.
That remind. Oh, have you ever seen the Superman Lex Luthor joints that were like little skits that were funny? Where Superman comes in and busts down the doors in the White House, and Lex is like, he's like, yo, nigga, those doors, right? He's like, man, fuck them doors. He's like, well, I got this draft letter. He's like, cuz, nigga, you gotta serve your country. He's like, what? You gotta serve your country, going to war. He's like, I didn't remember signing up going to no damn war with somebody. He's like, well, I don't know what to tell you, nigga. You gotta do your part, man. He's like, oh, did you sign yourself up for war? And he's like, what? Did you sign yourself up? He's like, He's like, right, so you want me to go to war, but you won't go to war. I was dying. Like I was fucking dying with that shit. And the Superman's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "What? I'm going to Canada, brother. I don't know about you." I love the skits people come up with.
My audience moving forward. Enough with all this nonsense that these people have been bringing up. So
nonsense. It's nonsense you've lied about. If you want to be technical,
none of it's really not. Like I said, it's none of it's nonsense if it's true, bro. That's it's true. It's not nonsense. It's actually factually based. It's true.
What was Phil's debts? 14 credit cards.
Really try to spend it, man.
It was 14 credit cards. It was almost either was or close to $500,000 in debt. And he got all of that shit wiped off.
Like I said, he was blessed that it was a pandemic. That's all. I think the only reason he got that shit is because it was a pandemic.
Damn greedy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I always say, 9 times out of 10, you'll get your first one. Most people get their first bankruptcy. Most. Like, it's got to be some real heavy shit to not get it.
Yeah, but he was over there committing fraud. But like I said, he got he got blessed by the COVID.
COVID still protected his ass because they didn't look into it at all.
Yeah, they didn't care to, and they couldn't go to do so. So it's like, yeah.
Yes, he maxed out all 13. He maxed out all 13 of the credit cards. It was, I know with the initial filing, it was $500,000, but then I think later it came out that it was like 360 some thousand, some shit like that. I forget the exact numbers, but it was right around there. And they had the call and all that shit, and they asked him, did he have any electronics in his house? He said no, despite a room full of electronics. A room full of electronics, but they're not going to touch him because it's part of his business. And he could turn around and take the car and put it in Kat's name and say it's hers, which they're not going to touch that anyway because that's her only mode of transportation to work. And if he really wants to push the issue, since I don't think she was with it. Wait, no, they were already married when he filed for bankruptcy. Oh, the 500 was the total number. Okay. Because I know his other condo got taken off of the bankruptcy because the other bank just said, well, we want that. And the judge gave him that and they foreclosed it. But it's funny how he says he lied and said he doesn't have a pet. And it's like, dude, you have a cat. That's a fucking pet.
Like I said, if he tries to do all that shit again this time around, I don't think it's going to go as smoothly as it did. Because like I said, he can't rely on everybody stuck in their home.
Yeah.
He can't rely on that shit no more. There's no pandemic. The masks are off. Okay. I know you want to keep your mask on, but everyone else took their mask off, Phil.
Oh, yep. Well, nobody else is playing dumb. We're not. What was it being like a chicken just looking up in the rain?
Happy to do it. It was a great conversation. I really enjoyed the time.
And if people want to find out more about you, where can we send them?
All right. So my main YouTube channel is DSP Gaming. And this channel is where I broadcast pretty much almost every day, 6 days a week. That's where I do my Level 1 podcast. That's where I do my gameplay streams.
Dude, this is my channel. We don't need the whole spiel of what you do. Just, hey, you guys want to check me out? aishamamoto.com. Aishamamoto, that's where you'll find me at. That's my handler name on YouTube. That's where you'll find me. Done.
I do have a React channel called DSP Reacts, where once a week I do a clip show called DSP.
You mean I have a dead React channel now in present day?
Yeah, that fucker is in the dirt.
To random clips from the internet that people submit. And I have a throwback channel that's called DSP Throwback. That's
another dead channel.
All his channels is fucking dead. Hey, what floor?
10, 15 years ago for a fun stream.
And again, going back to what we were saying earlier, all the other gimmicks he tried to cling to see if it stuck. You sat there with the Reacts channel. You tried to make a throwback channel. You try to do everything under the sun. You copy and everything. You'll try every and any trend in hopes that someone sees you and gives you money for it.
Yeah, that's done right there. I'm actually gonna save this video.
I see you in a new light. Not sit there and big up your content. Just come over and give me money. Don't say nothing.
I'll put it in the watch later folder. I'm gonna save this because there's gonna be no other way of getting this again. So
Yeah, like I said, that's one of those. Like I said, them hidden gems.
yeah, I know Ziggy gave me one too, like a whole archive for me to play through. Anything you wanna say before we leave for the night?
Yeah, man. Stop treating locale like people. Stop
Beat
giving
them
them
and
grace.
beat them often.
Yeah, stop giving them grace. Stop treating them like such, because when you do so, you give them false hope and delusion. And they'll continue with their bad behavior because they think it's acceptable because you endorsed it in some form of fashion. That's why you got to treat them like the pieces of shit that they are. Okay? If a fire started in your house, you're not going to let it burn. You're going to stomp it out.
Yep.
Okay? You're not going to throw wood on it. You ain't going to throw gas on it. You're going to put the big end of your boot and stomp it the fuck out. You're going to smother it.
Exactly. Oh no, that was the whole interview right there, Zacharias. That was it. Yeah, he got it all discharged. All 13 credit cards were discharged, and I think a couple of other things. Believe it or not, it's not. Like I said, I know someone who had 14 and got it all discharged. I know someone did the exact same thing. And I told them they were a fucking idiot when they did it. Yeah, stopping it. That's why we say, we call them dent tractors that sit there and want to troll tip. You troll tip them to get a reaction out of them. You doing it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like you shouldn't have to do that just to get a laugh out. Fuck all that.
You get a bigger reaction from Phil when you give him a message that's free.
Yup. And if you don't give him enough, he's gonna sit there and gonna read it.
Chat. Mm-hmm. You go in there and you drop your little sneak diss or whatever the fuck, like I said, and he see it and he recognize, he'll tweak out. He'll tweak on it. Like I said, that's why we tweaking about diapers right now.
Yup.
Motherfuckers in the chat be talking about it like, yeah, that's why we tweaking out. That's why we over there showing off our underwear and shit.
And for those who want to watch gameplay, Icy is about to start gameplay. For those who want to watch, let her know it's an ice raid. Thank you, everybody. And like Dwight said, beat them often. Just fucking beat them. Yes, no peace. It's Ice Yomoto of the Dark Descent. Thank you, Dwight, for going on this journey with me, because it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's an interesting watch. Like I said, it's good to see. Like I said, by all contraries considerations, like Cultaholic is, I would say, is a normie.
Yeah.
So to have a normie kind of come in and by most accounts kind of tell Phil like, yeah, man, you're kind of full of shit, bro. But in the most gentlemanly way.
Yup. But I do have the Craig interview left and the interview with what's that guy's name? Oh no, but I can't remember the guy's name. Dude, the Star Wars dude. I'm calling him the Star Wars dude. The one that Bro Side was on. The Kylo Ren guy. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Yeah, Truth Seeker. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one left with side scrollers, and then that'll be all of that.
The Kylo, the Truth Seeker is one of the best one because, like, out of everybody, he didn't even wait. He just didn't give a fuck. He was like, I'm slapping Phil right in the mouth.
He came in there both barrels. He came in there just to fuck him up.
Sometimes you got to do that. Catch his ass off guard. Just punch him right in the mouth.
Yup.
And then when he tried to compose himself, you hit him again. And every time he gets his bearing, hit him one more time.
Yup. So those are the two I got left, and that'll be. I don't think he did any others.
I think after Truth Seekers, that was kind of it. But like then we dip into the realm of like talking to Ethan Ralph and a bunch of den heads for the Smart Guy show. But those ain't really interviews. That's more just his content.
I mean, if I really wanted to, I could pull up the Keemstar one. That was just two dudes blowing each other. That's all that shit was. Yeah, that was like, no, that, I mean, I could do the DSP interview with Craig the second time.
Or to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, the go fuck yourself. That was pretty funny. But it was, I might do that. I might throw that one in there too. So I might have 3 left total. But thank you, everybody. That's going to be it for us for the night. Take care. See you guys next time. Stay locked on. Aisha Momoto out.